Shen Dongling and Wang Bai was locked in the most inner part of the prison. One did not know if Emperor Wen Wei intended to show fairness or not to arrest people indiscriminately, as he did not make a move on the other people in the Wang family. However, this did not mean that the situation was any better. The residence of the Minister of Land only had a single sprout, Wang Bai, and if anything happened to Wang Bai, one feared that the Wang family was finished. The jailer who came and went did not treat them any better. There were many powerful and high-ranking people that were locked up in this prison. Once one lost power, the whole game was lost, not to say that the Minister of Land was not a high-ranking position, thus it was not worth to give them face. Shen Dongling felt unbearable. Just a few days back she was still carrying the dream of flying into the skies but did not know that one would be like this. Initially when one was comfortable in riches and honor, she and Wang Bai treated each other respectfully and harmoniously, but when the accident happened, all the hidden cracks and contradictions from the savvy Wang Bai and the equally savvy Shen Dongling started to be exposed. Wang Bai criticized Shen Dongling and said that the idea of appreciating incense was thought out by Shen Dongling. Who knew that now they were both locked up in prison? Wang Bai was no fool, and since the crown prince was not rescued, how could they be any better off? The most important thing was that it was fortunate that the crown prince was the heir apparent to the throne and there was still the empress that would help run errands for him. Other than the money that could not be exposed, what else did the Wang family have? Shen Dongling could only defend herself. How could she have known that Huang Fu Hao would unfathomably die? This entire thing was a conspiracy. Someone had schemed against the crown prince and also counted both of them in. Shen Dongling was innocent. Today a jailer came over and gave them meals that were different than usual. The food was very fresh and there were even meat mixed in it. Shen Dongling was somewhat happy as the prison food that they ate these days were all smashed, else they were difficult to be eaten. Thus she was somewhat surprised when she saw such a sumptuous meal and asked, "Older brother, is this for us?" That jailer glanced at her and smiled strangely. "Yes, it is for you all." Wang Bai however seemed to understand something and his expression became ugly. He asked, "Older brother, what is the meaning of this?" "Oh, finally someone who understands." That jailer then said, "After finishing this last meal, it is better to be on one's way." The chopsticks in Shen Dongling's hands fell down and she could almost not believe her ears. It was Wang Bai that sat down on the floor as if he had long understood. He seemed to have been exhausted out of all his energy in a short amount of time and could no longer stand up. "Older brother, what is going on?" Shen Dongling violently got up. She could not believe this fact and her voice became distorted and sharp as she asked, "When can we be let out? We are accused wrongly. The assassination of the crown prince of Qin country really has nothing to do with us. After being imprisoned for such a long time, isn't matters already investigated clearly? When can we be released to return home?" She said very fast and urgently, as if this could dispel the fear in her heart. It was Wang Bai's first time seeing Shen Dongling losing control of herself. He just stared at Shen Dongling and did not speak a single word. That jailer's brows frowned as he heard Shen Dongling shout and took 2 steps back before said annoyed, "Not to say you too, even His Highness the Crown Prince's crime was confirmed. And you two still speak of innocence." Wang Bai was stunned and asked, "His Highness the Crown Prince had pleaded guilty." The jailer snorted and said, "Isn't it so? No matter if you are guilty or not, it is considered your fortune to be able to be together with His Highness the Crown Prince. Anyways," the jailer laughed somewhat maliciously, "even if you are innocent, it is not a small offense for the Wang family to illegally sell salt." Wang Bai's entire body trembled. He tried to control it as he asked, "This. How does one know about this?" "How do I know?" The jailer waved his hands and said impatiently, "The rumors outside were like so." He then glared at Wang Bai. One heard that when others were ordered to confiscate the Wang family, the gold in the Wang family required to be brought out by boxes and an entire afternoon was used to carry them out. The riches was so much that one would not be able to use it all in this lifetime. Gentleman Wang need not need to think of anything else and just eat this bowl of rice before reincarnating to a good family in the next life. Shen Dongling's entire heart stank straight down. If one said that previously there was still a strain of luck, then now with the sale of illegal salt being exposed, then she and Wang Bai really did not have a single road out. Currently the national treasury was empty and Emperor Wen Wei was indeed not well off, but the Wang family was in the business of illegally selling salt and it was an overflowing business, so how would one not be able to disciplining them? Now that the Wang family assets were confiscated, one feared that not one of the Wang family could run away from it. Shen Dongling only felt that the skies and earth were spinning around. She had tried all means and ways to exchange marriage with Shen Yu to find a good family for her to settle in and she was very satisfied with the Wang family. Even though the Wang family was not powerful, but they had money and there was no shortage of food and clothes, thus days would only get better. However, how did one get imprisoned and the riches disappeared like floating smoke in passing clouds? She could not resign herself to it. If she did not come out this idea for Wang Bai, could it be that she would be able to escape this calamity? Wang Fu Hao would not die and the crown prince would not be accused unjustly and they all would not be innocent victims. Why was she possessed that day to think about scheming Shen Miao? She clearly knew that those who went against Shen Miao would not end well, so why did she personally go into it and get her head broken and blood flowing? Shen Miao. Yes, Shen Miao. For this matter to get to this state, Shen Miao definitely had a hand in it in the background. Shen Dongling suddenly had a thought and took a bracelet from her wrist. Almost all of her jewelry was used to bribe the jailer and this bracelet was Wang Fern who gave it to her when she married in. It was very valuable that one of it is enough to buy a remote shop front. She placed the bracelet in the hands of the jailer and said anxiously, "Trouble older brother to do me a favor, look for my 5th younger sister and pass a message to her, saying that I have something to say to her." She said earnestly, words when one is on the deathbed always comes from the heart. One hoped that older brother would help me one last time. She was born with a good appearance and with such a pitiful expression and tears in her eyes, the jailer's heart softened quite a bit. He took the bracelet and said, "Since it is the case, I will help you this time. However, I would only be responsible to pass the message. One cannot guarantee if 5th Shen young lady would come or not." Shen Dongling quickly said her thanks. Wang Bai laughed coldly and his expression was somewhat beaten. He did not know he was laughing at himself or laughing at Shen Dongling when he said, "Could it be that you think that Shen Miao will come and save you?" "I do not know if she will come or not." Shen Dongling's expression changed from the weak one she showed to the jailer to one with some viciousness. "If she is willing to save me, I do not fear of drooping one's head and being insignificant. However, if she have no heart to save me, then for what reason does the eldest household of the Shen family be able to live in peace? Since we are all a family, naturally one has to go through the same difficulties." Just like Shen Dongling had thought, the jailer really brought her message to Shen Miao, but Shen Miao was blunt and interrupted the conversation, indicating that she was not willing to go and even instructed Jing Jie to pass a heavy pouch to the jailer. The Shen family did not even have a residence anymore and only the eldest household of the Shen family was still standing firm in the Ding capital. 2 years ago Shen Shin was expelled from the Ding capital and one did not think that 2 years later he would return again. Not only that, as compared to 2 years ago, Shen Shin's attitude was tougher than it was 2 years ago and no longer modest, but others was unable to catch any leverage on him and even Emperor Wen Wei had to be somewhat polite to him. One was a prisoner and the other was a value military commander. In any case, the jailer would not choose the criminal and offend the general. The jailer then left. Shen Miao sat in front of the dressing mirror as Jing Jie combed her hair and asked, this servant thought that young lady would go and take a look at third young lady. Gu Yu glared at her, why should young lady see her? After all, the second and third household of the Shen family have nothing to do with this at all. Moreover, they had committed a crime of death, and if young lady went to see her for no reason, what if others think more of it and implicate young lady? Jing Jie stuck out her tongue. Previously young lady also saw second young lady and eldest young lady for the last time, right? Shen Dongling is not an ordinary person. Shen Miao heard both of them arguing and said, dug a pit for me on purpose. I will not jump into it. Dug a pit. Jing Jie's face changed to one of horror. Does young lady meant to say that third young lady want to harm young lady? One must have a heart to defend against others. Shen Miao said lightly. Among the daughters in the Shen residence, Shen Yu and Shen Qing were spoiled by their mothers, but the viciousness in their heart was not deep. Most likely it was because of their young age that they were unable to see some things clearly. However, Shen Dongling was different. Since young Shen Dongling and Wan Yiniang was suppressed by Ren Wanyan and her birth father, Shen Gui was also one who had a did not care personality. Thus for Shen Dongling to survive such an environment, she had to be tougher than the average person. Staying in the courtyard for 10 over years and making Ren Wanyan lower her guard on her was enough to prove this point. As for such enemies, Shen Miao never dared to underestimate. If Shen Yu and Shen Qing suffered a heavy blow, they would first panic, but one feared that Shen Dongling would seize the last opportunity to scheme. As long as she is not death, she would be able to calculate how to get what she wants till the last moment. Seeing Shen Dongling's cold treatment to her father, Shen Miao did not believe that Shen Dongling would have any emotions or feelings for her. Gu Yu also said long-windedly, don't know what is she thinking about. She is already in prison and one fear that she cannot do anything now. No need to worry. As long as I do not go, nothing would happen. Shen Miao appeased them. If she wants to beg me for help, it would be useless for me to go since I cannot help. If she wants to drag me into the water, it would naturally be helpless since I am not going to see her. Jing Jie nodded her head continuously, yes. It is right not to go. Shen Miao's eyes hang down as she felt one matter was very strange. The crown prince in Wang Bai was naturally imprisoned due to the matter of Huang Fu Hao, but Emperor Wen Hui's conviction was passed down so fast. Other than the urging of the Emperor of Qin country, one feared that it was due news of the sale of illegal salt. Emperor Wen Wei could not tolerate people who seek wealth under his eyes, not even his own sons. With the urging of the Emperor of Qin country and Emperor Wen Hui's anger, the decision was made that quickly. It's just, how did the news about the illegal salt spread out? Was it done by Xie Jingxing? She started to think hard. In the Imperial Palace, outside Yongshindayan, the Empress had been kneeling in the courtyard for the entire afternoon. From when the day broke in the morning, she had been kneeling and it was useless when the servants came to persuade. Now it is already in the afternoon and the winter days were cold and ice had formed on the ground. After kneeling for a day, as there was no cushion underneath, it was easy for one's knees to get cold and one feared that even one's body would be stiff. The sun appeared in the skies and even though there were no problems with the Empress's body usually, at this moment, large drops of sweat were rolling down. She gritted her teeth and did not speak a single word as she silently knelt and looked forward, as if she would faint the next moment. The palace servant beside persuaded, your ladyship, it is better to return first. One fear that his majesty is busy with matters, so why is there a need for your ladyship to harm one's body? It is not good to catch a cold in such a cold day. Ben Gong wants to kneel. The Empress's words were firm, will kneel until his majesty changes one's mind. When the eunuch passed the Empress's words to Emperor Wen Hui's ears, Emperor Wen Wei erupted in fury, then let her kneel. Let her wishes die before Jen changes one's mind. Ever since the confession of the crown prince's crimes, the Empress wanted to personally see Emperor Wen Wei to plead, but Emperor Wen Wei did not even face her at all. The Empress was worried about the crown prince and did not have other choice but to kneel at the courtyard outside Yongshindayan, thinking that once she had knelt for a long time, because of appearance, Emperor Wen Wei would let her in. The Empress knew that the crown prince had committed a serious crime. If one were to talk about Huang Fu Hao's matter, people with discerning eyes could see there was something wrong with the matter, thus Emperor Wen Wei was still protecting his son. However, with the illegal sale of salt with the Wang family, the remaining guilt in his heart had disappeared. Currently Emperor Wen Wei was angry and hated the crown prince. How would he still be able to listen to the Empress's advice? The Empress also had no other ideas. After being husband and wife with Emperor Wen Wei for so many years, she was very clear what Emperor Wen Wei was thinking. But the crown prince was her only son and she was willing to even kneel for her entire life for her only son, so what did one day matter? Just as things were a deadlock, one heard a chuckle behind and someone walked over with a sinister glamour, clad in a peach red gold embroidered robe. The robes were bright as she looked at the Empress. Why is older sister kneeling here? Give this younger sister a fright, and one thought that older sister is greeting this younger sister in a big bow. In the future, one must not make such a joke again. The Empress gritted her teeth as she looked at her. This was consort Xu Xian. Honestly speaking, the Empress was suspicious that the matter of the crown prince illegally selling salt was related to the Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. After all, once the crown prince died, both fathers would lose an enemy. It was just that there was no evidence, thus she could not voice it out, but consort Xu Xian had the ability to add fuel to the fire. Consort Xu Xian smiled prettily and asked, why is older sister not entering? Could it be that one had done something wrong and is currently kneeling and asking his majesty for forgiveness? Why not this younger sister go in and intercede for older sister? The Empress gritted her teeth, no need. When the court was fighting, it would often implicate the females in the inner palace. Prince Zhou's clique and the crown prince's clique had always competed against one another, as this did not only represent the throne but also the people behind them. If the crown prince collapsed, then how long could the Empress sit in that position? There would be a day when Emperor Wen Wei would get old, and if Prince Zhou sat on the dragon throne, what kind of ending would the Empress have? In ordinary officials' courtyard, there would be a number of dirty means, and it was even worse in the inner palace, as one's carelessness would cause one to lose their life and implicate one's family. How would one not live life carefully? Consort Xu Xian laughed. If older sister is not willing, then younger sister would not be forceful. However, younger sister still has things to say to his majesty and would not bother older sister's interest. She covered the smile on before instructing someone to report to Emperor Wen Wei. The Empress only hated that she was unable to disfigure consort Xu Xian's face. The Empress had almost guessed what consort Xu Xian would have said when she went in now. It was nothing more than lighting a flame, fanning it and adding fuel into the fire. Emperor Wen Wei always listened to consort Xu Xian's words, thus one feared that the anger towards the crown Perrine would only increase to another level. However, she was unable to obstruct consort Xu Xian. Just as consort Xu Xian was about to enter, someone ran in from outside in a rush. Upon seeing consort Xu Xian, he said regretfully, Your ladyship consort Xu Xian, His Highness Prince Rui is currently outside, requesting to see his majesty. Prince Rui, consort Xu Xian and the Empress were startled at the same time. Why did Prince Rui come here at this time? Although consort Xu Xian was arrogant normally, she was not unclear about the importance of things. Those arrogances were just little tantrums that were thrown towards Emperor Wen Wei, and she would not dare to be careless on big matters, thus she immediately said, then I will come over later. The Empress was a few years older than Consort Shu Xian and saw more matters of the court, thus her heart sank. Prince Rui did not come earlier or later but just at the time when something happened to the Crown Prince and only after Emperor Wenwei had handed out the conviction decree of the Crown Prince. One feared that his purpose in coming was ill-intended. He had a relaxed expression even with the half-silver mask on and the Empress felt a little shameful. As the Empress of a country, she let an outsider see her in an embarrassing condition. Consort Shu Xian however had a worried expression on. Some people were born uniquely that even though their appearance might be ordinary, their air of nobility and elegance was able to make others admire from the heart. It was as if by just standing there, others' eyes would not be able to keep away from him. Prince Rui walked past the Empress and only gave her a glance without much meaning to it and his footsteps did not stop at all, as if he had not seen the scene of the mother of a country knelling in front of the hall. However, this was not because he empathized with the Empress. Even though Prince Rui did not show any expression, the Empress felt that the other party was too lazy to look and the disdain and contempt came from the bottom of his heart. She felt exceptionally embarrassed. In the Imperial study, Emperor Wenwei was sitting in front of the table. He had a light and flowing appearance but was firm and steady, as if the person who was previously flying into a rage was not him. It was just that his back was somewhat stiff. The purple-clad youth walked in from outside and lazily and called out Your Majesty before directly sat down opposite him, taking it as a greeting. He sat down very casually, as if Emperor Wenwei was the guest and there were no traces of respect or worship. Like that, it made Emperor Wenwei feel that it was as he was worth nothing in front of this not very old person. That thought only appeared for a very short moment before Emperor Wenhuo recovered to his senses and smiled as he looked at Prince Rui with a smile. These days Jen is very busy and did not have the opportunity to ask Prince Rui if living here is all right. There were some sense of wanting to be close in those words. Now that the Qin country had a bad attitude towards Mingqi, if Great Liang have any other intentions at this time, Mingqi would not have any way to retreat. Thus Emperor Wenwei did not want to be on too bad terms with Mingqi, even if he had to be soft or lower his head, as long as the current situation has passed, other matters could be discussed in the future. So he was in a hurry to please Prince Rui. If the common people of Mingqi saw Emperor Wenhui's current appearance, one feared that they would be scornful. Prince Rui smiled lazily and said, With Your Majesty blessing, this prince is living rather well. However, one heard that Your Majesty is not in a good situation these days. Emperor Wenhui's heart jumped but on the surface, it was barely noticeable. He only shook his head and smiled bitterly. One had not been able to teach one's son well and have let Prince Rui see a joke. One cannot blame Your Majesty. Prince Rui said, Since Your Majesty has 9 sons. One was unable to hear happiness or anger in his voice, however the Qin Emperor is truly pitiful. This trip to Mingqi, the Crown Prince and Princess Mingyan lost their lives. It is really a disaster. Emperor Wenwei's smile had become somewhat awkward. Prince Rui was not wrong with his words. The Qin Emperor had kept on requesting the Crown Prince to pay with his life and although that was because of achieving equilibrium but there was another reason. 2 countries came to the tribute event but Prince Rui of Great Liang did not have a single injury but both the Crown Prince and Princess of Qin country were dead. What was with this? Was it Mingqi who deliberately went against Qin country? Or was this subtly indicating that Qin country's power was low and could not protect a Crown Prince and Princess? In any case, this was a matter that made the Qin country feel a loss of face and the Qin Emperor was furious about this. So even if the Crown Prince loses his life, in addition of the vanity of a monarch, the Qin Emperor would hate Mingqi for a while. He said, Jen is also handling this matter as quickly as possible. Prince Rui smiled, the Qin Emperor will not give up on the matter easily. Emperor Wenhui's breath was stuck in his chest. He had spoken in a soft manner and during the conversation, he had done his best not to talk about this topic but one did not know why this Prince Rui did not understand and purposely used this topic to block hard and each sentence said was merciless. Emperor Wenwei naturally would not think that Prince Rui was so stupid that he could not be able to understand the situation so that meant that Prince Rui did it deliberately to disgust him. Emperor Wenwei wanted to leave with a wave of his sleeves like he usually did with the officials that did not listen to him or just fly into a terrible rage but Prince Rui was not his officials and even though he was a prince of first rank, in some ways, he was more powerful and fiercer than him, this emperor. Emperor Wenwei could only rigidly ask, one did not know why does Prince Rui come to look for Jen today. Prince Rui did not speak and only used his finger to point at his desk before knocking on it. In a blanket of silence, Emperor Wenhui's heart was grabbed by that knocking sound. He suddenly thought that could it be that Prince Rui chose this time to come because there were important things to talk to him. If Prince Rui mentioned about the border cities between Great Liang and Mingqi, how would Emperor Wenwei refuse it? His back which was initially stiff, broke into a cold sweat. The other party was this silent but it had given him the heaviest feelings. After a while, the finger that Prince Rui was using to knock paused and he said carelessly, it is because of this prince's lifelong event. What? Upon hearing these words, Emperor Wenwei instinctively hesitated and before he could understand it, he heard Prince Rui's calm voice. Imperial older brother had always hoped that this prince would quickly form a family as early as possible and had urged this prince that upon coming to Mingqi to bring a prince consort back. This prince also has such intention. This time Emperor Wenwei understood. Prince Rui wanted to find a woman in Mingqi. But why? Emperor Wenwei felt somewhat strange in his heart and guessed that there was some conspiracy to it but he could not express as such. At that moment a magnanimous smile appeared on his face, so it is as such. It is of no matter. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Prince Rui is young and handsome, naturally deserving of a beautiful female. It is just that one does not know which family's young lady did Prince Rui take a fancy to. Prince Rui stared at him and the pair of peach blossoms' eyes had some smile in it. Emperor Wenwei was startled when he heard that youth speak. Shen Miao of the Shen family. Emperor Wenwei could no longer smile. His heart was trembling in anger and could not wait to drag Prince Rui out to be beheaded but he could not do so. But he finally could not keep the friendly smile on his face and his expression was exceptionally stiff. He asked in a hoarse voice, who? Did you say? The daughter of the formidable Grand General. Prince Rui said, Your Majesty do not remember. Didn't the Crown Prince want to marry her as a secondary consort a few days back? He actually pressed others like this. This was going too far in bullying. A number of thoughts popped into Emperor Wenhui's mind in an instant but at the end he could not control his sneer. This Prince Rui looked lazy and scattered, not taking anything in mind. The alliance between Mingqi and Qin country did not enter his eyes and would only do his own stuff every day but he was a tiger that pretended to be a pig. His moves were at the back. Once he thought, it was marrying the daughter of the formidable Grand General. Was he marrying Shen Miao or the military power of the Shen family? Emperor Wenwei knew that from Great Liang's point of view, the Shen family's military power was not anything big and Great Liang already had a number of outstanding generals. However from Mingqi's point of view, most of the outstanding generals had been dismissed by him in the early years and now even the Xie family was in decline thus only the Shen family could support Mingqi. A Mingqi without the Shen family was like a tiger without its claws and to deal with Great Liang after that, one feared that there would not be a struggle before one was eaten cleanly. What a good Prince Rui. What a good Great Liang. Emperor Wenwei could barely squeeze out a smile, Prince Rui really have a good eye. However General Shen loves his daughter and this is something that everyone knows. If Prince Rui insists on marrying Shen Miao, one fear that General Shen would feel distress for his daughter and not be willing to marry her far off to Great Liang. How difficult can this be? Prince Rui played with the thumb ring on his finger and said carelessly, since General Shen is not willing, then can't your majesty just decree it? Emperor Wenwei was startled. Prince Rui's words continued to flow into his ears. Great Liang and Ming Qi are still considered friendly now, so your majesty is not willing to give this prince even this personal favor. He stretched his waist lazily and said, so since this is the case, then this prince should report to imperial older brother about the matter of the border cities. Emperor Wenwei had lived for so long and finally understood the feeling of being angry till one's entire body tremble. The Shen family was a piece of fatty meat, and not only Prince Rui wanted to snatch this piece of fatty meat, he wanted the owner to serve it up with both hands. If he really decreed it, one feared that even if Shen Xin stayed in Ming Qi due to his loyalty, there would be grievances in his heart, as it was he who decreed for Shen Miao to be married afar. However, if he was not willing to decree it, Emperor Wenwei looked at the male opposite. As he was wearing a mask, one was unable to see clearly his expression, but one had always felt that under this lazy and sloppy appearance, he had extremely power, means and tactics. It was not wise to go against Great Liang when Ming Qi and Qin country alliance was in jeopardy. Prince Rui had given him a difficult problem, and there was no answer to it because every single answer was wrong. It would be him that would be in a disadvantage. That male's gaze landed on Emperor Wenwei, just like a cat playing with the mouse that was caught, asking slowly and lazily, did your majesty think about it? Emperor Wenwei was so furious. Since he was enthroned, he had dealt with countless of tricky matters, and there was not once that it was as frustrating as it was now. No one dared to be so rude and arrogant towards him. For the first time in his life, Emperor Wenwei began to regret that he should not have dealt with the big clan family's military power. If Ming Qi had another few general like Shen Xin, was it that he would not need to be humble and servile in front of Great Liang? But how would there be medication for regret in the world? When Prince Rui saw that he did not reply, he smiled and stood up. This prince understood. Then he turned around to leave. Wait, Emperor Wenwei stopped him. Prince Rui stood still and smiled. Your majesty better think it through. The monarch of a country's word is as heavy as 9 tripods. Ming Qi and Great Liang have good relations, and naturally Zhen would assist in a virtuous purpose. Emperor Wenwei was smiling uglier than crying as he said, if the young lady of the Shen family marries to Prince Rui, it is the good fortune of the young lady of the Shen family, and Zhen is happy to see through it. Don't worry, Zhen will write the decree today and announce it in a few days' time in court. After pausing, he then spit out difficultly, the matter of the border cities. Take that as the gifts for your majesty. Prince Rui smiled and left in a good mood. After Prince Rui departed, Emperor Wenwei became paralyzed, and his seed and sweat was forming on his forehead, and his face was totally extremely red. Anger, shame, humiliation and resentment were all intertwined on his face. However, he was unable to change anything at all. This was perhaps the most unbearable thing in the world. He was obviously a monarch of a country, but he could not help but admit his incompetence. Gao Gong, who was standing at the side, dared not even breathe out deeply. Upon seeing the emperor being forced into such a situation, as a servant, he was naturally terrified. Bring the paper to Zhen, Emperor Wenwei suddenly said after a while. Gao Gong quickly complied. Emperor Wenhui's gaze was heavy. Although Prince Rui said that the matter of the border cities would not be mentioned for the time being, it was the temporary peace that was exchanged by the Shen family's marriage. However, no one knew how long would the temporary peace last. The most important point was that after Shen Miao married Prince Rui, although Shen Xin was still Ming Qi's people, but Emperor Wenwei would no longer dare to trust Shen Xin. Although previously he was suppressing Shen Xin, it was due to the fear that Shen Xin's achievements would supersede the master's, but for generations the formidable Grand General was faithful, so Emperor Wenwei was still very trustful of Shen Xin's loyalty. However, with his daughter in Great Liang, if Great Liang want to use Shen Miao to leverage on Shen Xin, who would know what would Shen Xin do? This Shen Xin chess piece was considered to be discarded, and the situation in Ming Qi would only be in more difficulty. In order to guard against Great Liang, Ming Qi had to quickly resume the ally relationship with Qin country. With two countries working together, there would be a chance to push back. The Qin country was still furious with Huang Fu House and Princess Ming An's matters, so Ming Qi had to show sincerity. The crown prince must die. Emperor Wenwei closed his eyes. To everyone's surprise, the conviction decree of the crown prince that Emperor Wenwei handed out was so fast that it gave no time for others to think clearly. The crown prince then committed suicide in the prisons. Whether it was suicide or not, from the eyes of those that could see clearly, it was all to protect the name of the crown prince. One could not let a crown prince to be beheaded in front of everyone like an average prisoner. Moreover, it was a crime of assassination, a crown prince of another country. If this was the case, then on the next day, the majesty of the imperial family would have disappeared. The common people were easy to fool, but official families knew of the dark ways. Who would know if the crown prince really committed suicide? The imperial family always liked to give itself a good appearance, but one feared that its body was the dirtiest. When the news of the crown prince's suicide had spread, the empress disputed it and afterwards fell seriously ill that she was unable to leave Kunming Palace so that she could properly recover. The concubines in the inner palace all felt at risk. How would the empress be seriously ill? It was because that the crown prince was gone, and the empress do not have pillar to rely on in her later part of her lifetime, thus one was not able to say that this position was stable. The empress was heartbroken due to the loss of his beloved son, and one feared that she would hate Emperor Wenwei, thus Emperor Wenwei would naturally be on guard against. They could only know themselves if she could not leave because she was seriously sick or was under house arrest. If the empress fell from power, who would be the next master of the 6 palaces? Looking around, it was still Consort Xu Xian that had the highest chance of winning, and Emperor Wenwei favored Consort Xu Xian. Consort Xu Xian still had 2 princes, and even though Prince Zhou and Prince Jing had been fighting to the death with Prince Li's clique, Prince Li did not have a favored consort mother. For Prince Zhou and Prince Jing, the time, geographical and social conditions were favorable. Therefore the concubines were all living carefully. At this juncture, one must not let others have leverage against oneself, and if one was accidentally caught and used as a spear, that it would not be good. With regards to Huang Fu Hao's matter, other than the crown prince and the empress being implicated, all the other implicated people were also affected. The worst one was the residence of the Minister of Land. That day it was the young master Wang of the residence of the Minister of Land that proposed to appreciate incense and even brought his wife along. Who knew that Huang Fu Hao would stain Yifeng Pavilion with blood? Wang Bai and Shen Dongling definitely could not escape. But the thing that decided their crimes was not this. The Minister of Land had been secretly involved in the business of illegal trading of salt. The illegal trade of salt was a heavy crime that the entire Wang residence would be implicated. Wang Bai and Shen Dongling were sentenced to be beheaded. The rest of the men in the Wang family were exiled, while the females were sent to the border as army servants. Those discerning people who saw Emperor Wenhui's move saw that he was very furious, as if he had been provoked and was deliberately venting one's anger. However, an emperor's mind was always been unpredictable. Even though the officials were suspicious, they could only take action as ordered. As Shen Miao was listening to Jing Jie on the happenings over these past few days, she was drinking tea. Luo Tan, who was beside, could not stop popping the snowflake candy in her mouth. The snowflake candy was brought over by Kong Yang. He mentioned that it was made by Great Liang's famous pastry chef, and in the entire land under the skies, only the imperial family of Great Liang could eat it. Shen Miao did not notice it, but it was discovered by Luo Tan. Luo Tan was pleasantly surprised when she ate it the first time and asked Shen Miao where did she buy it. Shen Miao only answered without thinking the matter through. The troubles that are caused by matter of the Crown Prince of Qin are really not small. Luo Tan spoke as she ate, so many people are buried with him. It is not enough to exchange it for a crown prince. When she spoke till the end, her voice was very soft, as if she feared that there were ears in the wall. Shen Miao smiled slightly but was not surprised. However, her heart was shocked by Emperor Wen Hui's viciousness. It was indeed that with such a father there would be such a son. That year, in order for Fu Shuyi to eradicate the Shen family and not leave any future troubles, he did not spare any thoughts about Fu Ming's and Wan Yu's life or death. At that time she thought, how would there be such a ruthless person in the world? Now it seemed that Fu Shuyi's actions were exactly the same as Emperor Wen Hui's. In the eyes of their Fu family, love or friendships were all not reliable. Only the power of the country was the one thing to be pursued in their life. In order to stabilize this position, it was nothing much to sacrifice a son. Anyways, there were still other women who could give birth for them. This was most likely the unrighteousness that was deeply carved in the Fu family's bones. Luo Tan saw that there was only a small amount of snowflake candy left on the plate and started counting with her fingers. Gu Mu and Gu Fu had eaten it. Older Biao brother has also eaten it. Only older brother Ling have yet to try it. These little bit will be kept for older brother Ling, all right. She looked towards Shen Miao. Shen Miao naturally would not be calculative because of some food and nodded her head. It would be great if you can remember where you bought this snowflake candy. Luo Tan sighed and said in a pity, I have eaten all the snacks in Shaochun City and had tried almost all the snacks in Ding Capital, but it is one's first time eating such yummy snowflake candy. Even though you cannot remember, I plan to personally send people to search for it tomorrow. One must find this shop. Shen Miao kept quiet. This was made by the Imperial Kitchens of Great Liang, so even if Luo Tan turned the entire Ding Capital over, one feared that she would not be able to find this shop. Shen Miao was somewhat regretful that she should have mentioned it was a small stall and not a shop. Luo Tan sighed again. Older brother Ling also likes to eat snacks and would definitely like this. After speaking, she seemed to have thought about something and said, but these days older brother Ling is somewhat strange. Shen Miao asked, what happened? The main concern daily was not on this, thus she really did not know what changes there are with Luo Ling. Other than going to the Ministry of Defense, he would not go out upon returning to the residence and just practice martial arts in the courtyard. Luo Ling placed her hand under her chin to support as she spoke. In the past, older brother would not be that harsh on himself. Moreover, these days when I talk to him, he would be low-spirited, as if he had suffered a setback. Luo Tan looked towards Shen Miao, youngest Biao's sister. You are smart, do you know what happened to him? Shen Miao said, I do not following around him all the time, so how would I be able to know what he is thinking? Seeing Luo Tan's worried look, she comforted her, don't worry about it. Most likely it is because the end of the year is coming and it is about to be the busy time in the military. It will be fine after some time. Luo Tan nodded her head. Just as they were speaking, they saw Shen Chu and Luo Ling walking in one after another. Seeing both of them were both in the main hall, Luo Tan greeted, older brother Ling, come over to eat snowflake candy. Luo Ling entered the room and first looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao smiled gently at Shen Chu and his eyes could not help but dim as he walked to the side to sit down. Shen Chu unrestrainedly grabbed a piece of the snowflake candy to pop it in his mouth and asked, how is it both of you have such leisure time today? Luo Tan laughed as she joked with Shen Chu when they heard the servant outside reporting that Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan had returned. Shen Chu said, just at the right time, father and mother has returned. We should have our meal. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan walked in, but this time even the most outgoing Luo Tan also noticed that something was wrong. Shen Xin's face was pale and he had an ugly expression on, whereas Luo Shuiyan seemed to be very angry. Normally even if there were troublesome matters outside, Shen Xin and wife would not show such expression in front of their children. Moreover, both of them were open-minded people and there were little matter that could anger them. However, today, they were obviously very angry. The servants that were following Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan dared not even breath as they lowered their head to withdraw. Luo Tan and Luo Ling were relatives, thus even though they had doubts in their mind, it was difficult for them to ask. Shen Chu wanted to ask, but seeing his father putting on an expression of killing whoever that asked, he hesitated and dared not open his mouth. At the end it was Shen Miao who took the initiative to speak. She looked at Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan and smiled as she spoke. Why is father and mother looking unhappy? Is it that there is something wrong outside? When Shen Miao spoke, Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan looked over at Shen Miao at the same time. Shen Xin's gaze was filled with a complex mix of remorse, anger and grievances while Luo Shuiyan had a deeply guilty and helplessness in her eyes. Shen Miao's heart sank, but she very quickly understood that for Shen Xin and wife to display such an expression, one feared that this matter is related to her. Luo Shuiyan took a deep breath and smiled. It is nothing. It's just that there are some matters in court. Zhao Zhao is hungry, right? Let's eat first. It was just that the smile was so forceful that even Luo Tan's eyes became solemn. Just what matter had become so serious that Shen Xin and wife, who were not afraid of heavens and earth and were always outspoken, would want to conceal? This matter had become so serious. Shen Miao did not speak and did not consent but just looked at Shen Xin and wife. With her attitude, she was obviously waiting for reasoning as she did not believe Luo Shuiyan's explanation at all. Shen Chu had a burst of shock as he seemed to have seen the Shen Miao a few years ago. At that time, Shen Miao was still arrogant and was not as close to them as she was now, but instead was more intimate with the second and third household. Every time she wanted something from Shen Xin, she would stand in front of them and not speak a single word and was very stubborn about it. In fact, from the past till now, Shen Miao seemed to have changed a lot, but there were some habits in her bones that had never changed. Shen Xin said, Zhao Zhao, be obedient. He was rarely that strict to Shen Miao. If he was that strict in the past, Shen Miao would have been in tears. Luo Ling looked at her somewhat worried. Shen Miao did not move and still had a bland expression on as she spoke. Why are father and mother not telling me the truth? If I cannot solve it, at least share some of the worries. If I can solve it, wouldn't it be even better? To conceal the matter down would seem to be alienating one. I am not a child. I am like eldest brother, a member of the Shen family. Shen Xin's lips moved but he did not speak. Shen Xin looked at him with a pair of eyes as clear as a flowing stream. Under such gaze, it was impossible for others to speak nothing but the truth to her. She continued, moreover, isn't this matter related to me? Luo Shuiyan was stunned as Luo Tan and Luo Ling looked strangely at Shen Miao, while Shen Chu looked puzzled. When Shen Xin heard the words, he stared at Shen Miao for a while before finally sighing deeply and said with a bitter smile, today during court, the emperor had passed a decree. Bestowing marriage for you, he said with great difficulty. To Prince Rui. When those words were spoken, a blanket of silence fell into the room. Luo Shuiyan dared not look at Shen Miao's eyes. Shen Xin's voice had revealed exhaustion. Luo Ling was stunned. Lu Tan's jaw dropped and it was Shen Chu who slammed on the table and stood up. What is this? The calmest one was however Shen Miao. However, even though she looked calm on the surface, it did not mean that there were no waves in her heart. She had long expected Xie Jingxing's move, but she did not expect that Xie Jingxing would actually dare to be so blatant. Wait, how did he make Emperor Wenwei take the initiative to bestow the marriage? As Shen Miao was thinking about that, Shen Chu could not help but stood up and spoke in a rush. What kind of person Prince Rui is? How could younger sister, a young lady of Mingqi, marry a person from Great Liang? Is the emperor crazy? Chu Luo Shuiyan glared at him. Guard one's tongue. Walls had ears and there would be spies of the heavens family everywhere. Shen Chu so crazily angry that he such treacherous things. Shen Chu held his tongue and looked at Shen Miao before he scratched his head. No matter what, younger sister cannot marry to that whatever Prince Rui. Why is this name so familiar? Suddenly his brain made the connection and he suddenly clapped his hands. So it is that person. Like I said, why a magnificent prince of first rank in Great Liang would take the initiative to greet me? So he is chasing younger sister. How vile. Shen Shin frowned when he heard it and asked, you have seen Prince Rui? The last time when younger Biao brother and I returned to the residence, we have encountered him. He even invited me to the residence of Prince Rui to spar. Shen Chu spoke angrily. If I had known that he had such an intention, I would have broken his horse's legs and let him fall to his death. Shen Miao. Luo Ling was also startled before thinking about something and looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao was unable to make head or tails of Luo Ling's complicated gaze and also did not have the mood at this moment to investigate it further. She only asked Shen Shin. This was the imperial decree that His Majesty announced. Why did the emperor suddenly bestow a marriage to me? Even though there were not many young ladies that were suitable to marry to Great Liang, there were a few imperial princesses in the imperial family and numerous princesses, so no matter the case there was no need to pinpoint her. Of course Shen Miao knew that it was Xie Jingxing's intention, but she still wanted to inquire on how did Xie Jingxing convince Emperor Wenwei. Shen Shin looked at Shen Miao. His eyes felt painful and it was only after a moment when he sighed and said, Zhao Zhao, it is father that is incompetent. He then slowly spoke of the day's matters. So it was during today's court when Emperor Wenwei had dealt with a few court matters but suddenly changed topic and spoke of Prince Rui's of Great Liang's intention to marry back a prince consort from Mingqi. Some of the officials were excited and some were restless. Those who doted on their daughters naturally would not wish to see their daughters marrying far away, whereas those who were determined to climb up the ladder would wish to see their daughters marrying to Prince Rui and be at least a princess consort. However, Emperor Wenwei did not give others much opportunity to think, and the young lady that was bestowed a marriage was Shen Miao, the daughter of the formidable Grand General, Shen Shin. Everyone was stunned. Everyone knew that Shen Miao was the pearl in Shen Shin's palm, thus one feared that Shen Shin would not be willing to let Shen Miao marry to Great Liang. Currently it was a time when Mingqi needs Shen Shin the most, so why would Emperor Wenwei make Shen Shin unhappy at this time? Even though these officials were sharp and crafty, this time they were unable to see through Emperor Wenhui's heart. Shen Shin naturally had a stomach full of anger and hated that he could not chop down the hall. He was willing to bear all kinds of grievances but was not willing to let his daughter suffer any, but this time Emperor Wenwei did not discuss with him at all and directly bestow a marriage to Shen Miao. This meant that there was no chance for the Shen family to oppose. If they were to oppose, it would meant that they were resisting the decree, and one feared that Shen Miao would not be willing to get the entire family killed. Shen Shin's heart was also filled with suspicions. Just a short period back Emperor Wenwei also wanted to marry Shen Miao to the crown prince, but the wine lover's heart was not in the cup. So why in such a short period of time he would let Shen Miao marry Great Liang's prince of first rank? After the court session, Emperor Wenwei stopped Shen Shin and did not let him leave. Shen Shin was brought to the imperial study and had an intimate and long talk with him. This time, he spoke of the truth behind the bestowing of Shen Miao's marriage. That was how Shen Shin knew that it was Prince Rui's intention to marry Shen Miao, and Prince Rui used the border cities of Mingqi to threaten Emperor Wenwei to make this decision. Even though it was said as border cities of Mingqi, but the meaning behind was the entire land that Mingqi was sitting on. Emperor Wenwei was helpless and had no choice but to agree to this request. At the end Emperor Wenwei said, Zhen is the master of Mingqi and cannot just ignore the life and death of the commoners, said General Shen. This time one have to wrong young lady Shen this time and use her to exchange for the safety of the commoners. If young lady Shen knows a bit, she would understand Zhen's decision. Officials should listen to the monarch's orders, not to mention the monarch in front was sincerely apologizing and explaining the situation. If it was in the past, Shen Shin would definitely be considerate and even feel a little grateful. However, when Emperor Wenwei said use her to exchange for the safety of the commoners, there was a slight chill that passed him. He felt that there was some hypocrisy in this monarch that he had been loyal to for his whole life. The commoners. Wasn't his daughter also one of the commoners? Why must he sacrifice his daughter? His entire life it was all expedition and battles and he had already gave half his life to Mingqi. His life could be sacrificed so as to protect the world's living things. However, he was unable to protect his own daughter, so what kind of father was he? After sacrificing him, now it is his daughter's turn to sacrifice. Shen Shin could no longer listen to whatever Emperor Wenwei said. Most likely he mentioned that when Shen Miao marry, what Emperor Wenwei would give so that it would be grand. But in Shen Shin's ears, it was extremely sarcastic. No matter how selfless one was, one's heart would be biased towards one's loved ones. In particular with Shen Shin, who in the past decades had never had his daughter by his side, had always felt that Shen Miao was distant with both him and his wife and they had deserved it. Afterwards it was heaven's pity that Shen Miao became close with them again, but Shen Miao's personality had changed so much that it seemed that she had grown up a lot overnight. Shen Shin saw it in his eyes and ached in his heart. Shen Miao was a little flower that was carefully grown in the residence, and now unknowingly this flower had grown into a strong and upright tree. By growing this fast, she had also lost a lot of things. His heart was initially felt conscience-stricken with Shen Miao, and now with this imperial decree, Shen Shin really did not know how to face Shen Miao. Shen Shin finished all his words and the room fell silent. Even Shen Chu did not speak. Emperor Wenwei had already said it to such a point, so what else could be done? Did one have to watch wide eyes as Shen Miao marry another? This was being too cruel to Shen Miao. Not to mention about liking the man, to live together for an entire life with a man that one had never seen or know what kind of temperament that he has, and it was in a foreign country. Shen Chu did not dare to think about it. Shen Miao said, so it is as such. Her expression was calm and did not seem to be affected by the slightest. Everyone only then found that from knowing about the imperial decree till now Shen Miao did not reveal a trace of surprise at all. Luo Shuiyan was afraid that she was restraining too much. Zhao Zhao, you need to suppress everything in the heart. The matter is not decided yet. Mother need to coax me. The imperial decree had been passed, so one cannot just resist it. Shen Miao smiled. Moreover, it is not a bad thing to marry to Prince Rui, since one will be a prince consort and there would be no problems in wearing brocade and eating jaded food. With Prince Rui's graceful bearing, even though one is unable to his face, he should have a good appearance. But you do not know him at all. Shen Chu said anxiously, so how would you know his behavior and conduct? Isn't the world like this? Shen Miao said plainly, for some people, after being with another for the entire life, one would still not know about one's conduct, so marrying Prince Rui is not as bad as you all are thinking. By remaining in Ding capital, it would be easier to be schemed by others and the Shen family would not be able to protect me. Shen Shin's eyes flashed and there was a trace of pain in them. The greater his military power was, the more restraints he had to take on, as the emperor would be more fearful and would want to contain him more. Previously, the crown prince could create difficulties on Shen Miao's marriage, and naturally others could also create difficulties. One was not afraid of thieves but feared that thieves remember one. The Shen family indeed could not protect Shen Miao. An ignorant person was innocent, and treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. For the first time, one started to hate the military power one had. Great Liang is a good place. Shen Miao smiled gently, and her tone of voice was somewhat yearning. One had seen travel notes that indicated that Great Liang is a rich nation and its citizen enjoys peace, that there was no need to lock one's doors at night, and songs and dance were used to celebrate peace. With the commoners harmonious and happy and purging of thieves, it is a good sight to behold. No matter how good the sights are, you will be alone. Luo Shuiyan could not bear to continue. The consort of Great Liang's Prince Rui is a prince consort of first rank. Being below one person and above 10,000s, there would not be others bullying me. Shen Miao said thoughtfully, since Prince Rui want to marry me, it might be that he has deeply rooted feeling for me and naturally would treat me well. She rarely said words to tease herself like this, and it made Luo Shuiyan and the rest of them smile. Luo Shuiyan said smilingly, silly child. He might not necessarily. Her words suddenly stopped. Shen Miao was bright and intelligent, so how would she not know that it was possible that Prince Rui did not fancy her, but it was due to the Shen family. However, like this, it made them feel assured. Thinking about this, Luo Shuiyan felt infinitely sour in her heart. Shen Miao smiled slightly. It is a joyous matter, so why are you all not happy? Not only that, you look suffocated. She continued, since the imperial decree has been passed, not too long later one would be notified. I will have to start embroidering my wedding dress. There was no traces of grievances or unhappiness in her tone, and instead was so natural as if it was a marriage that was settled for a long time. The more she was like this, the sadder Shen and wife was. After talking for a while, Shen Miao felt tired, thus everyone started to eat. This meal was eaten tastelessly as each was preoccupied with their own thoughts. After the meal was finished, the group was dispersed to rest, but Luo Tan clung onto Shen Miao's arm as if she had something to talk to Shen Miao. Just as they were heading to her courtyard, Luo Ling called her. Older Biao brother, is anything the matter? Shen Miao asked as she looked at him. Luo Ling asked, younger Biao sister, do you really want to marry to Prince Rui? Luo Tan looked somewhat strangely at Luo Ling as Shen Miao smiled. The imperial decree has been passed. It does not matter whether I want or not. One thought that you would directly say that you do not want. Luo Ling's gaze dimmed, but he still put on a slight smile, just like previously in Shaochun City where you rejected those young masters. Shen Miao smiled without saying anything. Congratulations. He smiled bitterly. Shen Miao nodded her head as thanks. After sending Luo Ling off, Luo Tan pulled Shen Miao back into the courtyard and dispersed the servants upon entering the room. After closing the doors, she lowered her voice and spoke mysteriously, youngest Biao sister, you knew of this matter, correct? What? Shen Miao was unable to make heads or tails on the matter. The matter of Prince Rui forcing the emperor to bestow a marriage for you. Luo Tan said hurriedly. Shen Miao's heart jumped. Luo Tan was normally very carefree and casual and would not be sensitive to whatever matters, but surprisingly she had an instinct to matters that she should not know. She vaguely dealt with it. How is it possible? How could it not be possible? Luo Tan said with interest, you still remember the last time when we were being kidnapped? When I woke up, I passed your message to Prince Rui and Prince Rui found you in a short time. At that time I was wondering about the relationship between both of you and guessed that it must be rather good, else Prince Rui would not have helped you. Is it like what the novels spoke of, things of heroes and beauty? Shen Miao said, you better read lesser of those novels. Not mentioning novels, Luo Tan spoke as she rested her chin on her hand, that Prince Rui's ability is not small at all. At that time Gugu and Gufu had searched for you for many days but unable to find you, but he was able to find you in a short time. We, the Luo family, only look at abilities. He is a man with abilities, and one heard that he is also very good looking. This is very rare. Many good-looking men are embroidered pillows and are visually attractive but useless, just like that physician Gao who comes to our residence often. He is also good looking, but from one glance, he is one that could fall with a gust of wind. This kind of men are not dependable, and at most, one could only see. Kong Yang, who was up on the tree outside, was listening with fascination, almost fell off. Visually attractive but useless, this young Biao lady of the Luo family was really bold and powerful. One did not know how would gentleman Gao feel upon listening to this. All right, Shen Miao glared at her, all the incoherent rambling. What exactly do you want? Youngest Biao sister, I just know that you are the smartest. No one in the Shen residence know me the best like you, and even my youngest brother, Luo Qian, have a connected heart to me like you. Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao with anticipation. I just have a wish that when you go to Great Liang, you will bring me as your older Biao sister accompanying you to marriage. Shen Miao almost fainted and said incredulously, what did you say? I have never been to Great Liang before. Luo Tan said, one had heard that Great Liang is a great place with lots of good food and things to play. This time older brother Ling and I came out to train in Ding capital. The more places one visits, the more one trains. Shen Miao said, it was obvious that it was you who secretly climbed into the horse carriage. Luo Tan said, if one has the code of sisterhood, then bring me along. Not bringing. Shen Miao's heart was set in stone. In the subsequent half of Shichen, Shen Miao had witnessed Luo Tan's forms of pestering. Even though there was still Xie Jingxing when she goes to Great Liang, Shen Miao also knew that it would not be smooth sailing. No one was able to say accurately what would happen in the future, thus there was no need to drag Luo Tan into it. After Luo Tan left, Shen Miao sighed and pulled open the window. There was a hovering tree shadow outside, making the winter night cold and somber. She thought that Xie Jingxing was so capable that he did not even give her a heads up and just act on his own initiative to give her a marriage bestowment. Not considering the imperial decree, currently he was not even seen. At such a time where explanation was needed, what was he trying to do? Running away after stirring everything up. Shen Miao shut the windows with a paw sound. Shameless. The sound mad Kong Yang rubbed his ears. One thought that young madam's period has come, that was why she was so moody. At the other side, in the courtyard of Shen Shen and wife, Shen Shen was also discussing about this matter with Luo Shuiyan. Shen Shen said, go to Great Liang with Zhao Zhao. Luo Shuiyan nodded her head. We are not at Zhao Zhao's side, and if Zhao Zhao meets some troubles in Great Liang, with heaven so high and earth so wide, we would not know her grievances. In the beginning, wasn't there also a young lady that were married to other country that was harmed to death by the husband's family, but the people at this end did not know? He dare. Shen Shen was so angry, but he immediately suppressed his anger. I can go, but one fear that the emperor would not allow it. Luo Shuiyan's voice was lowered. Now Great Liang's and Ming Qi's situation is so critical. If we also follow to Great Liang, the emperor will definitely think that we are going to succumb. It is not appropriate. But is there really no other way? Without a better option, Shen Shen turned his back towards Luo Shuiyan and looked at the calligraphy on the wall, lost in thoughts. That was the calligraphy of dedicating one's loyalty to the service of the country. He was loyal and he served the country, but what did he gain? The Shen family emphasis on the monarch rule all under heavens. If the monarch wanted the official to die, the official did not have a choice but to die. But why did he feel regretful at this moment? This monarch had always guarded against him, suppressed him and controlled him. Shen did not think anything to it, even if the monarch made use of him. But why harm his daughter? Was it that all the monarchs under heavens would treat loyal officials like that, or was it only just this one? Shen was thinking that if Emperor Wenwei had a little resistance when he was in front of Prince Rui, or fought just a little for Shen Miao, he would not be this dissatisfied with Emperor Wenwei as he was now. It was because Emperor Wenhui's answer was clean and crisp, that because of the land under heavens, Shen Miao was nothing at all, that made Shen felt that there was a lump in his heart. If Mingqi was much stronger, was it that there was no need to submit oneself in front of Great Liang and just a Prince Rui would not be able to threaten a monarch? Shen suddenly felt a trace of hate towards Emperor Wenhui's incompetence. He had not realized that in this transaction, he would have an indignant heart towards Emperor Wenwei that was far greater than Prince Rui of Great Liang. He naturally also did not know that his change in mindset was also expected by others a long time ago. Luo Shuiyan also spoke. Why does Prince Rui suddenly want to marry Zhao Zhao? Great Liang does not lack of this much of military power, and even if it was for provocation, there was no need to be like this. Shen said, I will go and inquire about it tomorrow. Sleep first. But tonight it was destined to be a sleepless night. Emperor Wenwei had announced the imperial decree in front of hundreds of officials in court, and thus there was no need to hide. In just a short day, everyone in Ding capital knew about the matter. From officials to the commoners, everyone were discussing about this matter. The princess residence was overed in a sheet of solemnness. Princess Rongshan sat on the main seat and could not help but laugh coldly. How could she not see that this Jier of hers had such abilities? Xie Jingxing had clearly viewed Shen Miao in a different light 2 years ago, and after turning into Prince Rui, Princess Rongshan had thought that with Prince Rui's identity, even if Xie Jingxing think highly of Shen Miao, it would not be possible for him to be with Shen Miao in this lifetime. One did not think that Xie Jingxing had such an ability to get what he wanted. In the afternoon, after Princess Rongshan knew of this information, she went to the palace to meet with Emperor Wenwei. She knew that Emperor Wenwei would not bestow Shen Miao a marriage for no reason, and she must know the reason. Emperor Wenwei still respected this older sister of his, thus he told her the ins and out of it. Princess Rongshan was unable to tell what her heart was feeling and only felt that her back was somewhat cold. That beautiful youth who would always call her Rongyi with all smiles. Far from the way she remembered, the current Xie Jingxing had an air of unfamiliarity. He could lie for many years in order to get what he wants, and he will succeed at the end. That arrogant attitude, the fierce means, the unrelenting threat. He more like one who was occupying the highest position. Princess Rongshan's heart was somewhat afraid. She did not know if she should tell Emperor Wenwei about Xie Jingxing's identity. Even though she had told, nothing would happen. Since Xie Jingxing dared to come, he was definitely prepared for everything. If she did say it out, at least the citizens of Mingqi would know Xie Jingxing's identity and would not keep on saying that he was a heroic youth who died prematurely. Princess Rongshan thought about it for a while, and a picture of his childhood floated to his mind. She did not go out during the day and would have little contact with other, that even some maids were not allowed to enter her room at night. At that time it happened to coincide with Fuma's death anniversary. She had caught a cold and was unable to get up on the second day. Her body was strangely cold, and at that time, the 5-year-old Xie Jingxing went to the kitchens to bring a hot bowl of porridge and fed her spoon by spoon. He even pulled a small stool over to sit by her bedside and read poems to her. Such a beautiful little boy who did such considerate little actions. As long as one was a female, it was not possible that one was not moved by it. As 10 years passed, they were obviously not mother and son, but their relationship exceeded mother and son. So how did they reach to such a point? On one hand he was the country's enemy, on the other hand he was a companion for decades. Princess Rongshan's heart suddenly felt laden with grief. What was the better way to handle this? Princess Rongshan did not know that these days, every single movement from the princess residence was being watched, and it was not only by one person. As their princess residence did not have relations with outsiders, the guards were rather slack, that Princess Rongshan's every move was almost monitored and tracked. In the residence of the Count of Pingnan, Su Minglang watched as the maid served sweet steamed yogurt and rejected it properly. I am not eating. Bring it to eldest brother. Currently Su Minglang had reached the age where he would be vain, and compared to the fair and round dumpling that he previously was, Su Minglang was more willing to be an adorable snow jade-like little gentleman. Thus, although all these sweet things were fragrant, he had decided not to touch any one of it. However, he suddenly thought about something and stopped that maid. Forget it. Don't serve it to eldest brother. If eldest brother marry older sister Shen in the future, what can be done if older sister Shen despise eldest brother because he is a fatty? The maid was somewhat speechless as he saw Su Minglang's little adult appearance and did not know what to do with the plate she was holding. Su Minglang sighed and sighed deeply. Since you are in great difficulty, I will undertake this difficult job and eat it. He then warned the maid fiercely, you are not allowed to tell my mother that I snatched eldest brother's sweet steamed yogurt. The maid. However, in the room, Su Mingfeng had no mood to eat whatever sweet steamed yogurt. He was pacing back and forth in the room with an anxious expression. Su Yu looked at him sympathetically and patted his shoulders. Son, father knows that you feel upset, but this imperial decree was personally handed out by his majesty. Father is also helpless to it. One can only say that you are unfortunate and there is no fate with the young lady that you fancy. However, it is fortunate that young lady Shen will be marrying to Prince Rui and definitely have to go to Great Liang. What the eyes don't see, the heart won't grieve. After some time you will forget about her. Emperor Wenwei had handed out an imperial decree, and Su Yu and Su Furen were most afraid that Su Mingfeng was unable to take this blow, and after telling him very tactfully, Su Mingfeng locked himself in his study room. Su Furen was afraid that Su Mingfeng would take the easy way out, so she specifically instructed Su Yu to go in to advise him. Father, can you not create problems for me? Su Mingfeng said impatiently, I am not upset because of this matter. Son, how could father not know what you are thinking in your heart? Su Yu said, it is a waste of youth if one is not a player. Father also walked through life from your age. It is nothing. There are no shortage of grass in the world. You have to be a little open-minded. Su Mingfeng could no longer bear it. All right. Father, I understand. I want to be alone to think and would not find an easy way out. Can you let me stay alone for a while? Seeing the always mild Su Mingfeng started to look annoyed, Su Yu also feared that by continue speaking, he would provoke that weak heart and thus said, in short, father will work hard to find a fairy-like young lady for you to take as a wife. Don't be upset. And he left crestfallen. After Father Su left, Su Mingfeng sat down in front of the study desk and felt inexplicable annoyed. Emperor Wenwei suddenly handed out a decree to bestow marriage for Shen Miao. This made Su Mingfeng surprised. After all, it was only a short period back when Shen Miao was dragged to the crown prince with some relations. How was it that today she was together with Prince Rui? Su Mingfeng did not have time to guess Emperor Wenhui's mind as he was thinking about Shen Miao. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing seemed to have a close relationship 2 years ago, and a few days back because of that tiger head bracelet, Su Mingfeng was confident that there was some special relationship between Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing. Su Mingfeng even suspected that Xie Jingxing was alive. If one want to find information about Xie Jingxing, one must pay close attention to Shen Miao. But why did the matter of Shen Miao's and Prince Rui's marriage made him feel so uneasy? It seemed that something was going on and something was about to happen. This kind of strange premonition made Su Mingfeng feel very abnormal today. Just as he was being restless, someone had returned from outside. It was the informant that Su Mingfeng had sent out to arrange for people to monitor the princess residence in Shen Mansion. Su Mingfeng felt that perhaps Princess Rongxin knew about something and there was no need to speak about Shen Miao. The informant bowed and greeted Su Mingfeng before saying, a few days ago, the matter that young master had instructed the subordinate to investigate is some progress. Su Mingfeng's heart was delighted and he immediately sat up straight before asking, quickly speak. This subordinate's people had followed the princess residence's guards and discovered that there were people who kept on monitoring the movements of the residence of Prince Rui. If this subordinate did not guess incorrectly, it would be orders from Princess Rongxin. There seemed to be some guards from the residence of Prince Rui lurking outside the Shen Mansion. One did not know if they were there to monitor or protect fifth Shen young lady. Su Mingfeng's brows furrowed. Why was it all Prince Rui? Princess Rongxin was monitoring Prince Rui and now Prince Rui was monitoring Shen Miao. But he was clearly searching for clues on Xie Jingxing. Could it be? A terrible thought flashed through his head. Su Mingfeng's heart started to beat violently. These few days the Shen family was caught in a very strange mood. Because of Shen Miao's bestowed marriage, everyone seemed to be clouded with anxiety. Even though everyone was trying to express joy, but one could not hide the bleakness of it at the end. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan would leave early and return home late daily. Most likely they were searching of ways to get this marriage rescinded, but they returned without success. Upon some thought it was as so, since Emperor Wenwei had concealed from the entire court of officials to write this decree, most likely it was to sever Shen Xin's intention of refusing. A monarch's words were not of a joking matter and words spoken were like water that was splashed. In the previous dynasty there was a princess who fancied a Zhuang Yuan top scorer in the imperial examinations, but that Zhuang Yuan already had a wife, but it was because of the phrase of monarch's words were not of a joking matter that he divorced his wife and married another. Every time when Shen Chu saw Shen Miao, he would have a conscience-stricken expression and these days he would often give Shen Miao some rare treasures. He only said, older brother do not have any abilities and can only find these playthings for you. Shen Miao was rather speechless with the Shen family's mood. She naturally knew that things were not that bad but she could not tell the Shen family so. If Shen Xin knew that Xie Jingxing's real reason, one feared that there would even more trouble. In Mingqi she has to think about the Shen family but on the contrary, it was not convenient for her to take action but once she was in Great Liang, it would likely be much easier to do many things by using Xie Jingxing's name. She was relaxed but the people by her side all thought she was pretended. When she was reading in the room today, she saw Bai Lu run in a hurry and said, young lady, Furen want you to quickly go to the main hall. The people from Prince Rui residence had come to send the list of betrothal gifts. Shen Miao was startled. List of betrothal gifts. Xie Jingxing was really extremely daring. He obviously knew that the Shen family did not want to see him and even hated him but he actually dared to send the list of betrothal gifts over. Wasn't this adding fuel into the fire? However, thinking about Xie Jingxing's absolutely unrestrained temperament, this was indeed something he could do. Upon reaching the main hall, one could see from afar that Luo Shuiyan was holding a long thing and beside Luo Shuiyan, Shen Chu and Shen Xin was standing as they stretched their heads over. Luo Tan pursed her lips while Luo Ling's gaze became complicated. In short, everyone's was behaving very strangely. When Shen Miao stepped into the room, she only then found out that other than the Shen family, there was someone else standing in the room. After looking clearly at that person's appearance, Shen Miao almost choked. Shen Miao had seen this middle-aged man that had a big beard before. He seemed to be a guard that was always following Xie Jingxing and Kong Yang would call him Tai Yi. From a glance, one could tell that he was a brave person with martial arts but today he deliberately wore a red robe and on it, there were gold embroidered peaches and clouds. Most likely it was bring out the cheerful atmosphere but Tai Yi's complexion was dark so by wearing this attire, the heroisms were all covered up and on contrary, he looked foolish. Upon seeing her, Tai Yi bowed at her and said seriously, Wang Fei. This time even Shen Chu could not help but cough and glared at Tai Yi, don't call that inconsiderately. Tai Yi simply did not pay any attention to him. Shen Miao wanted to laugh somewhat unfathomably. Was Xie Jingxing trying to muck up the place? Even if one were to send a list of betrothal gifts, he should find a happy and festive-looking married woman to read. The residence of Prince Rui was so rich but only let Tai Yi, such a rough big male to come over. Wasn't this purposely making one laugh? Seeing that Shen Miao was being startled, Luo Tan called her, youngest Biao sister, what are you standing there for? Quickly come over to take a look at this list of betrothal gifts. She looked surreptitiously at Shen Miao, seemingly very excited with it. Shen Miao walked over. The list of betrothal was exquisitely done. It was made from scented wood, sprinkled with gold dust and there was an emerald cat eye on the front, making it very valuable. Just this list itself was already expensive. Even though Shen Xin and wife were not vain people, Prince Rui doing so would express the value of Shen Miao to him and their expression became better. Luo Shuiyan handed the list of betrothal gifts to Tai Yi and said, read it. In Mingqi customs, the list of betrothal gifts would be sung by the male side. The longer it was sung, the generous the betrothal gifts were and the more honorable the female side would be. Tai Yi was obviously not accustomed to do such a thing so he flipped to the first page and sang dryly, 1 yellow daylily, crab apple flower and begonia bed. 1 black wood 3 screen panel arhat bed. 1 set of yellow daylily pair wardrobe, bookcase and display shelving. 1 pair of black-eyed bean bases. 1 pair of conch inlay yellow daylily pair desk. 1 speckled conch yellow daylily pair money chest. 1 pair. The first page consisted of furniture which made everyone who heard it dumbstruck. Even if one were to put these many things in the current Shen mansion, it would not be enough. It was enough to place in 3 mansions. The second page was display items and one only heard Tai Yi singing, 1 incense aloe wood rui. 1 mountain peak jade rui. 1 tin paper lamp. 1 gold gilded table clock. 1 silver pocket watch. 1 green jade bamboo bonsai. 1 gold gilded hexagonal pot of plum blossom bonsai. 1 3-colored 18-section serving plate. 1 colored dust jar for tea leaves. 1 barrel of pure privet wine. Bamboo and plum blossoms folding screen. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin also raised their eyebrows. This Prince Rui's list of betrothal gifts is rather generous. However, there was no time to be surprised as Tai Yi had continued to sing. The third page was daily necessities, 6 boxes of boxwood combs. 2 boxes of bamboo brushes. 1 red sandalwood table, sandalwood cup for gurgling, perfume soap, satin canopy, glass bean hanging screen, 8 mandarin duck tasseled cushions. Everyone in the Shen family. Tai Yi continued on to the 4th page, 1 coat of silver rate, gray rat, sheepskin, pearl feathered each and 12 different cotton wadded coat. 32 sets of robes of silk, satin and cotton. 1 fox hide satin jacket. 12 flower chiffon overcoat. 12 sets of clothes with 5 fortune, phoenix, and thousands of fortune and flowers embroidered. 30 pieces of top graded silk hide. 20 bolts of pattern brocade. 10 bolts of yun brocade. 10 bolts of shoe brocade. 12 bolts of different colored muslin. 36 embroidered satin quilt, 20 pairs of embroidered shoes, 40 pairs of Zhong silk socks. Luo Shuiyan could not help but ask, this young brother, could it be that you have taken the wrong list of betrothal gifts? This is not right. How is this marrying a wife? This was like for a princess instead. One feared that even a princess would not be that detailed. Tai Yi spoke expressionlessly, it cannot be. There is only one list of betrothal gifts in the residence of Prince Rui. Mei Furen continued listening. He started singing the 5th page of the list of betrothal gifts, 1 tray of coral, gold leaves, scented agarwood prayer beads. 4 pieces of different types of green jade each. 4 pieces of different type of white jade. 2 pieces of different crystal accessories each. Strings of pears, jadeite, coral. The 6th page he sang was on antique, calligraphy and paintings, 4 pairs of Jin porcelain bottles. 1 pair of spring ballast vase. 1 pair of Chen Hua ware bottle. 1 blue glazed white plum blossom bottle. The 7th page that he sang was all on the works of the 4 scholarly arts. The 8th page that he sang was for servants and exclusive guards. The 9th page was on horses and carriages. The 10th page. Everyone in the Shen family. The more Tai Yi sang, the smoother it was. He sang with one long breath that was even better than those older students in the theater in Xiaochun City. Every lingering note in every sentence made everyone feel as if they seemed to have taken a glimpse of large sheets of money. At the very end of the last sentence, he even sucked in his tummy and breathed out deeply as he closed the list of betrothal gifts. Then he finally looked at Shen Miao. Storefronts and estates are not entered in the list of betrothal gifts because they are all in Great Liang. Tai Yi smiled sincerely. His Highness has converted all of them to gold, which amount to 10,000 jin of gold. 10,000 jin of gold. Luo Tan could almost pass out. Tai Yi continued speaking. The mansions between the residence of Prince Rui to the Shen mansion were bought and will be included in it. Later on there will be someone who will send the title deeds over. He respectfully handed the list of betrothal gifts to Luo Shuiyan. Mei Furen accept it. Luo Shuiyan did not accept it. The entire room of people was as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. Luo Shuiyan dared not accept it. That was 10,000 jin of gold and such a long list of betrothal gifts. Was their Shen family going to become the richest people in Mingqi? Prince Rui did not move the entire treasury of Great Liang overright. Prince Rui's brain was not ill right. Shen frowned, but it was Shen Chu who reacted first. He hesitated before cautiously probed. Does your emperor know of the list of betrothal gifts that Prince Rui wrote? Tai Yi was blank for a bit before remembering something and smiled. His Majesty does not value mere worldly possessions much, and moreover this is not considered a big amount. Seeing the thundering expression of everyone in the Shen family, Tai Yi continued, in the imperial family of Great Liang, gold, silver and pearls could fill up Mingqi's treasury instantly but is considered like sand and fine soil in Great Liang. Everyone felt a deep veneration. It seemed that Great Liang was indeed rich in power. They were so such that the betrothal gifts could fill the entire treasury were only sand and fine soil in their view. Tai Yi again spoke, however may General and Furen rest assured, with regards to His Highness marrying young Lady Shen, everything done is accordingly to Great Liang's imperial family procedure. Luo Shuiyan and Shen could only place their hearts down. Even though they were not short of money, they still paid special attention to Shen Miao's matter and followed all etiquette. They were moved but also sighed as the betrothal gifts that Emperor Wenwei gave the Empress those years back was not even half of Shen Miao's betrothal gifts. If it was a normal official who was marrying a wife, they naturally had to take into consideration and not gift more than that of the imperial family. However, Prince Rui was not a citizen of Mingqi but Great Liang, thus naturally one did not have to consider to this level. Even if the gifts were much more valuable than the imperial family would not say anything. Since it was so, Shen Miao's betrothal gifts should be the grandest in Mingqi since the founding of the country. Shen Shen's and Luo Shuiyan's heart finally had a trace of comfort. In any case, since the imperial decree could not be changed, Shen Miao was destined to marry to Prince Rui. Perhaps marrying this grandly and extravagantly was a wish of many young ladies and at least was a form of compensation for Shen Miao. Thinking of this, the ill will that they had of Prince Rui had dissipated a lot that they have more amiable attitude towards this big-bearded man. Luo Shuiyan asked, however, why was the age card not sent over? Before getting married, one had to match all 8 characters of birth. However, because Shen Miao's marriage was special as it was bestowed directly by Emperor Wenwei, this step was skipped. Tai Yi said, His Highness had already matched young Lady Shen's 8 characters and it is a couple that is made in heavens, one that have been in the making for 500 years. Since Furen requests for the age card, one will bring His Highness's age card over. The other party's attitude was filled with sincerity that one was unable to find anything wrong with it. Luo Tan could not help but ask, when will the wedding be held? There was no indication of when it will be on in the imperial decree. Tai Yi smiled, the marriage request memorandum has been completed. His Highness will be returning to Great Light after the end of the year, so on the day of the return to Great Liang, it would also be the day that young Lady Shen will be married over and there will be a red procession all the way to Great Liang city gates. This was as good as marrying out from Mingqi to Great Liang with drums and gongs beating all the way. The ceremony and traditions would start from Mingqi and upon returning to Great Liang, the citizens would be officially announced. This was considered as lifting Shen Miao to a very high and distinguished position as it was the same as announcing to everyone under heavens that Shen Miao had the identity of Prince Rui's consort. Shen and Luo Shuiyan exchanged a look and both of them saw the doubts in each other's gaze. For this Prince Rui to treat Shen Miao this meticulously, why did it look like? It was really sincere and committed to Shen Miao. How could it be possible? Shen Miao did not see Prince Rui for more than a few times. Luo Ling's gaze was so dark that the light was barely visible. He kept his head lowered as he looked at the floor, as if he could see a flower. The different people in the room had different expression, but Shen Miao's reaction was on the contrary bland. She nodded her head and said to Tai Yi, many thanks. After Tai Yi left, everyone looked at each other. Shen and Luo Shuiyan had discovered some abnormalities. If Prince Rui's goal was to incite disharmony between the Shen family and the imperial family of Mingqi or make the Shen family unusable by the imperial family of Mingqi, then when the imperial decree was handed out, Prince Rui had already accomplished his motive. Since he had already achieved his goal, then the other matters were no longer important. So why did he have to make a big deal out of this? And even if one had so much money, there was no need to do this unless Great Liang's treasury was too small and could not contain any more money and brought it to Mingqi and gift them with both hands to the Shen family for dowry. Wasn't this doing unnecessarily more? It was Shen Chu that noticed this point and said angrily, isn't Prince Rui like a weasel going to pay its respect to the hen, sure to be ill-intended? By sending so many things, does he think that our Shen family is greedy for wealth? We are marrying a young lady off and not selling a young lady. With so much money, what would others think of the Shen family? Shen and Luo Shuiyan kept silent. This was also true. The imperial family would also be red-eyed upon seeing these betrothal gifts, not to mention ordinary people. What made others more amazed that it was gifted by Prince Rui of Great Liang, so even if others had some thoughts on these betrothal gifts, they dared not act rashly and only looked on and who knew how many more people in Ding capital would not be able to sleep. Even Shen Shen's opponents would vomit out blood. Luo Tan was in all smiles as she spoke. No matter the case, Mei Fu is very generous. When a man is willing to spend money on a female, then that is considered a good man. Youngest Biao's sister have yet to marry over and he had already sent over so much things. If youngest Biao's sister marry over, the food, clothes and treatment would not be anywhere bad. Luo Tan's words had always been straightforward and direct and she did not know how to cover things up. It was just that the Mei Fu words was painful to the listener. Shen covered his head. Where can all these things be placed? That's right. Luo Shuiyan started to get worried. There is not enough space in our mansion to put all these things. Just the storeroom itself would not be able to continue all the antiques and there are still furniture and textiles. One even have to build a granary in the residence to put all of it. Shen Miao wanted to laugh out when she heard it but said, didn't he bought all those mansions? After leaving, all those mansions are the Shen family's. Just buy some guards and place all the things in. Or one could simply stay in the residence of Prince Rui. Shen shook his head. Yanqing Lan is not a place that we can live at. That was the place where imperial families lived and if Shen and them stayed there, who would know what would others think? Thinking of what Tai Yi said previously, pain flashed in his eyes, leaving after the year ends. Zhao, you. After the year ends, Shen Miao would be going to Great Liang. Everyone in the room became quiet. Specialty separation from family was always an unpleasant thing. When Shen Miao saw it, she was afraid that they would be emotional and quickly changed the topic. Prince Rui had sent so much betrothal gifts, how does one calculate the dowry? Luo Tan was feeling a little thirsty and picked up the tea on the table to drink when upon hearing the words, she spurted out the entire mouthful of tea onto Luo Ling. However at this moment she was not concerned if Luo Ling's clothes were dirty but said, dowry. Heavens. Everyone in the Shen family seemed to have been struck by lightning. Rationally speaking, how much betrothal gifts were sent would be around how much dowry was given. Even though it would not be more than the betrothal gifts, but it would not be much lesser than it, else when the young female entered the husband family, she would be suppressed by others. If the dowry was substantial that was even more than the betrothal gifts then she would be well regarded after marrying over. Thus the more favored a young lady was marrying over, the closer the betrothal and dowry would be. There was no need to say that Shen doted his daughter but this dowry. Prince Rui gave the Shen residents so much betrothal gifts and if one had to give a close amount of dowry then even if the entire treasure of Mingqi was emptied, it would still not be enough. Prince Rui had gave the Shen family a difficult problem. In the night, Shen Miao sat under the light and remembered during the daytime when Tai Yi held the long list of betrothal gifts and sang, she could not help but wanted to laugh. Xie Jingxing was being too unruly. He actually wrote so much betrothal gifts down. Shen Miao held her forehead. If someone else saw this list of betrothal gifts, one feared that the Shen family would be envied by everyone in Mingqi. However at the end this list would definitely be known by others, it was just a matter of sooner or later. It was just that one did not know if Emperor Yongle knew of Xie Jingxing writing such a long list. As she thought about it, Shen Miao's heart was somewhat sad. In her previous lifetime when she married Fu Shuyi did not give such a generous betrothal gifts. Not to mention the imperial family, even officials' list of betrothal gifts were better. One could only say that it was ordinary. At that time Fu Shuyi said that the residence of Prince Ding was underprivileged and he himself preferred to be simple so there was no need to do it grandly and Shen Miao believed it. Shen and Luo Shuiyan feared that she would suffer from grievances and took out half of the Shen residence as dowry for her. Those dowry at the end were used to help Fu Shuyi financially. Fu Shuyi wanted to win over this and then one would need to use money to buy over others' heart. She had used all her efforts to plan meticulously and did the accounting carefully and even the antique calligraphies and paintings in the Shen residence were pawned for money. Now thinking about it, after marrying to Fu Shuyi for so many years, it had always been her paying with the Shen family and Fu Shuyi had never reciprocated. Although in the matter of emotions, everything was done willingly and reciprocation was not required but as time passed, one's heart would turn cold. It was especially so after ascending to the throne, when Fu Shuyi treated Mei Fern and Fu Sheng generously, it was like a harsh slap to her face. Now that she was marrying to Xie Jingxing, she could not tell clearly how she was feeling in her heart. She was moved but it was not like as hot as per her previous lifetime but Xie Jingxing had gave her more than she had imagined. It even made one somewhat look forward to this wedding. The window was knocked twice by someone and Shen Miao looked up and saw Kong Yang outside before she opened the windows. When Kong Yang saw her, he first greeted her, young madam, master instructed this subordinate to bring you over. Shen Miao was stunned but in a flash she nodded her head straightforwardly, all right. Just nice she also have things to say to Xie Jingxing. The different from the first time, this time when Shen Miao entered the residence of Prince Rui, she recognized the way better but the one who suffered was still Kong Yang as he kept one carrying haystacks for Shen Miao to climb over the walls. In his heart he was thinking that the next time it was better to knock down all these walls to save all the troubles. When Shen Miao reached the residence of Prince Rui, all the servants in the residence saw her and stopped what they were doing and respectfully called out, young madam. Shen Miao. Kong Yang said with joy, young madam, everyone like you very much. Shen Miao only felt somewhat embarrassed and felt 5 different types of emotions in her heart. When she was led by Kong Yang to the inner courtyard of the residence of Prince Rui, from afar she saw a snow-white ball of fur running towards her and cheerfully bit the corner of her robes. A lazy voice sounded in the night, Zhao, come over here. Shen Miao looked up and saw Xie Jingxing leaning against the tree with both hands folded on his chest as he looked at her with a smile but not a smile. The white tiger at her feet was also not sure who he was calling. Shen Miao walked over to him and the white tiger followed with joy. This white tiger temperament was very friendly. Only after a few encounter, Shen Miao did not even tease it, but it even shook its head and wagged its tail to her affectionately. If one did not know, one would have thought that this white tiger was raised by Shen Miao. She stood by Xie Jingxing's side and asked, what is it are you looking for me for? Xie Jingxing raised his brows, cloth cutting. Cloth cutting. Shen Miao was suspicious but before she could continue to ask, Xie Jingxing suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace and lightly hugged her before letting her go. His actions were too fast and the hug was only for a short moment before he let go, making Shen Miao filled with annoyance but unable to say anything. If she said anything, it seemed like she was being calculated but if she did not speak out, it seemed that he had taken advantage of her. Xie Jingxing said, with your temperament, most likely you will not obediently embroider the wedding dress. I found the best seamstress but one did not know the measurement of your clothes. He looked up and down at Shen Miao and said meaningfully, after hugging one would know. Shen Miao, audacious, shameless. Xie Jingxing slowly replied, oh, but you look like you like it just now. Every time this person spoke 3 sentences, he would be able to make another angry. Shen Miao said in sarcasm, your means and methods are very high level that with one hug you are able to know the measurement. One must have done a lot of such stuff in the past. Xie Jingxing stared at her that Shen Miao felt her back shivering before his lips hooked up, jealous. Then you can hug back. He opened his arms and put on a gentleman appearance. Who wants to hug you? Shen Miao said in despised, yes. I have something to ask you. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised, what is it? The list of betrothal gifts was received. Why did you send over so many betrothal gifts? Shen Miao felt that it was funny when she thought about it. My Shen mansion could not contain all those things, and moreover you sent over so much stuff that the Shen family would not be able to afford the same level of dowry. Are you deliberately finding for trouble? Just this. Xie Jingxing said heedlessly. I still plan to gift more. Shen Miao, she was just about to speak when one saw a guard running in from outside. Upon seeing Xie Jingxing, his expression became one of great difficulty as he spoke. Your Highness, there is someone outside. These subordinates were stopping him, but it was like he had gone crazy and kept shouting your name. In order to avoid causing misunderstanding, one had to temporarily hold him down. So, Xie Jingxing asked. It is the eldest young master of the Count of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng. The guard said. Shen Miao's head suddenly went up. At this moment in the front hall of Prince Rui residence, there was a young man that was tied up, and his body was tied up as though it was like a scorpion, and there was a piece of rag in his mouth as he glared angrily at the guards by the side and still struggled in vain. That person was Su Mingfeng. Su Mingfeng had instructed people to monitor the residence of Prince Rui for a long time and also monitor the Shen mansion and princess residence. However, the longer the monitoring went, the deeper the suspicion was in Su Mingfeng's heart. He suspected that Prince Rui was that dead Xie Jingxing, and even though this kind of conjecture was outrageous and ridiculous, as time went by, not only did the thought not disappear, it became even more profound. Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao had some relations, and now Shen Miao was bestowed marriage to Prince Rui. If Xie Jingxing was Prince Rui, then everything could be explained. Su Mingfeng had an attachment to Xie Jingxing's matter that could not be understood by others. After all, this was a childhood playmate that he grew up with. He had learned a lot of things from Xie Jingxing, and the importance of Xie Jingxing could be said that he impacted his entire life. No matter if Xie Jingxing was or was not Prince Rui, Su Mingfeng had to personally investigate. He wanted to sneak into the residence of Prince Rui and take a look at Prince Rui when he took off his mask. At that time, the truth would be out. This was an insane move, but Su Mingfeng felt that there was an undeniable reason. He was not that stupid that he went in directly himself, but instructed his people to make a declaration in the east and strike to the west. After the guards in front were distracted, he would take advantage of the chaos and sneak in. However, Su Mingfeng did not expect that the guards of the Prince Rui residence were so proficient and caught him in a short time. He was dispirited, but there was more disappointment. At this time, Su Mingfeng thought that since he had been caught, as long as he did not admit to it, nothing could be done. Thus he struggled desperately and even announced his family, hoping that it would attract that Prince Rui's attention. Just as he was thinking, a bearded man who was clad like a guard walked in from outside and stopped in front of him. Su Mingfeng's heart could not help but tighten. The bearded man gave a look to the surrounding people, and someone came over to untie him and took off the rag in his mouth. Master wants to see you. Come with me. Su Mingfeng followed the big bearded guard in, and along the way, the servants of the residence of Prince Rui all looked at him with critical gazes, making Su Mingfeng feel uncomfortable all around. But thinking about it, there was no turning back on this matter. Since he had already offended Prince Rui, if it was not true, he could just return with a big apology. No matter what, Prince Rui had to give some face to officials' family since this was the territory of Mingqi. Now Su Mingfeng started to be apprehensive again. Prince Rui did not even put Emperor Wenwei in his eyes, so how would he put a lowly young master of the Su family in his eyes? Moreover, the Su family was no longer in officialdom, so to Emperor Wenwei, the residents of the Count of Pingnan had no value at all. Thus, if something really happened, Emperor Wenwei would not offend Prince Rui because of them. It was fortunate that there was a second young master, Su Minglang, in the Su family. If something really happened to him, there would still be descendants in the Su family. But if Prince Rui took his anger out on the Su family, how would the entire residence end up in? On the way, Su Mingfeng let his imagination run wild, and his back gradually broke into cold sweat that he was not aware where the big bearded guard had brought him to until when the big bearded reminded, Gentleman Su, you have arrived. Su Mingfeng then quickly recovered to his senses. This was the inner courtyard of the residence of Prince Rui, and there was a pond in the courtyard. In the winter night, the wind that blew from the pond to oneself was really very cold. There was a lantern that was hanged from the tree branch that allows one to see that there was a stone table in the garden. Two people were sitting in front of the stone table, seemingly a male and female, looking rather realistic. Su Mingfeng looked at the bearded man unconsciously, and the bearded man said, His Highness is waiting in front. This one will withdraw first. Finishing, he did not wait for Su Mingfeng's reply and turned around to leave. Su Mingfeng looked at that big bearded man's back and was thinking that the guards of the residence of Prince Rui were so arrogant. It was no wonder then Prince Rui had that kind of conduct. What kind of master would have what kind of servants? His subordinates would follow the example of their superiors. Prince Rui was not respectful to Emperor Wenwei. The guards of the residence of Prince Rui were not respectful to guests. Thinking about it, the only unbridled person in Ding capital was only the previous little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Upon walking nearer, one only then discovered that there was a white furry animal that was crouching under the table. At the beginning, when Su Mingfeng saw its shape, he had thought that it was just a cat, but when that cat-like thing heard his movements, it turned its head over and cried, revealing its white sharp teeth. It was actually a tiger. Su Mingfeng thought that even though it was a small tiger, the residents of Prince Rui actually raised a tiger in their house. This Prince Rui was indeed very unique. As he thought, he felt that Prince Rui and Xie Jingxing were not very similar. As Su Mingfeng walked to the front of the stone table, Prince Rui's back was facing him, thus Su Mingfeng saw the female that was sitting first. That female's brows were clear and appearance was graceful and dignified. As the familiar eyes looked over, Su Mingfeng called out hoarsely, Young Lady Shen. It turned out to be Shen Miao. Young Lady Shen, why are you here? Su Mingfeng could not help but ask. Young Master Su is managing really too wide. The indifferent voice sounded and there seemed to be a slight annoyance in it. This Princess Wang Fei is in one's own residence, what is wrong with it? One's own residence almost made Shen Miao unable to continue to drink. He smiled and nodded towards Su Mingfeng, Gentleman Su. Su Mingfeng's gaze landed on Prince Rui's back that was facing him. He did it lazily, but his posture was unexpectedly tall. With the faint light of the lantern, one was able to see the smooth lines of the gold threads that lined his collar. Your Highness Prince Rui, Su Mingfeng said. Prince Rui did not speak. Su Mingfeng collected himself. As Shen Miao was here, he was no longer afraid. Thinking that he had almost forgotten that Shen Miao was currently considered to be Prince Rui's consort, it seemed that Shen Miao's and Prince Rui's relationship was also not bad. Thus, if Prince Rui had any intention to kill him, Shen Miao would not sit back and ignore it based on Xie Jingxing's extent. Even though it was somewhat strange to have such a thought, Su Mingfeng gathered his courage and asked, Mingfeng's visit today is about a matter to ask. Speak. The simpler Prince Rui spoke, the more Su Mingfeng felt distressed. He spoke, Your Highness Prince Rui is very similar to one of Mingfeng's old friend, but that old friend had been missing for many years. Mingfeng is to be so bold as to, his heart shook, Mingfeng is to be so bold as to request Your Highness to take off the mask and let Mingfeng resolve the doubt in one's heart. After saying these words, Su Mingfeng lowered his head and waiting apprehensively for the other party's answer. After some silence, some sound was heard even though it was like usual somewhat faint, as if it was Carla's voice but each word weighed more than 1,000 jin in Su Mingfeng's ears. Prince Rui asked, the old friend that you spoke of, is he called Xie Jingxing? Su Mingfeng's heart moved and there seemed to be a rush of ecstasy that burst out of it but in a blink of an eye he forced himself to calm down. Prince Rui had stayed in Mingqi for a few months and Xie Jingxing's reputation here was not small and was considered a heroic figure in Mingqi. Since he was Xie Jingxing childhood friends, perhaps someone had said this matter to Prince Rui. He said, exactly so. Xie Jingxing is dead. One was unable to hear any anger or joy in Prince Rui's voice. You said he had disappeared. The world had said that he died in the battlefield with Northern Zhong and I have personally seen the corpse. Su Mingfeng laughed bitterly, but I am unwilling to believe it. Now with your highness's appearance, even though Su Mingfeng knows that this condition was very unreasonable, but there are some things in this world that one have to do one's best to accomplish. Su Mingfeng has nothing to hide towards Prince Rui. From Prince Rui's looks, Su Mingfeng felt that he was not one that will pester endlessly and was somewhat reasonable. Perhaps he would feel something in these words and would be particularly broad-minded to it. The white tiger on the floor whimpered as Prince Rui stood up from the stone bench. He turned around and the mask gave out a cool dark glow in the wind. Su Mingfeng only then discovered that Prince Rui was half a head taller than him when he stood up. Xie Jingxing was also taller than him by half a head. At that time that youth was hard-bent on comparing heights and because Su Mingfeng was half a head shorter, he had pled with Su Furen to give him half bowl of rice more every day, hoping he could exceed Xie Jingxing. At that time Xie Jingxing said rather despicably, you want to become a second Su Minglang. As time passed, it seemed that everything was not changed but the blue sea had turned into mulberry fields and it was a thing of the past. Shen Miao was about to speak when Prince Rui said, you want to look at this prince's face. Su Mingfeng nodded his head. Prince Rui reached his hands out to the mask that was covering his face and took it off slowly. The curved eyebrows, tender peach blossom's eyes, bravely shaped nose and lips that had the lazy smile, just like yesterday. There was a slight change in appearance that made that beautiful but mischievous youth become this familiar, sinister and handsome young man in front of him. But it was still him. Xie Jingxing grinned said somewhat despising, see until one becomes a fool. Su Mingfeng felt his eyes suddenly became somewhat sour and he stepped forward before hitting Xie Jingxing's shoulder with his fist, just like they did normally. He scolded, brat, keep on deceiving everyone and even me. Really don't have any sense of brotherhood. Shen Miao could not hide the astonishment she felt in her heart. She did not think that Xie Jingxing would remove his mask that easily in front of Su Mingfeng and admit to his identity. Just like how he did in front of Princess Rongxin. Even if they were good friends or family, when one saw the sudden identity change, there might not necessarily be forgiveness. The more precious the relationship was, the more one should not put it to test because the results of it would not be something that one could handle. For oneself, it was a profound torture that would never be obliterated. If it was Shen Miao herself, perhaps she would not be that outright. After all, she dared not and do not have the courage to accept an unknown result. This point was something that she would always be inferior to Xie Jingxing. He was very clear about what he wanted or did not want and even forces himself to a situation that he would not have any chance to hesitate at all. You, how did you becoming Prince Rui? Su Mingfeng patted his chest. Just now I was still thinking that if Prince Rui had the intention to kill me, I can only die here today. He said, now one's life is saved. There was an unstoppable excitement in his voice. Xie Jingxing stared at him, you have gotten stupider after not seeing for 2 years. Su Mingfeng waved his hands, I know that you are not dead. A bad person will live 1,000 years. For a person like you will live 8,000 years. He then sighed, if it was not for Princess Rongxing who looked for me that day and me seeing young lady Shen's tiger head bracelet, one feared that one would be kept in the dark. Did you plan not to see me? He said in anger and sulky that he was not trusted. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders, exactly so. Su Mingfeng was furious but in the past he was often bullied by Xie Jingxing so he was not angry at this moment and was only somewhat doubtful. It seemed that young lady Shen has long knew of your identity. He laughed and looked at Shen Miao, speaking meaningfully, at the beginning I had felt that something was fishy. Now it seemed that you have gotten what you have wished. You really hid it well. Shen Miao. What are you trying to say? Xie Jingxing spoke impatiently, your Saozi and me still have things to talk about. Shen Miao and Su Mingfeng were shocked by the word Saozi at the same time. Su Mingfeng took a look at Shen Miao, since you are still alive, why did you not say a word to me for these 2 years? Moreover it seemed that Princess Rongxin is doubtful of your identity. Why did you not take the initiative to speak to her? And your father? Su Mingfeng. Xie Jingxing interrupted his words, I am Prince Rui of Great Liang. The courtyard became silent. A slight sigh appeared in Shen Miao's heart. One had to take this step at the end. Xie Jingxing's identity was destined for him not to have anyone standing by his side in Ding capital. No matter who was it, when they knew of Xie Jingxing's true identity, they would always think of treason. No matter if it was the truth or predicament, no one cared. They only cared about the result and deception. Princess Rongxing doted Xie Jingxing like a real son but at the end could not avoid the thought of guarding against him and deception. Naturally Su Mingfeng would be ecstatic in the short period upon seeing his old friend alive but at the end he would still walk to the moment of truth. That was the most exposed, cruelest and painful time for a person. Su Mingfeng looked at Xie Jingxing and asked in puzzled, what are you talking about? Yes, you are now Prince Rui. Was it that something happened in the Northern Zhong battlefield that you had no choice but to use an interim stratagem? The identity of Prince Rui is indeed noble and it is not a good idea to have it for long. You have too. I am Prince Rui of Great Liang. Xie Jingxing said. The long-winded voice stopped abruptly. The wind swirled up the leaves in the courtyard and the white tiger had already huddled back to its shack where it was set up. In the night where there was no moon or stars, only the lanterns emitted a faint light. Su Mingfeng's gaze was double and he asked hesitatingly, what is the meaning of this? My true identity is Prince Rui of Great Liang, not the son of the Marquis of Linen, Xie Ding. Xie Jingxing said faintly, it is not an interim stratagem. This is not possible. Su Mingfeng blurted out, we have known each other for more than 10 years and spent our youth together. Why do I not know? The heir of the Xie family died upon birth. The real heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linen is already dead. Xie Jingxing said, it is not me. Su Mingfeng looked at Xie Jingxing in a daze. As his words were somewhat confusing and he was also unclear about some matters, he asked, you meant that from the beginning you are not the son of the Marquis of Linen and someone substituted a raccoon for the crown prince and brought you in. You grew up in Din capital but you are not a Mingqi citizen. You are Great Liang citizen and the younger blood brother of Emperor Yongle of Great Liang. How could this be possible? This is just impossible. When he was talking, he saw clearly Xie Jingxing's expression and he suddenly stopped. On that familiar and handsome face, there was only the expression of indifference. Su Mingfeng understood Xie Jingxing. When Xie Jingxing was talking about serious matters, he did not like to repeat and when he was impatient, it would often be this expression. What he said was the truth. Su Mingfeng could not tell what his heart was feeling at this moment, as if it was blocked by a mass of cotton. Just now he felt the joy of seeing one's old friend was gone and what remained was emptiness and some inexplicable anger. He asked, when did you know about your identity? From when one remembered things. Xie Jingxing replied. Su Mingfeng took 2 steps back. When one remembered things, he asked, you have long knew that you were from Great Liang. Xie Jingxing did not express an opinion. Shen Miao lamented in her heart. Why did Xie Jingxing need to be dishonest? In fact, the more he said so, the more Su Mingfeng would feel deceived and sometimes it would be easier to him and acceptable for other when he said some lies. However, Shen Miao asked herself, if it was her, one feared that she would also be as honest as Xie Jingxing. There was really no need to deceive the people one was closest to. Sure enough, as Shen Miao expected, after Su Mingfeng heard Xie Jingxing's reply, his expression became extremely complicated. After the surprise, horror and suspicion, there was a deeply betrayed expression on his face. He coldly laughed and asked, oh, then why are you back now? Could it be that you are unable to take that Mingqi is better than your Great Liang or you have ambitious intentions to step your phone here? His words were harsh that even Shen Miao could not help but cast a sidelong glance. However, she knew in her heart that from an outsider point of view, which was the clearest, for Su Mingfeng to know this much secrets, he would not be able to accept it and it was very easy to hurt the people that were closest to them. So what of it? Xie Jingxing said in a low anger and not only did he not smoothen Su Mingfeng's ruffled feathers, he actually calmly admitted it. Shen Miao wanted to speak but after thinking about it, she gave out. It was not gentlemanly to speak when watching a chess game so she would take it as though one was watching a show today. Indeed Su Mingfeng got even angrier. He yelled at Xie Jingxing, I finally know what is a rebellious thief is and what a white-eyed wolf is. I thought that you were not close to the Marquis of Linen since young because of Princess Yu Qing's matter but now it seems that you clearly knew that you were not related to them as the son of the Marquis of Linen but enjoyed everything that the residents of the Marquis of Linen had to offer, that even the 2 Shu sons of the residents of Linen was not as good as you. You kept on saying that Princess Rongshan is your family but you deceived her and made her suffer in pain upon your news of death. You treated me as your brother but concealed your identity for so many years. One feared that there was a reason to have a good relationship with me. You don't like Mingqi and Ding capital but that it after all the place that raised you. Birth is not as significant as raising one up. You have enjoyed everything that Mingqi gave you but because still took drastic measures and be your Prince Rui of Great Liang. Your Great Liang is a rich nation with strong people and even has a strong military. You have abandoned everything in Mingqi for wealth. Xie Jingxing, you have no feelings or sense of justice, not worthy to be one's son and do not deserve to be a brother even more. Go back to your Great Liang. Enough. Shen Miao stood up and interrupted Su Mingfeng's words. Su Mingfeng's words were just too hurtful. She turned to look at Xie Jingxing and won the face that was no longer covered with a mask. Xie Jingxing's expression was unobstructed. There was no anger, smile but his expression was bland as he looked at Su Mingfeng calmly. It was as if the person that Su Mingfeng was speaking about was not him and as if he did not care about what Su Mingfeng said. Suddenly in Shen Miao's heart, there were a few waves. She looked towards Su Mingfeng but there was a mocking smile on her face. Oh. Gentleman Su looked devoted to righteousness that inspires reverence and could not wait to come over and uphold justice. Unfortunately the white-eyed wolf that you call others, to me, you are also one. Xie Jingxing was stunned. Su Mingfeng became angry with Shen Miao too. What did you say? You are a white-eyed wolf. When Shen Miao was fighting with Mei Furen in the inner palace in her past lifetime, naturally she would have to be involved in war of words every day. When it came to mocking people, even though it was not outstanding, she had learned a lot of things from Mei Furen. She smiled gently and looked dignified and composed. The more she was like it, the more Su Mingfeng's rudeness was brought out. Her voice was soft and gentle, like drizzling rain, but each word and sentence were merciless. Before pointing the blame to other, it is best to first take a look at oneself. Gentleman Su thinks that Prince Rui is a white-eyed wolf and felt that Prince Rui had made use of you. I would like to ask Gentleman Su that in the residence of the Count of Pingnan, from young, how much did Xie Jingxing help you? From you entered officialdom, you did not know how to socialize, it was Xie Jingxing who forked out money to arrange matters. When you wanted to learn martial arts, it was Xie Jingxing who helped you to seek a master. When the emperor wanted to suppress the residence of the Count of Pingnan, it was he who was by your side reminding you and persuaded the Count of Pingnan to quickly retreat from the torrent. If this was not the case, do you think that there is still a residence of the Count of Pingnan in today's Mingqi? One feared that the grass on the gravestone would be one Zhonghai. You spoke of Xie Jingxing making use of you, using your relationship to plot against the entire Ding capital but when one mention of Su Mingfeng, who would not know that you are Xie Jingxing's childhood friend? From young, your health was weak but there was no one who dared to bully you. Do you think that it was based on the reputation of your residence of the Count of Pingnan or because you have a close childhood friend in Ding capital that no one dared to provoke? The matters of the world is just this simple. Gentleman Su might fight that the words I speak are not nice to listen but since childhood, how many roads had Xie Jingxing helped you delay? How much help was given to your Su family? If this is the so-called making use then I also helped that someone would make use of me. Gentleman Su, do you not say that? She had a smiling expression but the words said were like raindrops drumming ceaselessly on the banana leaves and each answer had a slight chill to it, gotten the benefits from others but turning around and giving a slap before saying and blaming others. If this is not a white-eyed wolf then what is? Gentleman Su, can I also not say that you do not have no feelings or sense of justice and is not worthy to be brothers? To blame the person for giving you your current enjoyments, is it shameful or not? Su Mingfeng was not one who knew how to fight a battle of words with females and moreover Shen Miao's words were all of ridicule but the truth that it made his complexion turn to purple red. In extreme anger and with Shen Miao's words, a roll of pictures floated up in his mind. In all fairness, Xie Jingxing treated him indeed very good. If it was not good, Su Mingfeng would not have thought about it for so many years. Xie Jingxing was arrogant, rude, unruly and did whatever he wanted to do, as if nothing could restrain him. Even though he said he was without feelings, but with regards to Su Mingfeng's matters, he would always help. For example, when someone bullied Su Mingfeng when he was young, Xie Jingxing did not say another word and beat the other person up. Even if the person was a child of the imperial family, there was no hesitation in the beating until the people around finally dared not bully Su Mingfeng. It was just that even though Xie Jingxing did so much, he would never come to claim merits or even mentioning it and often had a bad attitude towards it. As time passed, people would remember his bad points and his good points was gradually forgotten. After Shen Miao said all of that, her heart was extremely carefree. She did not know why but when she saw Su Mingfeng accusing Xie Jingxing, she felt the scene was very piercing to her eyes. Now that she had finished speaking, even though she was somewhat blushing, she did not regret it. Shen Miao thought that there was definitely no such thing of Xie Jingxing having thoughts of making use of Su Mingfeng. Otherwise in the past lifetime when the Su family was sentenced by Emperor Wen Wei for the entire clan to be beheaded, no one collected the corpse of Su Yu and sons. Everyone was afraid of Emperor Wen Hui's anger and suspicion but only Xie Jingxing stood up and buried them. The Xie Jingxing at that time was already burdened with the death of Xie Ding in battle and the residence of the Marquis of Linen was in jeopardy. He himself also used his life to lead into a dangerous battle. Fu Ming's evaluation of Xie Jingxing was loyal to brothers, being a true hero and follow his heart. A child's eyes would see the realest of things. Shen Miao had thought that Fu Ming's words were just the case. She however did not realize when she was speaking. After Xie Jingxing was slightly surprised, his gaze fell onto her and there was a delighted expression. Su Mingfeng looked at Xie Jingxing and did not speak. His feelings were complicated and sad. His good friend was not dead and still alive and this was something that could make one happy. However one did not know why but currently he was not happy at all. Xie Jingxing glanced at him. I do not owe you all anything. If one were to calculate the debt, one had long paid back. Xie Jingxing said, the residence of the Marquis of Linen is a tall tree that attracts the wind, thus the emperor had the intention to suppress it. There are tens of thousands of soldiers in the Xie family army under the Marquis of Linen. If there was love between father and son, coupled with the son continuing the father's mantle, the emperor would not be able to sleep peacefully. The nearer one walk, the faster one dies. I still want to live a few more years so one protect the Marquis residence first for the Marquis of Linen. The gratitude for parenting has been exchanged for a safety of the Marquis residence, is it not worth it? Xie Jingxing raised his lips and asked. Su Mingfeng was speechless at the questioning. If I do not do that then Xie Ding, who was originally a sore eye of the emperor, would one day die and the residence of the Marquis of Linen would be charged with an unwarranted charge and would fall. Even though now the sons had died and there was no decedents, at least the residence of the Marquis of Linen was still around and the emperor let go of the Marquis of Linen. When one mentioned about the residence of the Marquis of Linen, it is still a clean and clear family. Xie Jingxing smiled mockingly. One had the mother and son sentiment with Princess Yu Qing by name and because of this little relations, what one could do is to preserve the dignity of the Marquis and residence of the Marquis of Linen. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing's handsome profile. He said it carelessly, as if all these things were not important at all but in all those years, all those unspoken words were only placed in his heart. Xie Jingxing was a candid person but he was the least honest person. He candidly stated the genuine facts and truthful process but he was dishonest to his own heart. He did not mention the grievances he had suffered or the worries that he carried. In everyone's eyes, he played with life and trifled without respect, as if nothing in the world could stump him. However when he was arranging all these matters, in order to preserve the clean name of the Marquis residence, he was forced to bear the reputation of rebellious, impudent and no regards for one's elders. Su Mingfeng was dumbfounded when he heard it. Being in Great Liang is not as simple as being noble and wealthy like you think. He looked at the icicle on the tree and said heedlessly, if it was you, you would have cried and returned to look for your mother in a day. Su Mingfeng's throat was stuck when he heard those words. There are no completely uncalled benefits in the world. Whatever that was gained had to be fought for. Su Mingfeng, your days are comfortable but you cannot look at me with the perspective of comfort. I have experienced much more than you had. He sighed softly but there was still a smile on his face. That pair of peach blossoms' eyes were slightly curved and the eyelashes were hanging in a nice arc. From this angle, his brows were gentle and beautiful like it was a spirit that walked out from a painting but in those pair of eyes, there was no smile at all. It was as cold as winter. The most important point is that there is no nurturing but only expungement from Mingqi to me. He said. Su Mingfeng left staggeringly. When he left, he seemed to have experienced a tremendous change that his soul was somewhat lost. Shen Miao initially wanted to say a few words to Xie Jingxing but Xie Jingxing had returned to his indifferent appearance and smiled as he urged her to return to the residence to rest, unwilling to mention about the matter. Shen Miao was helpless and could only go along with what he wanted to do. Some people like to share their painful experiences to win the sympathy of others. However one would not be willing to share with others the thing that made one really upset is every time when one remembered about it, it would be stabbing oneself with a knife. For Xie Jingxing type of person, most likely he was not willing to reveal his weaknesses to others so in the eyes of others, he was very strong and nothing was impossible for him. However Shen Miao heard something from his words, the most important point is that there is no nurturing but only expungement from Mingqi to me. Even upon returning to the Shen mansion, Shen Miao was still thinking about this matter. What was the meaning that there was only expungement from Mingqi to Xie Jingxing? What floated in Shen Miao's mind was the events of the last lifetime. In the last lifetime the residence of the Marquis of Linen still fell at the end. Xie Ding and Xie Jingxing both died in the battlefield and the remaining brothers, Xie Chongqiao and Xie Chongwu were promoted as officials and Madame Feng also rose as a result. How in this lifetime, even though the three sons of the Xie family were gone, Xie Ding was still alive. As long as Xie Ding was still there, the residence of the Marquis of Linen was not considered fallen. If Xie Ding had the intention to remarry, there was a possibility to have another son at this age. Even though it would look rather miserable, but comparing to the previous lifetime, it was already much better. The difference between the last lifetime and the current one seemed to have started 2 years ago. In the previous lifetime, Xie Jingxing did not set off to Northern Zhong but only did so in a few years' time and with time being shifted earlier, it had led to some changes. Just what exactly caused Xie Jingxing to make this decision? Because of her, Shen Miao was deep in thoughts. But what did Mingqi do to push it? In the last lifetime when Shen Miao knew of the Xie family's matter, she would sigh. She had initially suspected if the Imperial family was involved in the matter but did not delve deeper into matters. Be it be relations or reasoning, other than the father and son of the Xie family being as scoundrels, they were nothing but loyal to Mingqi. If it was just because of being wary of their meritorious achievements that they were obliterated, then the Imperial family was just too ruthless and unfeeling. At this moment, a conjecture appeared in her mind. Assuming the Imperial family had already pointed the head of the arrow towards the residence of the Marquis of Linen, then the death of the father and son of the Xie family in the battlefield would be the ending that the Imperial family planned for the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Then because Xie Jingxing took the initiative to request for the expedition in advance, the Imperial family's plans were brought forward. The Imperial family had its wish fulfilled and made Xie Jingxing die in the battlefield but at this time Xie Ding was still alive. Not only that, Xie Ding still had 2 sons but the ambitions of the residence of the Marquis of Linen that Imperial family felt had not yet disappeared. Fortunately Xie Ding was unable to recover after Xie Jingxing's death and thus there was no rush to carry out the plan. 2 years later, the Shu sons of the Xie family die in an accident and since then Xie Ding had no possibility of changing his fortune, thus even if he was remained, there would not be any problems. The Imperial family then changed their previous plans and even took the initiative to placate, to show kindness and compassion to the officials. 180 to 185. If one said that Xie Jingxing had anticipated everything that happened in the future, then the decision to go for the expedition 2 years ago was not a rash action. Just like what he told Su Mingfeng, it was the only way to protect the residence of the Marquis of Linen. However all these were Shen Miao's thoughts and no one would know what the truth was. As she was thinking about it, she felt that it was better to find an opportunity to ask Xie Jingxing about it. In the past life she did not delve deep into it but in this lifetime, she was just too curious about it. On this night, Shen Miao kept on thinking carefully over it, Su Mingfeng endured the suffering and naturally there were still others that had no mood to sleep. In the residence of Prince Ding, it was brightly lit the entire night. Fu Shuyi sat on the highest position and looked at the subordinate that came to report before slowly asking, Su Mingfeng went to the residence of Prince Rui. The subordinate said, exactly so. After exiting, the heir of the Count of Ping Nan seemed to have suffered in provocation and had a preoccupied appearance. Fu Shuyi waved his hands and the subordinate withdraw. The aide by his side came up to ask, for the heir of the Count of Pingnan to go to the residence of Prince Rui in the middle of the night, could it be that there are some secret relations with Prince Rui? The residence of the Count of Pingnan is no longer in the officialdom circle, so even if Prince Rui wanted to find someone to cooperate with, he would not look for him. Fu Shuyi's gaze turned cold. The Su family was originally a very good chess piece, and if it was not Su Mingfeng who suddenly became seriously ill and the Su family gradually withdrew from officialdom, one would not be at this step. However, he continued, it is really fortunate for the Su family to escape from misfortune. The aide said, speaking of which, initially when the heir of the Count of Pingnan was sick, it was really very strange. Because the heir of the Count of Pingnan was sick, the Count resigned from his post and gradually retired that there was almost no news from the Minding capital. Fu Shuyi laughed, could it be that you really thought that Su Mingfeng was really sick? May your highness enlighten this one. Su Mingfeng and Xie Jingxing, of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, heir best friends. Fu Shuyi said, it is indeed strange that the Su family would suddenly withdraw from officialdom. Especially Su Mingfeng, at that time it was when he was flourishing but suddenly he got seriously sick and no longer strove and directly resigned. It was said that he would not live past a few years, but see, 2 years had passed and Su Mingfeng is living well in the residence of the Count of Pingnan. This is obviously that he had wisened up for the sake of personal survival and quickly retreated like rapids. Naturally there was someone who reminded them. The residence of the Count of Pingnan and the residence of the Marquis of Linen always had good relations. Other than having one's good friend reminding, other people would most likely be unwilling to meddle with others' business. But, the aide unconvincing asked, there is still the Marquis of Linen, Xie Ding, in the residence of the Marquis of Linen, so why the one that warned them is Xie Jingxing and not Xie Ding? It is difficult for Xie Ding to save himself. Fu Shuyi took a sip of tea. Xie Ding is proud and arrogant and would often be impudent in front of Imperial Father due to the military power he held. Imperial Father had long had the intention to remove it. If Xie Ding was a little smarter, he would have exercised restraint, but take a look, has he ever exercised restraint in Ding capital? It is Xie Jingxing that one cannot underestimate. Fu Shuyi said as he squinted his eyes. Didn't Xie Jingxing also acted arrogantly and unbridled? The aide said, when anyone in Ding capital mentioned about Xie Jingxing, everyone would know that he was a stubborn and daring person. Yes, but don't forget one point. Fu Shuyi replied, from the beginning, he did not enter officialdom. Everyone said that it was because of Xie Ding that Xie Jingxing did not enter officialdom and deliberately delayed his purpose in life, but I did not think so. During the chrysanthemum banquet, when Xie Jingxing dealt with his 2 younger brothers, he had exhibited martial arts skills that mad one admire from the heart. He is a worldly talent but was not willing to display it. What is this called? This is concealing oneself. How many years Xie Ding have lived? And how many years Xie Jingxing live? Xie Ding had lived for so many years but was still blinded by the residence of the Marquis of Linan's riches and glory, but even though Xie Jingxing was at such a young age, he was able to judge and size up the situation. Xie Jingxing is the scariest person in the residence of the Marquis of Linan. So the person who warned the Su family was not Xie Ding but Xie Jingxing and only Xie Jingxing. The aide looked towards Fu Shuyi. Is your highness viewing Xie Jingxing too highly? Even if Xie Jingxing reminded the Su family, it cannot prove anything. What cannot be proven? Fu Shuyi looked at him and asked, how about adding the Xie family army? Xie family army. The aide was puzzled and immediately thought of something before looking at Fu Shuyi in shock. Your highness means. In short, the scariest in the residence of the Marquis of Linan is not Xie Ding but Xie Jingxing. Fu Shuyi said, when this person is young of age, he already had the ambition and brains, so if he was given power, the Ding capital would only be up in chaos. With him around, one would not be able to swallow down the residence of the Marquis of Linan. Fortunately Xie Jingxing is already dead. After the aide heard Fu Shuyi's words, he sighed in relief. The current residence of the Marquis of Linan can no longer make any waves. Correct. Fu Shuyi said, towards a dangerous enemy, one must always kill when it had not fully grown yet. But, he changed the topic. I am now curious as to why did Su Mingfeng mix with Prince Rui? Not only that, the aide continued his words, Princess Rongxin seemed to be investigating Prince Rui. Su Mingfeng's people were also monitoring the Shen mansion, seemingly monitoring the every movement of the 5th Shen young lady. Princess Rongxin is also like so. Su Mingfeng, Prince Rui, Princess Rongxin and Shen Miao. Fu Shuyi said, there must be some special relationship between these people. Especially between Shen Miao and Prince Rui now that they were bestowed marriage by Imperial Father. I am understands Imperial Father's temperament very clearly and he is one that would not hand things that one have claims over. The Shen family is already an object in Imperial Father's back and Imperial Father will not give this advantage to outsiders, so how would one bestow her to Prince Rui to be a prince consort unfathomably? From this view, this is an uneconomical transaction for Mingqi. Your highness means. The aide muttered to himself irresolutely. This marriage is requested on the initiative of the side of Prince Rui. Not only that, Prince Rui must have used some method to force Imperial Father to make this decision. Fu Shuyi suddenly smiled strangely, don't you find it strange? Previously I suspected that there was an unusual relationship between Prince Rui and Shen Miao but felt that Prince Rui is not one who would change the world plans for a female. However, from the current situation it seemed that I am wrong as Prince Rui have real feelings for Shen Miao. Thus he would rack his brains to obtain an imperial decree. In this world there is no matter that will happen without reason. Su Mingfeng and Princess Rongxing had never left Ding capital for an entire life, so it is not possible for them to know Prince Rui. However, their attitude towards Prince Rui seemed to be as if they were familiar with him. Moreover, Prince Rui and Shen Miao only encountered a few times, so how would he take such a step for her? Could it be that Prince Rui had come to Mingqi before? The aide was shocked. Your highness mean that Prince Rui previously came to Ding capital and met them and had some relationship with them. It is naturally not possible to come over brazenly. Fu Shuyi smiled. Perhaps we have been deceived from the beginning, or that Prince Rui had been living in Ding capital as a citizen of Mingqi from the beginning. Otherwise why would he need to wear a mask? One heard that everyone in the imperial family of Great Liang was shockingly beautiful, so why does Prince Rui not dare to show his true face? I think that he has a face that we will definitely recognize. The aide was silent, as if this news had shocked him so much that he could not say a single word. Fu Shuyi smiled, but all these are just my own guesses and it is not accurate now. It is all right as I have sent people to continue monitoring. It is just that now one look forward even more to Prince Rui's secret. He paused for a while before suddenly remembering and asked, how is Pei Lang doing? The aide was startled and recalled for a bit, still refuses to loosen his mouth. Fu Shuyi smiled, continue. Just don't let him die. He then said, the people that the Shen family found all have really hard bones. One really envious. The aide heard it and his entire body felt a chill, but he dared not say anything and only respectfully withdraw. The Shen family finally accepted the fact that Shen Miao would be marrying to Prince Rui, and since the marriage had been settled, the request of marriage was sent and the list of betrothal gifts had been prepared, so the female side had to show their attention to this marriage. Even though Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan did not agree for Shen Miao to marry Prince Rui, if they did not prepare well, other people would feel that they did not value Shen Miao. Even with his last breath, Shen Xin would not be willing to let others look down at his daughter. It was just that the list of betrothal gifts that Prince Rui had sent over was just too shocking that preparing the dowry had become a problem. Originally Shen and Luo Shuiyan both had military lineage, and due to the military merits in the early years, they had received many rewards. Both of them were not in Ding capital for most of the year, thus other than the portion that was given to old Shen Fern in the public fund, they did not touch the rest. There were only 2 children in the residence, and Shen and Luo Shuiyan was not biased to any, dividing everything to half. This was in fact considered very broad-minded. However, in the 2 years in Shaochun City, they had invested a lot of money into the Luo family army, and thus the Shen family's wealth was not as substantial as before. But everything was blamed on the list of betrothal gifts that Prince Rui sent. Even when the Shen family was in their heyday, it would also be difficult to carry it on their backs. Previously Shen Chu still felt that Prince Rui was bragging, as this list of betrothal gifts was enough to marry 10 high-ranking noble families' daughters. It might be that Prince Rui was joking with the Shen family, but on the second day, Tai Yi moved 2 chests of gold geese by the orders of Prince Rui, almost scaring Shen Chu to stumble. That was something that even the Empress Dowager would treasure, but Prince Rui gifted as a good omen and just place it in a random box to send it over. After that, everyone believed that Great Liang was really rich and Prince Rui was really squandering money like dirt. This list of betrothal gifts was not a joke, and Shen Miao's dowry had become a big problem. Shen Chu took the initiative to give Shen Miao his portion of the money that was left to him to marry a wife, and said, one cannot be short-sighted. How could one let younger sister's dowry be lesser than half of what Prince Rui's list of betrothal gifts? If one reached Great Liang, others would look down. Our Shen family's young lady is the best, and Prince Rui gifting such betrothal gifts, whereas our dowry is so little, one does not know if he would look down. One cannot be muddle-headed. The very most one can pawn the antiques in my room. Even though we are poor, we cannot lose face. Shen seemed to be taking it into consideration. Shen Miao. The Shen family was in any case considered one of the richest family in Ding capital, but why from Shen Chu's mouth? It seemed that it was very improvised, and one had to pawn the things in the house to make up the dowry. One did not fear that others would laugh their heads off upon hearing it. Because it was the end of the year, the big and small matters in Ding capital was much more relaxed, and Shen Miao's marriage was bestowed by Emperor Wenwei. Perhaps Emperor Wenwei knew that the Shen family had a lot of dissatisfaction about the marriage in their hearts. He specially gave Shen and Luo Shuiyan a period of leave so that they could accompany Shen Miao and only return after Shen Miao's marriage was completed. Naturally Shen and Luo Shuiyan were happy, as their minds were all focused on Shen Miao even without the emperor's approved leave. Shen Chu and Luo Ling were in the army, and upon reaching the end of the year, there would not be much work, thus these days they were in the residence, helping Luo Shuiyan on New Year's stuff or helping Shen Miao around. The entire family was in the hall chatting leisurely, with the freshly made snacks by the chef and the charcoal burning brightly. Luo Tan smiled towards Shen Miao, youngest Biao's sister. Once the year is over, you will be married off. Even though it is not possible to embroider one's wedding dress now, you still have to prepare something for yourself. You should get the embroidery maidens over to quickly measure and speed up the process to finish the dress. When the females in Mingqi were to be married, they would embroider their wedding dress. Generally when the engagement was done early, they would start to embroider a few years ahead. Those who settled their engagement later would instruct the tailor to make a wedding dress before stitching a few patterns on it, to symbolize that it was personally done. Like that, there would signify harmonious intention. The Shen family originally was not anxious about Shen Miao's marriage, as they wanted to start looking for suitable young talents after the year was over, and at that time it was just suitable for Shen Miao to start embroidering her wedding dress. Who knew that Emperor Wenwei would hand out an imperial decree, and it disrupted everything. It was impossible for Shen Miao to personally embroider a wedding dress, thus nothing could be done. Luo Shuiyan smacked her head and said worriedly, I have almost forgotten about this matter these days. Tanner is right, Zhao Zhao's wedding dress have to be prepared. I am not familiar with Ding capital's embroidery maidens, so later I will ask those closer ferns where the best clothes and jewelry can be bought. Zhao Zhao's wedding dress cannot be done sloppily. After finished speaking she looked at Shen Miao and smiled. Zhao Zhao's stature is slip and would look good in a wedding dress. When Shen Miao heard about it, what appeared in her mind was that day when Xie Jingxing pulled her into his embrace and the sentence that he said after hugging one would know. She could not help but felt that her face was a bit hot. Shen Chu asked, younger sister, why is your face so red? Should a physician be called over to take a look? Luo Ling's gaze flashed, but he kept his head down and did not speak a single word. Luo Tan was smiling and spoke to Luo Shuiyan on what kind of patterns to be embroidered on the wedding dress to make it festive, and saw a servant running in from outside. Fern, master, there is someone at the door requesting for a visit. Didn't one already said that these days guests are not welcome? Aren't the main doors closed? Shen said unpleased, why did you not refuse? He wanted to enjoy a few days of peace left and thus rejected everyone, as he did not want to see everyone who come to Shen Mansion. The servant was almost in tears. It's His Highness Prince Rui of Great Liang. Luo Tan's eyes widened and Shen Chu stood up instantly and asked murderously, what is he here for? The servant said, this lowly one did not ask. Before the last word fell, one heard a low-pitched voice that sounded from behind the servant. To gift a wedding dress. Behind the servant, a tall and straight figure emerged. The servants in the Shen Mansion might not be eye-catching, but each one of them were considered proper and upright, and after following Shen Chu for so long, they also had some traces of heroism. However, as compared to the person behind, it was like there was some dirt on their faces. The purple gold robes were swaying as his smile had some traces of laziness, but it did not repulse others and seemed to be somewhat cynical. However, the silver mask gave out a slight cold which made him look somewhat deep and unpredictable. Even if one was unable to see his appearance, the outline of his face was good to look at. In particular when one walked leisurely over, elegantly, and nobleness made one unable to turn their eyes away from the strong light. He said, Prince Rui. Even the person reporting their name was so arrogant and impudent. Shen Chu almost pulled out his sword. He slammed his hand onto the table, and the plates on the table that had snacks shook. He asked, you are Prince Rui? Prince Rui nodded his head. Why are you marrying my younger sister? What conspiracy are you plotting? Shen Chu shouted. Luo Tan's jaw almost fell out. Shen Chu's hostility towards Prince Rui was just too great. Even though everyone had such thought in their hearts, it was too rude to directly ask someone about it. Zhao Zhao is gentle, sensible, dignified and generous. I have been admiring greatly and requested the marriage earnestly. Fortunately the emperor is broad-minded and was not insulted. He slowly said with a smile. Shen Miao could not help but shiver. She was really not used to hearing Xie Jingxing using such a gentle tone to speak. One had known that at the beginning when they were not familiar, every time Xie Jingxing see her, it was all sounding her out, treating her indifferently and ridiculing. Shen and Shen Chu suddenly became furious. Prince Rui's remarks was praising Shen Miao on the surface, but also said that he had admired Shen Miao, and the more he said the worse it became. What did it mean that the emperor was broad-minded and was not insulted? Other people might not know, but they knew it clearly that it was obviously Prince Rui that forced Emperor Wenwei to pass the imperial decree. The broad-minded of the emperor was forced and not being insulted. Who was not being insulted? Shen Chu and Shen were like two cannons, and there was only a shortage of a spark before they blew up. This Prince Rui had done all the bad things, and for what reason did he come over to wag his wolf's tail? However, Luo Shuiyan's gaze softened. How a female view a male and how a male view another male were different. When a female view a male, one would look at the details. Prince Rui did not use this prince but use I when referring to Shen Miao. He did not use 5th Shen young lady but instead used Zhao Zhao. If it was just for the military power of the Shen family, Prince Rui had already achieved his goal and this was not necessary. Regardless of whether this moment was sincere or an act, it was very good that he was willing to spend the effort to it. For instance with Fu Shuyi, when Shen Miao was initially admired Fu Shuyi, at one end Fu Shuyi made Shen Miao sway but he did not stay away or reject but also did not accept and was not willing to spend effort to please. Thus the Shen family was not willing to let Shen Miao be together with Fu Shuyi. Not only because Fu Shuyi's identity would pull the Shen family into the water, it was because Fu Shuyi did not love Shen Miao at all. If one loved another, one would be willing to put in effort for her. If one was not willing to spend a little effort then what would be expected for the future? As Luo Shuiyan sized Prince Rui up, she saw that Prince Rui was willing to spend effort and it was already much better than she had though. What more was if one were to compare about appearance and temperament, it was difficult for Prince Rui to give others a bad feeling. Compared Fu Shuyi's breezy attitude and air of a prince of being sleek, smooth and evasive, Prince Rui was lazy and unbridled but one could see the true nature. For such true nature to be present from an imperial family, it was even more valuable. Luo Shuiyan hoped that the husband that Shen Miao married to, would not put a false face when interacting with Shen Miao. She said, Your Highness Prince Rui. My name is Yuan and the style name is Jingxing. Prince Rui said, Furen can call me Jingxing. Shen Miao almost choked on the tea. Luo Shuiyan was somewhat surprised as the people in the imperial family were most particular with regulations. Even between blood brothers, one would often pay attention to this and that. For people in Great Liang to be in Mingqi, it was considered to be very noble guests. Moreover, Prince Rui was the blooded younger brother of Emperor Yongla. One did not expect that he would let others call him by his styled name. Only when one's relationship was extremely close, could one let others call their styled name. Luo Shuiyan's gaze of Prince Rui softened even more as she said, Jingxing, sit down first. He then instructed Jingjie, serve the tea. Shen Chu and Shen Xin immediately looked at Luo Shuiyan in shock. They did not expect Luo Shuiyan to treat this Prince Rui this good in such a short time. When Luo Ling saw it at the side, he looked at him with some attention. Jingxing, Luo Tan suddenly said, is this not the name of Ding Capital's residence of the Marquis of Linan's heir? Shen Miao was holding the teacup but her heart was somewhat weak. Xie Jingxing's daringness could cover the entire heavens. He actually dared to say his little name here. Was it he had felt that since Su Mingfeng and Princess Rongxing had already known his true identity, there was no issues having a few more people know about it. Moreover, anything related to his identity would lead to another's suspicions and not only Xie Jingxing did not avoid it, but still bring it up outrightly. Even if one was drinking tea, Shen Miao felt that she was getting drunk. Shen Chu felt indignant in his heart and seeing that Luo Shuiyan letting Prince Rui sit down and instructed the servants to serve tea, he became unhappy and said after listening to Luo Tan's words, correct. Prince Rui must not know who the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linan is, right? Prince Rui turned his head to look at him. Oh, who is that person? He is also called Xie Jingxing and is the eldest son of the residence of the Marquis of Linan. Everyone say Southern Xie, Northern Shen. Their Xie family are like our Shen family, Mingqi's military lineage aristocratic families. Xie Jingxing is the Xie family's little marquis and he is a rarely seen young talent. Just one person and with a single stroke, he was able to flip over countless of people and one did not even mention about his civil and military skills. He also have a handsome and flawless face. He is considered a young talent that all of Mingqi respected and one would exclaim good when hearing of him. Shen Chu sighed. Unfortunately, heavens is jealous of heroic geniuses. He fell early on in the battlefield in northern Zhong. He changed the topic of conversation and looked at Prince Rui provocatively. One did not know what is your highness Prince Rui's feeling about this person of the same name. Comparing to that person with both matchless military and civil abilities, what are your chances of winning? Shen Miao. Hearing Vice Marshal Shen's words, it seemed that one admires this little Xie marquis. Prince Rui slowly asked. That is of course. Shen Chu said it so vehemently and ignored Luo Shuiyan's eye signals but saw Shen Xin's encouraging gaze and continued, he is the hero in my heart that no one can replace. Shen Miao supported her forehead. If possible, she really wanted to pretend that she did not know Shen Chu. Looking at Xie Jingxing, he must be feeling extremely rejuvenated. Shen Chu praised everything of Xie Jingxing in Prince Rui's face. For ordinary people who was compared like this, they would not look good. Even though Prince Rui wore a mask, making others unable to see his face, everyone could clearly see that the corner of his lips were slightly hooked up and his voice was warm and courteous. The most important thing was that eye expressions could not lie and in Prince Rui's eyes, there was some delight. Shen Chu spoke till his mouth was dry but not only did he not see Prince Rui's unbearable expression, he seemed to be very agreeable and said, since it is so, it is really a pity. Shen Chu was greatly dispirited but his heart was more vigilant towards this Prince Rui. Luo Shuiyan however was very satisfied. She was after all not as childish as Shen Chu and not as picky as Shen Xin, this or that was also not good. Seeing that Prince Rui was not even angry at Shen Chu's nonsense, Luo Shuiyan felt that in this short time of interacting with Prince Rui, she felt that Prince was not bad. He looked very clear and gentle and his words were not of an act. Even though there was arrogance, it made one feel good. It was said that the more mother-in-law looked at son-in-law, the more satisfied she would become. Prince Rui quickly sunned the top spot at Luo Shuiyan's side and in Luo Shuiyan's heart, he was more composed than Su Mingfeng, more straightforward than the crown prince and more magnanimous than Feng Zixian. Luo Ling was family so there was no need to mention about him. No only was Luo Shuiyan satisfied with Prince Rui, Luo Tan was also very satisfied with this Mei Fu. Her mind was filled with bizarre things and asked Prince Rui a lot of novelty things of Great Liang. This Prince Rui had no patience with Emperor Wenwei in the tribute banquet and come and leave as he wanted but with Luo Tan, he would answer all questions. Previously Luo Tan considered about Prince Rui saving Shen Miao but now felt that only Prince Rui could match up with Shen Miao. I see that Mei Fu and youngest Biao's sister are very compatible. Only Mei Fu's good nature would be able to match with youngest Biao's sister's character. When the word Mei Fu was spoken, the entire room was quiet. Prince Rui was after all a member of the Imperial family and Luo Tan's identity was not comparable. Luo Tan had a straightforward personality and did not realize what she had said. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin however were unconsciously looking at Prince Rui's reaction. The corner of Prince Rui's lips hooked up and he willingly accepted her views. Many thanks for older Biao's sister's profound affection. Older Biao's sister. Shen Chu was flustered and exasperated. Who is your older Biao's sister? Don't anyhow call. Older brother Chu, what are you talking about? Luo Tan glared at him and said with a smile, about that, I am younger than you so it is weird for you to call me older Biao's sister. It is better for you to call me younger Biao's sister. Shen Chu stared at Prince Rui angrily. This person took advantage of a good-looking face and an identity to gain likes from females and Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan fell into that person's trap. It was indeed hateful. Luo Ling saw the chaotic in front of him and felt that it was somewhat funny. However as he smiled, he thought about something and could no longer smile but looked at Shen Miao with bitterness. Just as Shen Miao was thinking of Luo Tan's words, her heart felt somewhat unfathomable. Just what kind of wrong impression did Luo Tan had on Xie Jingxing? She did not know that Xie Jingxing was mocking and ridiculing her in the beginning, and every time she encountered him, it was like one was walking on a tightrope as she was not able to grasp the other's mind at all. If Luo Tan saw that Xie Jingxing would not even change his expression when assassinating someone, one feared that she would not be able to say those words. Shen saw that Luo Shuiyan and Prince Rui was getting closer as they chatted, and his heart did not feel good. He purposely coughed twice and interrupted their conversation forcibly, asking Prince Rui, "Didn't you said that you were gifting a wedding dress? Is it now you feel that our Shen family's tea is good to drink and deliberately come over to drink?" Luo Shuiyan heard his unkind words and glared at Shen before turning over to Prince Rui and used a gentle tone that she had never used on Shen for decades. "Jingxing, today you made a special trip over to gift Zhao Zhao a wedding dress. The imperial decree came down suddenly, so I guess that Zhao Zhao do not have time to embroider her wedding dress. Fortunately, when one came to Ding capital, imperial older brother had allowed me to bring the best tailors along so that if one encounter a young lady that one fancies, one can gift her the best wedding dress under heavens when one marry her back." She smiled lightly and his pair of eyes became as gentle as spring. "The wedding dress is completed after 3 months, thus one brought it over to let Fern take a look." 3 months. Shen Miao was startled and suddenly thought of a few days back when Xie Jingxing hugged her and said that he wanted to measure clothes. Now that the wedding dress actually started to be made 3 months ago, one feared that at that time he had already gotten her measurements, so what the need for that action? Indeed, he spouted nonsense again and she actually believed him and let him take advantage of her. Shen Miao glared at him angrily and Xie Jingxing smiled gently. When Luo Shuiyan saw those little actions, her heart was even happier. Now that this marriage could not be changed, she could only turn it around to comfort herself. Who knew that when she saw Prince Rui today, she felt that he was not bad as a person and was very much relief. Now that she saw the actions of these two people, it was a fight and jest between a couple. Her daughter put on a matured and elderly air, that there was no innocence and bright personality of a young female. It was only in front of this Prince Rui that she portrayed a young female side and that Prince Rui looked like he was very fond of Shen Miao. Perhaps this marriage was predestined by heavens. In Luo Shuiyan's heart, Prince Rui's position was 1,000 more levels higher than Fu Shuyi's. Just as she was thinking, Shen Chu called out from the sides, 3 months. The imperial decree was clearly handed down recently. You are clearly lying. Could it be that you are a prophet and knew that you will be marrying younger sister 3 months ago? And how do you know of younger sister's measurement? No matter how good a wedding dress is, younger sister will not wear an unsuitable wedding dress. Shen Miao also looked at Xie Jingxing. She wanted to hear how Xie Jingxing would reply to Shen Chu's question. Xie Jingxing was indeed a master as he only said, 3 months ago one happened to see Zhao Zhao on the streets and barely caught a glimpse of a passing beauty. One was then determined to marry none other than Zhao Zhao. Imperial older brother only let me gift wedding dress to the female one fancied but had not request to gift it after marriage. Fortunately one managed to marry. Speaking, till the end, his voice was very delighted as he swept a look at Shen Chu, but it was filled with provocation. In the area of talking, Shen Chu was not an opponent of Xie Jingxing at all. These words made Xie Jingxing look good and made himself unable to carry on. As for the measurements, Xie Jingxing smiled gently. When one have the mind to find out, it would be found. He gestured for Tai Yi to step forward. Tai Yi sprinted out and after a while ran in with a large box and placed it on the table. That box was somewhat large and seemed to be made from incense wood, from which a faint scent of pear blossoms appeared, making one's heart ache. Everyone involuntarily surrounded the table, thinking that the wedding dress was most probably in it. Although Shen Miao was usually calm, her heart had some expectations. Every stitch and thread of the wedding dress in the last lifetime was embroidered by her as she was very meticulous with the marriage to Fu Shuyi. She wanted to have brightly colored decorations and gorgeous designs as a female's most beautiful moment was when a female became a bride. But Fu Shuyi was still hiding himself from others at that time and seek for simplicity and that the marriage not to be publicized. Thus she could only put away the desire to be glamorous and embroidered the wedding dress in a simple style with a plain pattern. However, one was still a female who was filled with yearning for the future and fond of affection. Thus she thought of a way to embroider lotus with dark red threads on the red outer skirt and so small peach blossoms in the muslin dress. Because the muslin dress was inside of the outerwear, others would not be able to see it. The lotus on the red skirt were sewn with red threads so normal people would not be able to see it at all. The entire clothing was still simple overall. However, in her heart, she was very proud of her little designs. She had thought that at night in the bridal chamber, when the couple were whispering sweetness, she would let Fu Shuyi guess and see if Fu Shuyi was able to guess what kind of flower designs there were on the wedding dress. Fu Shuyi would finally see the dexterous side of her and slowly fall for her. But till the end, the lamps burned bright and she waiting in the bridal chambers the entire night till the red candles dried out and her heart became icy cold due to the wait, but Fu Shuyi did not come. On the second morning, she was then informed that on the night before Fu Shuyi was drunk and spent the night in the study. She did not sleep for the entire night but had to enter the palace to greet the emperor and empress, thus making a fool of herself, embarrassing Fu Shuyi. After giving her the cold shoulder for 2 to 3 months, Fu Shuyi then touched her. That wedding dress was only the beginning of her suffering. From the grievance she took on first night after marriage, the countless of grievances began to pile up. Shen Miao had always thought that one's heart would eventually feel the warm when one treated another well. Even if one did not like another, because of all those things that were done without reciprocation, one would be moved. However, there were such a type of people that enjoys everything that others gave to them but also dislike it when others did not do well. That wedding dress, that consist of all Shen Miao's youthful hidden intentions, became forgotten at the end. The sentence that she wanted to ask, "Husband, look carefully at my wedding dress, do you discover anything?" had not been asked in her entire life. She wanted to show others the wedding dress was never seen in an entire lifetime. She was so distracted that it was only when Luo Tan's shocked exclamation pulled her out from her memories. She saw Luo Shuiyan reaching out and slowly took out the clothes from the box so that everyone could take a look. The action was extremely cautious, as if one was afraid of spoiling it. It was in a very bright red and the silk was very thin, as if the brocade had thousands of thin silk threads that were intertwined. And after being cut with the best tailor, there was not an inch more or an inch less. In the bright red fabric, there was fine and dense glittering golden light. One did not know if it was dusted with golden dust or what, but these golden glittering things were mixed in it, making the entire clothing seem to be shining. The red beautiful robes were made from high jiao brocade that was as thin as a cicada's wind and flows like red crimson clouds. Other than embroidering the red robes with gold, 12 different colors were used to embroider the dragon and phoenix design. The golden dragon was powerful and the colorful phoenix was charming. If one were to look deeper, the eyes of the dragon and phoenix were small black precious stones and the dragon scales and phoenix feathers were all made of thin slices of cat eyes that were sewn on individually. The red skirt and red pants were actually one and the colors were chaste and the width of it was wide that when a slight breeze passed, it would be like an immortal floating. One thoughts were also spent on these as there were lotus that were embroidered along the corner of the robes to represent auspicious wishes. One could not even mention about the scarf over the ceremonial robe. Filament patterns were embedded on the edges and there were hundreds of pearls that were sprinkled all over, dazzling everyone's eyes. The Z Sun Dai offspring bag, auspicious wedding bag to symbolize having lots of children, was made of gold that it could reflect evil spirits. The thing that attracted others the most was that phoenix crown. Precious jewels decorated the gold crown one round, and on the edges of the gold crown, there were 12 precious stones. Each stone was decorated by 6 pairs and each gems were separated by flowered pearls. There were 6 extended fans and each fan had 1 golden dragon, 2 precious stones, 3 flowered pearls and countless of pairs decorating. Shen Chu even inconsiderately counted and found that there were 100 precious stones on the entire phoenix crown, and the ruby that were found in the phoenix's eyes were even more valuable. Luo Shuiyan took out that heavy phoenix crown and one was unable to tell what one's heart was feeling. Even if this Prince Rui was putting up an act, it was totally beyond one's expectations. One feared that just this phoenix crown was what all the females in Mingqi dreamed of, and it was not inferior in any respect to the Empress's phoenix crown. She opened her mouth in alarm. Jingxing, is Zhao Zhao's phoenix crown somewhat not appropriate? The animal on the crown was a phoenix, and the phoenix is the king of all birds, thus only the empress or princess were allowed to wear it. Even though Shen Miao married Prince Rui and would become Rui Wangfei, she had not reached to the level of a princess. The animal on the top of the crown should be a colored pheasant instead. Prince Rui smiled. Rest assured, Furen, imperial older brother, know of this phoenix crown. In our imperial family of Great Liang, there are only as 2 brothers. Zhao Zhao married into the imperial family, she would become part of the imperial family, so she worthy to bear the phoenix. Shen looked thoughtfully at Prince Rui, and Luo Shuiyan still wanted to say something when one heard Luo Tan exclaiming, "What beautiful embroidered shoes." Luo Tan carefully took out one embroidered shoe from a wooden box and placed it on her palm. This embroidered shoe was very exquisite. It was also red color, but on the shoe there was a small phoenix embroidered on it, and because there was not much surface on the shoe, it was very difficult to embroider an entire phoenix. Moreover, there were gemstones that was embellished on the small feathers of the phoenix. The soles of the shoe had patterns, with blooming lotus blossoms that symbolizes the blooming of lotuses in every step. On the top of the shoe, there was 2 large round shark pearls of the southern seas. When Shen Miao saw it, she was slightly stunned. The shark pearl of the southern seas were very precious because the harvesters would only pick pearls from shallow waters, and it was not easy to salvage from deep sea. Only the most skillful of pearl harvesters would be able to entire to the lightly deeper area of the sea. Thus it was not easy to encounter such shark pearls like these. Shen Miao remembered that the current most favored consort Xu Xian only had one and wore it on her head to show that she was different. However, one did not know that the 2 pearls in front was casually placed on the feet. If she were to know, one did not know how furious consort Xu Xian would be. Shen was silent for a moment before spitting out a sentence slowly. "You are considerate." With such an arrangement, such a delicate wedding dress, it could be said to be unique and unmatched in the whole of Mingqi. Prince Rui need not have to take this step at all. However, he had done it, and in any cause, this would let Shen Miao be envious and not ridiculed during her wedding. Prince Rui smiled, as long as Zhao Zhao is happy. Shen Miao's heart moved. Looking at that exquisite and beautiful phoenix crown and that exquisitely dainty and ravishingly beautiful red embroidered shoes, and thinking that when such clothes were worn, it would definitely be extremely beautiful. In her past life, she had never worn such gorgeous clothes before. In the previous lifetime when she had married to Fu Shuyi, he had not done well, and dressing simple and plain became her usual habit. Afterwards, when Fu Shuyi ascended to the throne, she had become a hostage in Qin country and there was no need for any gorgeous clothing. Then later when she returned, there was an additional beautiful and intelligent Mei Furen in the palace, and it would be bringing trouble to herself if she were to compete with Mei Furen on being charming and beautiful. Even much after, as an empress, she had to wear in a dignified and elegant style and wear old and darker colors. She was obviously a young female, but compared to Mei Furen, she looked like she was much older than Mei Furen. Counting it, her youth seemed to have ended completely on that night when she married to Fu Shuyi, and what followed was suffering and her being forced to grow up quickly. Xie Jingxing was dispatched by heavens to fulfill her long-cherished wishes. Shen Miao was unable to help laughing in her heart. It was like Xie Jingxing had unknowingly helped her to make up for all her regrets. This was perhaps a type of fate in life. After the wedding dress was revealed, even the ever-picky Shen Chu had nothing to say. In all fairness, even if it was Shen Chu, he was not able to come out with such detailed, delicate and elegant wedding dress. Even though he would give all his thoughts and everything to the young lady he loved, but unable to do it. Prince Rui was able to do it because he was Prince Rui and nothing more. Shen Chu could not help but look at Shen Miao. If Shen Miao followed such a person like this and would enjoy glory, splendor, wealth and rank for an entire lifetime, and this Prince Rui's temperament was as good as his performance today, then Shen Miao's lifetime would be worth it. After chatting for a while more, Luo Shuiyan warmly invited Prince Rui to stay to eat. Prince Rui did not refuse and smiled, "But I would like to have some words with Zhao Zhao and do not know if Furen would allow." Shen Chu immediately warned, "What do you want to say to younger sister? It is the same as telling me. Let's go. We will go to the courtyard to compare notes by exchanging some moves." Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Chu by the ears to move him aside and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Prince Rui be compared with such a rough person like you?" She then looked at Prince Rui and could not stop smiling, "Then let Zhao Zhao bring you to the room to chat. Don't talk for too long as it would be time to eat soon." Shen Miao and Shen Chu. "Mother, do you still remember who was your biological children?" The more Luo Shuiyan looked, the more she felt that Prince Rui was good. A grand prince of first rank of Great Liang still specially asked for her opinion about talking to Shen Miao. It could be seen that he knew his manners. Luo Shuiyan was thinking of letting Shen Miao and Prince Rui spend more time together, and those looks and small gestures that those two had were seen by her. A female understood what a female thought, and Shen Miao obviously felt some interest with Prince Rui, as she had never looked at Luo Ling, Su Mingfeng and Feng Zixian like that. This kind of joyous little bickering sweethearts were as depicted in the novels. Luo Shuiyan eagerly went to instruct the kitchens. Even though Shen Miao was quite speechless, she still looked at Xie Jingxing and said, "Follow me to my courtyard." Shen Chu anxiously wanted to follow, but Shen Miao turned back and said, "Eldest brother, you better not go." Shen Chu widened his eyes incredulously. "Younger sister." "Older Biao brother." Luo Tan tugged the corner of his clothes. "The couple have sweet nothings to say, so why a grown man like you listen to it for?" She looked at the absent-minded Luo Ling. "If you want to exchange blows, then look for older brother Ling." Luo Ling recovered to his senses and smiled bitterly, but still said, "If older Biao bother wants to exchange blows, I naturally will accompany." Today it was Shen Chu's first time to be rejected, but all the female in the house and felt greatly wronged in his heart. He naturally had to test Shen Miao's future husband properly. How could one let flowery talk in a face that could not be seen clearly person deceive him? Indeed, females were easy to deceive. He looked at Shen and said unhappily, "Father, just let that fellow go like this." Shen hung his head down, and one did not know what he was thinking. He then looked at Shen Chu when he heard it and said, "After the meal, go and exchange some blows with him and test his martial arts skills." Shen Chu's eyes brightened and rubbed his fists together. Yes. Sure enough, Shen and him were together in it. He must let Prince Rui see clearly that it was not so easy to marry the females in the Shen family. Shen Miao brought Xie Jingxing to her own courtyard. Bai Lu and Shuangzhong were tidying up the plants in the entire courtyard with some servants, and when they saw Shen Miao leading a male back, they jumped in shock. It was only when Gu Yu and Jing Jie greeted Prince Rui then the rest of the servants recovered to their senses and quickly greeted. Shen Miao directly brought Xie Jingxing back to her room. She was not afraid to be seen by others. Anyways, it was not Xie Jingxing's first time in her room, as he would come over for tea and snacks every 3 to 5 days. He had long been familiar to the paths in the Shen mansion. However, when she turned her head around, she saw Xie Jingxing looking around everywhere and could not help but be annoyed. It's not the first time, so what is there to look? It's the first time entering from the main doors. Xie Jingxing smiled and sat in front of the table before looking and speaking to her. The feeling of entering from the main doors is different. Shen Miao ridiculed. Are you complaining that previously you did not have a proper title and it was not appropriate? Smart, Xie Jingxing said as he drank tea. That is created by you. No one invited you, Shen Miao said with gritted teeth. Xie Jingxing was in all smiles as he looked at her. Fern treats me very well. Older Biao's sister is also good. Shen Miao rolled her eyes in her heart. That was because they did not see the cruel side of Xie Jingxing. If they saw it, they would not treat him so well. She asked, what do you want to say to me? The thing that you requested me to investigate. One have investigated clearly for you, Xie Jingxing said. Investigate. Shen Miao was too busy these days and had forgotten what matter she had requested Xie Jingxing to help and asked, what is it? Xie Jingxing's eyes flashed. Pei Lang's news. Shen Miao suddenly came into realization and recalled that there was no news from Pei Lang these days and now became anxious. What was investigated? Is it that something happened to him? You are very worried about him. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised. He is one that works for me. Shen Miao frowned. All right, Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders. He is now not in a very good state. Fu Shuyi seemed to have discovered his identity and locked him in the underground prison of the residence of Prince Ding and is torturing him to tell him the truth. Shen Miao's heart slightly tightened. Is he still alive? Fu Shuyi did not get the answer he wanted, so he would not let him die so easily. Xie Jingxing said and then stared at Shen Miao. You don't seem to worry that he will betray you. He will not, Shen Miao replied. Xie Jingxing frowned slightly. Shen Miao had thought that even though Pei Lang was one who was too inhumanly rational, but with regards to loyalty, there was nothing to pick on him. In the previous lifetime when he was working for Fu Shuyi, he was only loyal to Fu Shuyi. Pei Lang was a brilliant talent, thus afterwards Prince Zhou and a bunch of other people wanted to pull him away from Fu Shuyi. Prince Zhou had the upper hand at that time and could give Pei Lang much more than Fu Shuyi could, but Pei Lang was never moved. Pei Lang was a very principled person and it was higher than anything in his heart. Just like in the past lifetime when he was assisting Fu Shuyi, he had put in all efforts to help Fu Shuyi sit firmly on this position and used everyone who was by Fu Shuyi's side, which also includes her. Even though later because of Fu Ming and Wan Yu, Shen Miao knelt down to beg Pei Lang for help, Pei Lang was not moved by it and just looked on as the Shen family fell. Perhaps he had even had a hand in it. However, Shen Miao had never doubted Pei Lang's loyalty. Speaking of which, Fu Shuyi was impatient when dealing with her, and after marriage, he was most of the time cold towards her. Other than the occasional care and greetings that showed his responsibilities as a husband, most of the time Shen Miao would be alone in the residence of Prince Ding. Shen Miao wanted to be liked by Fu Shuyi and knew that Fu Shuyi valued Pei Lang deeply, so she consulted Pei Lang, hoping that Fu Shuyi would have a whole new level of respect for her. Pei Lang taught her patiently and there was not a time that he was annoyed. Most of the understanding that Shen Miao had towards the Ming-Chi's political issues, other than occasionally hearing from Fu Shuyi, were from the teachings of Pei Lang. Pei Lang was her teacher in Guangwentang, but in a matter of fact, he was considered her teacher in the residence of Prince Ding. Thus Shen Miao would not doubt that Pei Lang would betray her. Fu Shuyi have a lot of means. There was a rarely seen trace of anxiety on Shen Miao's face, especially for those who betray him. Once such a person like this was found, he would never give him any trust and would personally kill the person at the end. Since Pei Lang had been discovered by him, in order to obtain the answer at the moment, Fu Shuyi would perhaps keep him alive, but it does not mean that he would not do other things to him. Perhaps all his limbs were gone. Shen Miao had a cold sweat. Shen Miao had personally seen how Fu Shuyi treated people who betrayed him. Shen Miao had also personally seen what kind of place the underground prison was like. Most likely from that time onwards, other having feelings of love, she had some traces of fear of Fu Shuyi. After all, this person was gentle and warm in front of others, but behind others was so ruthless. It made one give birth to a sense of chill. Xie Jingxing's gaze became sharp. How do you know how he treat the people who betrayed him? If it was in the past, Shen Miao could also heard that there was something wrong with Xie Jingxing's words, but at the moment, her mind was not at this and could not care less about it. After some thought, she then looked towards Xie Jingxing. You have ways to save him, right? Xie Jingxing withdrew the hand that was holding the teacup. Reason. Shen Miao looked at him. His gaze was sharp and there was no retreat at all, making one's heart shrink. Because there is no reason to watch with folded arms, Shen Miao said. Xie Jingxing was silent. Shen Miao knew it herself that her reason was not justified. In the eyes of others, before cooperating with Pei Lang, she did not have any interaction with Pei Lang even though there was a name of him being a teacher and her a student in Guangwentang. Not a few words were passed between them on normal days. When one was not familiar with another but still gave important responsibilities to him and did not have a trace of doubt at all, in another eyes, this was naturally very strange. Particularly Xie Jingxing was not a careless person and paid great attention to details that others neglected, making one feel timid with his acute sense. However, there were many things could not be understood. She could not speak about the things in her previous lifetime. Not only others would not believe, even she was unable to convince herself. Shen Miao thought that Xie Jingxing would continue probing, but he nodded his head. All right. Shen Miao was startled and released a sigh of relief. The most satisfying thing about working with Xie Jingxing was that before he was a friend, Xie Jingxing would think of ways to learn all the secrets of another, but upon becoming friends, he would respect others and not force one to speak of things they did not want to. Of course, perhaps he would be able to figure things out through his own methods. However, Xie Jingxing muttered, there are many guards in the residence of Prince Ding. It is not simple to rescue someone under Fu Shuyi's eyes. Shen Miao's heart moved. You want to personally take action. Else, one could not hear anger or happiness in his tone of voice, but there was some inexplicable feelings. The person that you personally request to rescue, how could I dare to make a mistake? Shen Miao looked at him hesitantly. Currently Xie Jingxing's identity was already a headache because of Princess Rongxin and Su Mingfeng, but fortunately these two people had slight affection for Xie Jingxing in the past, but there was none with Fu Shuyi. If Fu Shuyi knew of Xie Jingxing's identity, if he did not take the opportunity to stir up matters, then Shen Miao would have wasted so many years of knowing him. You, be more careful, Shen Miao said. I do not want to become a widow shortly after marriage. Xie Jingxing said, how could you curse yourself like this? He then smiled, don't worry. You will not become a widow. Shen Miao, forget about it. This person was definitely playing with her when he said those words. Xie Jingxing was such a cautious person and would not personally take action. She had thought too much. After talking for a while more, the servant by Luo Shuiyan's side came over to inform them that it was time to eat. Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing walked out and the entire meal was eaten very harmoniously. Xie Jingxing would even coax the then Princess Rongxin, who was unwilling to be close to anyone, till she was happy, much less the forthright and joyous Luo Shuiyan. He was knowledgeable and eloquent that even Luo Ling was unable to help but be attracted by some of his perspective. Even a discerning person like Shen Shen was unable to say anything. Shen Chu remembered what Shen Shen said to him in the afternoon, to let him exchange blows with Prince Rui for learning purposes, so during midway of the meal, he threw out a sentence loudly, today one had eaten too much so Mei Fu, later accompany this eldest brother and exchange blows. One cannot just sit in the house all day and our family males should always be active. The chopsticks in Shen Miao's hand stopped and Luo Shuiyan scolded, Shen Chu, your skin is itchy, is it? Do you want mother to exchange some blows with you? Mother, Shen Chu said in grievance, you better not meddle in matters of us youths. He then looked at Prince Rui and suddenly remembered something, oh. Almost forgotten to ask. Mei Fu, do you have martial arts skills? Have slight knowledge of it. Xie Jingxing looked at him and smiled. Shen Chu said seriously, then that is good. Since you are in the imperial family, one thinks that the martial arts teacher would not be bad. Don't worry, eldest brother will give in to you. However, this eldest brother is one that worked in the army and would often exchange blows with soldiers without caring how heavy one's blows are. If one is careless, he cupped his hands together, one hoped that Mei Fu would forgive this one time. His words of eldest brother sounded close but his words were of shame but his tone of voice and expression was joy and eager to try it out. One felt that if this meal was not finished at this moment, he would have immediately dragged Prince Rui to the field to exchange blows. Luo Tan and Luo Ling stood by and watched the fight. Luo Tan was very curious as to what level Prince Rui's martial arts skills were at. The common people knew very little about Prince Rui of Great Liang and previously only knew that everyone in the imperial family of Great Liang had a beautiful appearance and this Prince Rui was of no exception. However, as for everything else, he was very mysterious. His martial arts were not specifically mentioned by others so one did not think it was outstanding. However, Luo Tan believed her instincts. The last time when she went to the residence of Prince Rui to request Prince Rui to help, she felt that Prince Rui was a powerful person. What kind of scenario would it be when Shen Chu went head-to-head with Prince Rui? Luo Tan had been a master of being a busybody, which was an ideal onlooker. Luo Shuiyan was so angry that she could not wait to go up and beat Shen Chu up but Prince Rui was present and she needed to maintain her air of being a matriarch of the household. She could only look towards Shen Shen and said in a threatening tone, don't you care? Who knew that the usually obedient Shen Shen did not even lift his eyelids and swallowed a mouthful of food before showing a look as though all this were worldly matters, what is there to care? Matters of the youth should be resolved by themselves. Shen Miao could see it in an instant. How would Shen Chu have such a courage and challenge Luo Shuiyan's patience for numerous times? It was obvious that he had Shen Shen behind him supporting. Shen Shen wanted to test Xie Jingxing's martial arts. Shen Miao looked up at Xie Jingxing who was by her side. He seemed to have noticed her gaze as Xie Jingxing's head turned to the side as his lips hooked up. How could this person have such skills like this that gifting a wedding dress and lead others to want to give a crushing defeat? Shen Miao really admired it greatly. With Shen Shen's approval, Luo Shuiyan did not block at this time as it would seem that she was unreasonable. Thus after the meal, Shen Chu could not wait as he pulled Xie Jingxing to the open space at the Shen Mansion's courtyard. Luo Shuiyan feared that something would happen and could only follow on. Naturally Shen Shen wanted to go and since Luo Tan dragged Luo Ling to watch the fun, even if Shen Miao did not want to go, she had to go. The courtyard was surrounded by a circle of people, making it look like one was watching a competition. Luo Shuiyan had already secretly warned not to create any incident and that he should be gentle as Prince Rui was a scholar and the children of the imperial family did not suffer so he should not treat him like he did to those soldiers and scare him. Those words entered Shen Chu's left ear and exit from his right ear. He rushed over to lift a roll of weapons and asked, which one does Mei Fu want? You can choose first. He said it in an extremely magnanimous manner. Upon seeing those weapons that were taken out, there were long spear, halberd, smashing iron bar, daggers, swords, giant hammer. There were even a few large axes. At the first glance, it was extremely heavy and a weapon that was difficult to wave around. Luo Shuiyan was so angry that she was not willing to look. Prince Rui's gaze was slightly startled. Shen Chu said complacently, Mei Fu, these weapons are extremely balanced. Just pick any weapon you like, in any ways this eldest brother will give in to you. Shen Miao. One did not know why but Shen Chu was not one with many thoughts, he had the cold and iron blood of a military person should have on worldly matters. However when competing with Xie Jingxing, he became clumsy, almost like a child. Shen Miao could almost guess how funny her own eldest brother was in the eyes of Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing took a glance at those weapons and picked a short dagger from it. This. Shen Chu was startled as he did not expect Xie Jingxing would pick a short dagger and said profoundly, Mei Fu have a good eye but a chun shorter means a chun more risk. Not many people would dare to carry this dagger. Do not choose it because it is light. Why not choose this sword? Although it is a little rusty, it is not heavy and you will be able to wield it. Many thanks to eldest brother. Xie Jingxing smiled, I want exactly this. Shen Chu snorted, then don't blame this eldest brother for not giving you any face when dealing with you. The weapon you chose is really too inferior. The corners of Xie Jingxing's lips was pulled. Even though he was wearing a mask, but the smile on his lips always seemed to carry a little laziness and ridicule, making it easy for one to be angry. Shen Chu immediately picked up a long spear and pointed its head at Xie Jingxing. Luo Shuiyan hid her face. May eldest brother please. Xie Jingxing was very polite. Boast without shame. Shen Chu attacked with the long spear first. After so many years has passed, the young Vice Shen general had become a veteran General Shen and was envied by countless number of people in his life. He had won countless of victories and was known as the god of war and respected and worshipped by all martial arts practitioners. But he could clearly remember this afternoon that had a warm sunlight. This had become the memory, and shame that he could never eradicate for the many years in the future. Everyone did not see clearly what was going on but Shen Chu rushed forwards and both of them were up in a bundle. However they quickly parted and Shen Chu's spear was on the floor while the dagger that Prince Rui was holding was steadily locked on Shen Chu's neck. Everyone in the Shen family. Prince Rui loosened his hand and turned the dagger around before looking at Shen Chu with a smile but not a smile. Many thanks to eldest brother for letting one win. Those words made Shen Chu's face turn purple red instantly. Everyone in the Shen family looked at one another as that did not understand what it meant. Luo Tan muttered, older Biao brother. Lost. Everyone was shocked. In the younger generation of Ming Qi, if Shen Chu's martial arts was second, no one would dare to call themselves first. Firstly, Shen Chu was personally thought since young and every generation of the Shen family had the experience of war and there were many martial arts books that were kept in the house thus Shen Chu was considered to have accumulated profound knowledge. Secondly, when Shen Chu was young, Sen Shen had brought him by his side to the battlefield and recognized the swords and knives. With this 2 points, Shen Chu's martial arts were all of substance and there was no unnecessarily moves. But Shen Chu's spear was disarmed by Prince Rui and Prince Rui's dagger was on Shen Chu's neck. No matter how one see, Shen Chu had no way out. Shen Chu gritted his teeth and even though his heart was unwilling, he could only say, one except the lost. Luo Tan had already took the lead to clap her hands. Mei Fui is so powerful to be able to beat my older Biao brother. You are Ming Qi's number one. Luo Ling quickly covered Luo Tan's mouth. Luo Tan was after all Shen Chu's younger Biao sister but for her to encourage outsiders, one feared that Shen Chu would be more upset when hearing it. He then looked at Luo Shuiyan uneasily. Thinking of her son losing to outsiders, Luo Shuiyan's heart must not be comfortable but who knew that when one looked back, they saw that Luo Shuiyan had quickly walked over to Prince Rui's side and said, Jingxing, your martial arts skill is this good. One have been practicing martial arts since childhood but it is all stylish moves. Prince Rui smiled, it cannot be compared to eldest brother's strong blows. One is ashamed. Young people do not need not always be humble. Luo Shuiyan said, if one has an ability to be proud of then one should be proud. Then it would be like a youth. Shen Miao said silently in her heart. Xie Jingxing was already the first in terms of pride, if one let him be more proud of himself then he would have ascended to heavens. This meal could be said that the guest and host were happy eating. Luo Shuiyan and Luo Tan asked Xie Jingxing a lot of martial arts questions. Xie Jingxing had a modest attitude and seemed to know everything which made Luo Shuiyan pleasantly surprised. After Xie Jingxing left, everyone dispersed while Luo Shuiyan kept on murmuring, Prince Rui, this child, looked not bad. Don't mention about his identity, just base on character, courage and character, it is the world's best. Who can see what he looked like under the mask? Shen Chu said, mother is being too biased. What if there is a scar on his face and it looks very ugly? Then again, how could one be able to see one's character? I see that he is nothing much at all. What do you know? Luo Shuiyan said, one have a stomach full of scholarly literature. Even though I am unable to see the face of this child, his temperament is not bad. Even if one's face was not that good looking, one's temperament can make up for it. Besides, the bridges I have walked are more than the roads you have walked. Character can be seen in one's eyes and cannot be faked. Shen Chu snorted, this is biasness. Shen Chu, it is enough for today. Luo Shuiyan swept a look at him and remembering of what had happened before, her anger burst out, what kind of intention do you have of targeting others on everything? Have the time to be jealous of another's martial art, might as well practice your martial arts skills. Only exchange a few moves and the dagger is on your throat. Aren't you ashamed when this was spoken out? Shen Chu quickly said, I know. Mother, I will now look for father to practice. Immediately, at this moment, as he said, he quickly fled away. Luo Shuiyan stared at the wooden box on the table. Shen Miao's wedding dress is in it and thinking of how valuable it was better to be locked so that she could be rest assured. She then moved the box to the storeroom but saw that there was a double layer on the cover of the box. Her heart became suspicious and she opened it up. A little booklet wrapped in red cloth suddenly fell out. At the other side, Shen Chu was talking to Shen Xin. Father, that Prince Rui's skills is definitely accumulated more than a few years. From appearance, it should be accumulated since young. Otherwise it would not be possible for him to win me within a few moves. Shen Chu thought for a bit and continued, in addition his moves are all very vicious and could not be compared to those soldiers. It is reasonable to say that the imperial family need not to be like so. Finishing he that said hatefully, this time I have taken it too lightly. The next time I must beat him up till he have a new respect for me. Shen Xin waved his hands, all right, you are not his opponent. Father, Shen Chu turned pale with fright, you did not mean that because of my one mistake you take me lightly. I really lowered my guard this time and who knew that even though he looked like a good-looking white-faced scholar, he hid his real talent. These are the things he hid. Shen Xin interrupted his words and a trace of complex expression appeared on his face. Father, Shen Chu did not understand, what do you mean by that? Could it be that there are still things that he is hiding from us? Is he a good person or not? All right, you go out, Shen Xin said, don't indulge in flights of fancy and practice your martial arts well. Shen Chu. He only lost once. Why did it look like he had become scholar who had no strength to truss a chicken? Shen Chu left angrily. He planned from this day forth to spar with others in the training field every day. But, when Shen Chu left, he could not help but look back at Shen Xin. Why did father look like he was very worried? Shen Xin was indeed very worried. This worry was gradually magnified in his heart that it had almost reached to the point where it could not be concealed. He wanted to do something to divert his attention but the more he did that, the more he would think about this matter. But he could not talk to anyone as he did not know how big the impact would be if he told someone. He let Shen Chu test out Prince Rui's martial arts skills and the intention behind was to see if Prince Rui was qualified to be a son-in-law of the Shen family. Before today, Prince Rui was only a name on the imperial decree of Emperor Wenwei, thus the Shen family had no expectation on his abilities. They regarded Prince Rui as one who had malicious ambitions and that Shen Miao's marriage was not fair. But looking at Luo Shuiyan's happy interaction with Prince Rui today, per Shen Xin's understanding of his wife, Luo Shuiyan was very satisfied with Prince Rui. If Prince Rui already started to satisfy Luo Shuiyan then one could not treat Prince Rui as simple as a name on the imperial decree. He must become the son-in-law of the Shen family and had to go through different types of critical and demanding tests. Martial art was one of it. One did not request for exceptional martial arts skills but had to be able to protect Shen Miao's safety. As a husband of a female, if one's wife encountered danger, at least one must be able to protect her safety. Shen Xin thought it like that but unexpectedly some other things came out in this test. The few younger generations were unable to see clearly but Luo Shuiyan and he could see clearly. It was especially so for Shen Xin that each moves that both of them made could be seen clearly by him. Shen Xin had once seen someone using the move of locking the dagger to the throat that Prince Rui used. Xie Ding. The Shen family and the Xie family did not see eye to eye in court for generations as the Shen family paid attention to the rules and regulation with the troops while the Xie family focused on surprise attack and did not follow common sense. Their ancestors had fought for so many years and upon reaching Shen Xin's generation, it was so natural that one did not know why the two big aristocratic family were at odds with one another. The one that understood you the most was not friends but your enemy and this saying was very true. Shen Xin had been secretly comparing with Xie Ding since youth. The Shen family had the Shen family spear which will kill everything within its surrounding. The Xie family did not have the Xie family spear but Xie Ding's dagger move of locking the dagger to the throat was envied by others. It was most suitable for assassinating commanding general. Thinking about it, it was indeed terrifying to suddenly have a dagger at one throat even when one was fighting on horseback with a spear in one's hand. Just based on this move, Xie Ding almost won all the time. Xie Ding did not pass down this move to anyone but his only son, Xie Jingxing. He even did not pass it down to his two sons. When Xie Jingxing was young and was exchanging blows with other, he used this move before and at that time Shen Xin coincidentally happened to be at the scene and was surprised by the fact that Xie Jingxing was able to execute this move so ferociously at such a young age. He even made a slight change to Xie Ding's original move and it became even more vicious. When Prince Rui and Shen Chu were sparring, this move was used. Or it could be said that the move that was used was after Xie Jingxing had slightly changed it and the angle was exactly the same. One did not know if it was done intentionally or not as it was much slower than it was originally, which was almost a deliberate attempt to let Shen see it clearly. Shen could not hide the shock and horror when he saw that moment. Other than to cover it up with silence, he did not know what else to think. Xie Jingxing was already dead 2 years ago in the battlefield in northern Zhang. But how would Prince Rui of Great Liang would know about the locking the dagger to the throat move? Especially when it was the exact same moves. Even if another one did the same action, the same tricks, there would be a little difference, but Prince Rui's and Xie Jingxing's figure at that moment merged together and there were of no difference to Shen's eyes. Then a strange thought burst out. Could it be Prince Rui with Xie Jingxing? Xie Jingxing was already dead. Shen on one end felt that his thought was ridiculous and a joke, but on another end unable to restrain himself to think about this thought. He even felt that during the exchange between Shen Chu, Prince Rui's moves were that slow that it seemed that it was deliberately done to let him see clearly. Could it be that Prince Rui wanted him to see this fact? Shen's heart was in doubt, but it was not good to talk to another about this. Thinking about it, it was better to investigate first before take a better look at a clearer picture. After all, he was not willing to see Shen Miao hurt. If Prince Rui was Xie Jingxing, then the various entanglements would not be that easy. As the days passed, there was only a few days left till the end of the year. For ordinary people, the end of the year was the happiest period because it was always better to treat oneself better after an entire year. By eating, drinking and playing well, one would be happy every day. The happy days were short-lived, thus one would feel that one suffered a loss. However, for Pei Lang, each day passed slowly. Every day his body was tossed around and a small piece of flesh would be ground and the next day, it would be continued on. Sometimes he could not wait for a quick death than being tortured this slowly. He did not know how long he had been locked in the underground prison in the residence of Prince Ding. Other than the guards who were tormenting, even Fu Shuyi did not come over. The daily increasing torture made it painful for him as both of his legs were dripping wet with blood and sweat. He had heard that after today, the bones at his kneecap would be smashed. Once one's kneecaps were smashed, one could only kneel and wait on others of the rest of one's life. To those who were proud, like Pei Lang, it was undoubtedly a nightmare of a lifetime. Fu Shuyi indeed knew the weakness of human nature. For a young man who had a full promising life to look forward to but had to kneel in the future to live, even if one were to live on for a day, one's life would be completely destroyed, that it was better to die instead. Strangely, even at such a time, Pei Lang did not plan to sell out Shen Miao. Even though he rationally persuaded himself to speak of it as it would be a release after he spoke about it. Even if one were to die, it was better than going through this endless continuation. He was not considered friends with Shen Miao and it was only Shen Miao threatening him with Lu Ying and he had no choice but to work for Shen Miao. Even though Shen Miao was one speak fiercely, she had never take action upon innocent people. Even if he really betrayed her, Shen Miao would definitely not implicate the innocent Lu Ying. After all, such torture like this was indeed too painful. Even though one's reasoning was as such, every time Wen was about to loosen his mouth, he would keep it shut at the end. It was as if after saying it, he would have committed an unpardonable crime. Pei Lang was thinking, could it be that in the past lifetime he had owed some big debts with Shen Miao? Else how would he be able to willing to suffer so much for her? It was just that, after such a long time, no one came to save him. Pei Lang's heart was somewhat disappointed. Shen Miao most likely had forgotten about him, or it could be that in her game of chess, sacrificing an insignificant piece was not enough to place it in her heart. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard outside piping up. He did not know what was going on but only knew that there was lots of shouting and noise before sound of broken things were heard. The heat wave almost attacked him. Someone shouted out, "There is a fire! A fire! Fire!" Pei Lang's heart was startled. This was Fu Shuyi's underground prison and normally only Fu Shuyi's close confidants and prison guards would come over. No one else would come. Because of the strict surveillance, there was no mistake made normally. However, one did not expect that there would be a fire, but most likely it would be extinguished soon. However, this time Pei Lang had guessed incorrectly. Not only the fire was not extinguished, it had grown bigger and some black smoke even entered. Those cluttering footsteps outside were getting weaker, as tough it was further and further away. Pei Lang's prison cell was the furthest away, so on normal days one would not be able to see it and it was as if he was separated from the rest. When the fire was raised, there was none inside, but when the fire in front got bigger, it would separate the inside and outside into two, and the deeper it was, the dangerous it got. Generally, there would not be anyone who would dare to enter. This was much less for Pei Lang. There would not be anyone in this world who would risk their life to save him. Seeing the waves of heat rolling, Pei Lang seemed to have experienced this before, as if he had seen it somewhere, and a feeling of relief appeared in his heart. Just like this then, ending like this was also good. Just when he closed his eyes, one heard an unfamiliar voice in front of him. "Oh. Dead already." Pei Lang opened his eyes in shock and saw a black-clad person standing in front. That person's face was covered with a black cloth, making one unable to see the person's features clearly. Only a pair of bright and vibrant eyes was revealed, and it was not at all panicking in this ferocious fire. Seeing that Pei Lang did not answer, he seemed to be impatient and directly opened the door with a key, that one did not know where he got it from. This person actually came to rescue him. Pei Lang could not believe in his heart, but this appearance and attire could not be for anything else. However, Pei Lang's heart moved. Why did this person's eyes so familiar? Shen Miao lit a lamp in the night as she wanted to tidy up the books that Shen Chu had sent over during the day. Shen Chu always felt that she likes reading, and thinking that she would be marrying off, he had instructed people to search for single publications. Some of these single publications recorded the big events of the previous dynasty, but some were also romance novels. Shen Miao had planned to gift these novels to Luo Tan and Feng and Ning and keep those books on previous dynasties, as they would perhaps come to use in the future. Just as she was tidying up, she heard some movement outside her window. She was not accustomed to be waited upon at night, so normally Jing Jie and Gu Yu would retire early and would not be appearing at this time. She looked towards the window, but there was no one. After thinking for a bit, Shen Miao opened the doors and walked to the courtyard to take a look. She was not afraid that there were bad people, as there was still Kong Yang in this courtyard. If it was someone bad, Kong Yang would have long taken action. Who knew? When she walked into the courtyard, she saw someone standing under the tree. She was startled and took 2 steps forward with the lantern and found that it was Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing did not wear his purple long robe and instead changed into an entire body of black clothes. When he was wearing his purple robes, he was a noble gentleman, but when wearing black, there was some air of a cold-blooded austere around him. A lazy smile was hanging on his face as always and watched as Shen Miao walked up. Shen Miao felt that something was wrong with Xie Jingxing, but she was unable to say what was wrong. She stood by Xie Jingxing and asked, "Why stand here?" If it was in the past, one feared that Xie Jingxing would have long self-invited and entered her room to drink tea. Xie Jingxing's lips was raised, and before Shen Miao could talk, Xie Jingxing suddenly fell towards her. Shen Miao unconsciously supported him but felt a large area of wetness behind him. Using the weak light from the lantern to look, it was shocking to see a large patch of blood. Because winter was too cold, one's sense of smell was not sensitive and one could only smell the strong stench of blood when Xie Jingxing fell onto her. She called out softly, Kong Yang. No one around answered. Kong Yang seemed to be absent. Shen Miao was somewhat anxious. Currently in this kind of moment of anxiety, this Kong Yang disappeared at such a time. She dared not alarm others as she did not know where did Xie Jingxing came from with a body of wounds. She half supported and half hugged Xie Jingxing to her room and let Xie Jingxing lie on her bed before wanted to invite a doctor over. Just as she was about to leave, Xie Jingxing seemed to wake up for a moment and said, Don't call anyone. Shen Miao was stunned and squatted down beside him to ask, What about your injury? Xie Jingxing struggled to take a bottle of medicine from his clothes and before Shen Miao could ask, he fainted away. Shen Miao made a decision in that short moment. There was still some hot water in the room that she used to wash her hands at night. She poured the hot water out and found a clean handkerchief to wet it and after some hesitation, she slowly untied Xie Jingxing's clothes. Under the light, the young man's body was well proportioned and slender, seemingly containing strength. Shen Miao unfathomably felt her face was somewhat hot and she did her best to move quickly. Xie Jingxing's clothes were mostly stained with large patches of blood. Some of the blood had already dried and stuck onto the flesh that with the cold wind blowing, it had seemed to be integrated with him. Every time Shen Miao touches it, Xie Jingxing would slightly frown, as if he felt uncomfortable unconscious. For the lack of a better option, she could only look for a silver scissor and heat it up with the fire before carefully cut his clothes apart. It was not that Shen Miao had never seen a man's body before. Taking Fu Ming for example, she had seen it many times but it was different from facing Xie Jingxing's. Currently in order to protect Xie Jingxing, she did not call Jing Jie or Gu Yu at all and it was somewhat awkward to hold on to Xie Jingxing's clothes by herself. But quickly the awkwardness on her face dissipated and what replaced was serious expression. There were many knife wounds on Xie Jingxing's body and these wounds were not too deep but there were numerous cross cuts. Even though they were not fatal, but Shen Miao let that with these many wounds, just by bleeding, one's blood would be drained off. She dared not be careless and immediately used her handkerchief that was wet with hot water to clean the blood traces around before sprinkling the medicine powder onto the wound. After unable to find clean cloth, Shen Miao could only use a chest binding cloth that she newly made to wrap his wounds. Shen Miao had never bandaged others before but had seen Shen Chu's soldiers doing it like this so she followed suit. Even thought it was a bit ugly, the bleeding was stopped. She then took out a few pills from the cupboard for supplementing vital energy. That was bought by Luo Tan for her, saying that when a female's period comes, her vital energy would make one not look good and by eating this, one's vital energy would be better. Even though Xie Jingxing did not have a period but he had bleed a lot so this should be supplemented. Shen Miao smashed the pill up and used hot water to dissolve it before feeding it to Xie Jingxing. After finishing everything up, the night was so deep that domesticated animals were not making any noises. Xie Jingxing was lying on the bed with 3 layers of binding cloth wrapped around him, making it look weird no matter how one looked. Shen Miao pursed her lips and planned to turn Xie Jingxing over and also check if there were any other wounds on his body. Xie Jingxing's top was wet but his pants were dry so Shen Miao only suspected that his waist, abdomen and back was injured. When she flipped Xie Jingxing, she accidentally touched Xie Jingxing's tight and Shen Miao seemed to be burned by fire. Just as she was about to retract her hand, she suddenly felt that something was not right. The skin under her hand was hard and not like the skin that was not injured before but felt like it was a thick layer of scarring. Her heart moved and she untied Xie Jingxing's trousers but saw that there was a terrible scar deep in Xie Jingxing's belly. Compared to those crisscross wounds from earlier, this was very different. Even though there was many wounds today, they were not deep and thus was not fatal. The scar in front was winding and twisted and very dark in color as it was an old injury. But even after so long, the scarring was so deep, it was enough to show that when he was injured, the wound was so deep that one could see the bone. It was shocking at sight. When Xie Jingxing was in Mingqi, one did not heard that he had suffered any injuries. Could it be that he sustained these injuries in Great Liang? Shen Miao was suspicious but she discovered that there were other wounds and all the big and small wounds were so deep that the bone could be seen. Even though the wounds were healed, it made others' heart uncomfortable. How did Xie Jingxing live with so many life and death situations? She did not realize that she had touched Xie Jingxing's legs and still wanted to continue feeling. The person on the bed groaned and grabbed her wrist. Shen Miao's face started burning up till it was red as she thought that Xie Jingxing was awake and misunderstood that she was taking advantage of him. She unconsciously looked at Xie Jingxing but saw that Xie Jingxing's lips were closed tightly and his brows were clenched but his eyes were not opened, seemingly not awake. Shen Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she had many questions on those scars, she dared not carry on feeling. Xie Jingxing's clothes were all torn by her and Shen Miao could only use a larger piece of cloak for Xie Jingxing to wear and wrapped him tightly. Fearing that Xie Jingxing would have a fever before his wounds were healed at night, she moved a stood over and sat in front of the bed. One did not know when she fell asleep like that. The morning light was slightly dim and the rooster began to cry. When Shen Miao woke up, she had discovered that she was sleeping on the bed and was covered in a thick blanket. She clearly remembered that she was sitting in front of the bed watching over Xie Jingxing but did not expect to fall asleep halfway. Most likely she was too tired that she was not even aware of being moved by others. Her next unconscious move was to turn around and get up. Seeing that the room was empty and there was no sight of Xie Jingxing, she was in a daze before hearing a laughter behind her, looking for me. Xie Jingxing wore a large middle coat over. One did not know where did he found a middle clothes and he just finished washing up as there was a bead of water that flowed down from his chin to his clothes. Shen Miao was looking at him in astonishment. Xie Jingxing was so injured that he was almost unconscious but now it seemed to be full of energy that one was unable to see the critical situation he was in yesterday night. She asked, "Is your body all right?" Xie Jingxing smiled, "Of course." Shen Miao nodded her head. Indeed the pill to supplement vital energy is effective. Older Biao's sister did not deceive me. Pill to supplement vital energy. Xie Jingxing frowned. What is that? It is to supplement vital energy and blood for females. Shen Miao said without any change of expression. During a female's period, one pill is taken and one's body would not feel that weak. Yesterday night I saw that you had shed a lot of blood and thought that there would be a lack of blood and fed you 3 pills. She smiled gently and looked at Xie Jingxing. For you to recover this quickly, it seems that it is all credited to it. The smile on Xie Jingxing's lips froze. When Shen Miao saw him in shock, her heart could not help but laughed. However she was unable to smile because Xie Jingxing had leisurely said, "Oh. In that case then consider touching me last night as reciprocation." Seeing Shen Miao startled, Xie Jingxing's smile had become ambiguous. Yesterday night someone was touching till somewhere. Shen Miao's expression changed from green to white and back from white to green as she said angrily, "You were awake." Unable to speak but one is still conscious. Xie Jingxing walked to the front of the table and sat down. After grooming, he felt that it was more like his residence and even poured a cup of hot tea for himself before looking at Shen Miao with a smile. Shen Miao hesitated for a bit before asking as she stood still, "What is with the injuries? What exactly happened yesterday?" "Doing some things for you." Xie Jingxing said it casually. "It is better not to go to the residence of Prince Ding the next time." He stretched lazily. "Fu Shuyi really has a lot of different patterns that even I cannot swallow it down." "You went to the residence of Prince Dong." Shen Miao's eyes widened. You went to the underground prison of the residence of Prince Ding. Xie Jingxing's gaze flashed. Your knowledge of the residence of Prince Ding is not at all little and even know that there is an underground prison. He said, correct. I went there for a walk yesterday night and rescue your Pei Lang out in passing. Shen Miao looked at him stunned. He did not expect that Xie Jingxing would personally rescue as Xie Jingxing's identity was sensitive and Fu Shuyi was not one who could be fooled easily. Once Fu Shuyi discover any clues, Xie Jingxing would inevitably have a lot of troubles. Shen Miao requested Xie Jingxing's help as she knew that there were many talented people around Xie Jingxing but did not think that Xie Jingxing would put himself in danger. Shen Miao could not tell the feeling in her heart, but if it was the residence of Prince Ding, then Xie Jingxing's entire body of injuries would be justified. Fu Shuyi was a very cautious and paranoid person, and because he also had many enemies, Prince Ding would put on an appearance that it was impervious to criticism. As for the underground prison of the residence of Prince Ding, those who were locked there were all important criminals that were deemed so by Fu Shuyi. Most of the spies from his enemies would be sent here, and as the prison was hidden, that place held a lot of secrets of the residence of Prince Ding. It could be said that Fu Shuyi had spent a lot of effort to protect the underground prison, which exceeds that of the residence of Prince Ding. Under such circumstances, Xie Jingxing went to infiltrate the underground prison himself and even rescued someone. It was already difficult to stay alive. Seeing Shen Miao in a daze, Xie Jingxing turned his head to the side and looked at him suspiciously before asking, why you did not ask if your gentleman Pei is alive or dead. Shen Miao recovered to his senses. Is he still alive? Alive and kicking. Xie Jingxing's eyebrow rose. Not even a spark has landed on him. Shen Miao caught the keyword in his words, fire. I set a fire to the underground prison of the residence of Prince Ding. Xie Jingxing said, roots are eliminated when weeds are destroyed. Shen Miao sucked in a mouthful of cold air. If the underground prison of the residence of Prince Ding was burned down, then Fu Shuyi would definitely chase and kill the arsonist. The people who were locked in the underground prison had secrets that Fu Shuyi wanted to know, but the fire that Xie Jingxing set off will hid those secrets from Fu Shuyi forever. How would Fu Shuyi let Xie Jingxing off easily when his loss was this great? At such a time, Shen Miao could not help but admire Xie Jingxing. She had thought that her guts were great, but that was due to the memories she had of the previous lifetime that made her dare to do such things, but Xie Jingxing always did whatever he wanted. Even if he penetrated into heavens, he would also find that the heavens was not secure. Shen Miao was silent for a while before asking, he is now in the residence of Prince Rui. Xie Jingxing said, Gao Yang is treating him. She felt somewhat strange upon hearing it. Gao Yang was treating Pei Lang, so why did Xie Jingxing not let Gao Yang treat him and instead came to her courtyard with injuries? Could it be that Xie Jingxing know that her medical skills were higher than that of Gao Yang? However, she had questions on hand that she wanted to clarify. She looked at Xie Jingxing for a while and Xie Jingxing smiled. What are you looking at me for? I am not this kind if it was not for you. How did the injuries come out? Shen Miao interrupted his words. There are a lot of guards at the residence of Prince Ding, and Fu Shuyi has a number of suicide soldiers. It was rare that Xie Jingxing would explain it to her. It is not convenient to have too many people and only one person can enter. Not this. After Shen Miao was silent for a moment, she asked, your old wounds look very deep. Are those injuries sustained in Great Liang? Xie Jingxing was startled and did not speak. One did not hear any information in Mingqi that your life is in danger. Shen Miao said, it looked like it was an injury that was sustained last year. How did it came about? Care about me? Xie Jingxing looked at him with a smile, but not a smile. Small matters, not worth mentioning. I want to know. Shen Miao's eyes hang down. Be it preparation for Great Liang. You cannot just let me go there unprepared and face a completely strange place and people. This reason was very reasonable and high-sounding, but Shen Miao knew that the reason of why she wanted to know where these wounds were sustained had no relation to that. Other than the hatred she had in her past life, Xie Jingxing deeply understood her, but at Shen Miao's end, there were a lot of areas where she did not understand Xie Jingxing. In the past she feared to know because the more secrets she knew about a dangerous person like Xie Jingxing, the more dangerous it would be for her. Now she took the initiative to know more about Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing looked at the tea in front of him and smiled. Injuries sustained from Northern Zhang. Shen Miao suddenly looked up. Xie Jingxing said blandly, there are Imperial family's people in the Xie family army. In the beginning to Northern Zhang, because of changes to the plan, I had to restore my Great Liang identity in advance. However, it is also true that there was an ambush in the Xie family army. The people of Northern Zhang and the Imperial family had coordinated outside and inside offensive and set up a conspiracy, and it was originally targeted at Xie Ding. However, because I had requested commander, it was changed to me. That day I had some precaution up but did not expect that the trusted confidant of Marquis Xie were the Emperor's people and he schemed against me. Even though Great Liang's Mo Yan army came to rescue secretly, I was seriously injured. Imperial older brother used the ruse with another. Actually, I was taken back to Great Liang for recovery and could only get out of bed after half a year of rehabilitation. He looked at Shen Miao and smiled disapprovingly. Accurately speaking, it was sustained in Mingqi. A wave washed over Shen Miao's heart, but in a flash she woke up to reality. She was thinking of how could Xie Jingxing be wounded. So it was like that. Many things had changed from the previous lifetime, and now in the Xie family's father and son was one of it. In the previous lifetime it was Xie Ding that went for the expedition first and the army was defeated and he was dead. Afterwards the residence of the Marquis of Linen declined and Xie Jingxing took the imperial decree and set off for another expedition but had an ending of having 1,000 arrows pierced through his heart. Not mentioning that Xie Jingxing did fake his death, the one key point that's certain was that it was the Fu family that planned early on for the residence of the Marquis of Linen to have the father and son to die in the battlefield. Because of some changes in this lifetime, one did not know why did Xie Jingxing change his mind and went on the expedition in advance. The emperor initially wanted to deal with the Marquis of Linen, so one took the situation and changed it to Xie Jingxing. When Xie Jingxing died, one did not expect that the Marquis of Linen would be ruined at a stroke, that the imperial family need not have to take further action. Like this, it would be aligned to the sentence there is no nurturing but only expungement from Mingqi to me that Xie Jingxing said to Su Mingfeng. Mingqi indeed expunged Xie Jingxing. The Marquis of Linen after all had made great contributions to Mingqi, but the bow was cast aside when the birds were gone. Once an official had performed great meritorious services, the emperor could not wait to suppress them. Even though Shen Miao had long knew about it, the imperial family was definitely related to the decline of the residence of the Marquis of Linen in the past lifetime, but it was different to hear it personally from Xie Jingxing. If even Xie Ding's confidant was a spy of the imperial family, then each move in the residence of Linen would be seen by Emperor Wenwei. As Xie Jingxing was not close to Xie Ding Wenyang, perhaps at the beginning he knew that the imperial family people never left the residence of the Marquis of Linen even though he was unable to confirm who the spy was. Perhaps there were people of Emperor Wenwei that was managing Madame Fang, Xie Chongqiao, but currently Xie Chongqiao and Xie Chongwu were both dead, making Madame Fang almost collapse, and since there were no successor to the residence of Marquis of Linen, Emperor Wenwei would no longer have any thoughts of touching the residence of Marquis of Linen. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing again, but her heart was congratulating the new lease of life. The life Xie Jingxing had in Mingqi was indeed not as great as Su Mingfeng had imagined. Perhaps at the beginning when Great Liang sent Xie Jingxing over, they valued the residence of the Marquis of Linan's status and thinking of Princess Yu Qing's sudden death, the Marquis of Linan would dote on this son even more. However, one did not think that there were hidden dangers in this seemingly splendid Marquis residence. Xie Jingxing, living in the residence of the Marquis of Linan, might not be happier than living in an ordinary family. On the contrary, one feared that from his youth, he had already been forced to accept a life that many adults could hardly adapt to. Fighting, scheming, mutual deception, hypocritical show of affection from the imperial family and the murderous intention hidden in the bliss. If in the northern Yang's battlefield, Great Liang did not come to rescue or if there were delay in timing, the current Xie Jingxing would really become a cup of earth. Xie Jingxing saw Shen Miao's expression and even though she tried to keep calm, there were some waves in her breathing. His lips hooked to a smile and his hand reached across the table and stroked her head. What are you scared of? Upon reaching Great Liang, with me around who would dare to touch you? There is also an imperial family in Great Liang. Shen Miao had felt that things were not that simple. Xie Jingxing disapproved. I am also the imperial family. He retrieved his hand back and said unperturbed, other than imperial older brother, you do not need to fear anyone. Even if you see imperial older brother and angered him, just tell me and I will be able to ensure your safety. Great Liang is my territory, whoever dared to bully you is going against with everything under heavens. Xie Jingxing said, in the future, the tough straits in Mingqi will not be mentioned else it would hurt one's self-esteem. He laughed teasingly but Shen Miao felt a little sour in her heart. How could it hurt one's self-esteem? It was just that the past was not considered happy and not worth mentioning. After suffering for many bitter years, the imperial descendant that should have enjoyed no worries and filled with innocence but was indeed living a life of an ant under the pressure of another country. After speaking some more words, the skies brightened and seeing that it was almost time for Jing Jie and Gu Yu to wake Shen Miao up, Xie Jingxing then left. After Xie Jingxing left, one did not know where Kong Yang pop up from. Shen Miao glared at him before asking, why are you not present last night? Last night Xie Jingxing was injured and in such a critical situation, Kong Yang disappeared and now that he appeared, he had already left. Kong Yang's apologetic voice sounded, young madam, it was unfortunate that there was a task yesterday and this subordinate thought that one would be back quickly but who knew that there were some delays in the middle. Upon returning, it was already morning of the second day. His expression was of annoyance but sincere as he asked, does young madam have anything to instruct? Nothing. Shen Miao waved her hands and closed the window before walking away. Kong Yang jumped back up to the tree, feeling very wrong in his heart. Yesterday night master had instructed him not to make a noise so Kong Yang could only stay on the tree the entire night and did not even cover himself with a blanket. One did not know what master and young madam did in the room. Thinking about it again, master only suffered a slight injury but still came all the way to the Shen mansion in a rush and did not even let gentleman Gao stop the blood and instead let it flow to the entire body just to make young madam's heart ache. The pitiful one was him, being blown by cold wind for the entire night, still being blamed by young madam and master did not give any reward at all. How come no one heartache for him? At the other end, Xie Jingxing was walking on the road towards the residence of Prince Rui. Gao Yang had already made changes to all the residences between the residence of Prince Rui and the Shen mansion that there were no wall obstructions between the residences and it had almost became a long series of big courtyards. The cold wind in deep winter was heavy and his loose-fitting middle clothes was only arbitrarily covered with a black cloak. With the contrast of black and white, it made his face look paler. He did not wear a mask but his expression was not as relaxed as it usually was. The beautiful and always arched peach blossom's eyes were rather cold and heavy and there was a trace of indifference. He after all lied to Shen Miao. Among those vertical and horizontal wounds, other than those from Northern Zhong, there were some from Great Liang. The wound from Northern Zhong was of course given by Xie Ding's most trusted vice general in the thousands of Xie family army. That one wound was so deep that one could see the bone and afterwards when he was recuperating in Great Liang for half a year, it was said that he almost unable to pass this hurdle. At the end it was Gao Yang who did his utmost to save him from the hands of the king of the netherworld. Gao Yang had said that if that wound was just higher by a li or if he was sent a moment later to Gao Yang, one would not be able to save his life at all. Other than Gao Yang, Emperor Yongle and his confidants that knew of his injuries, no one outside knew about it. After appearing in Great Liang, he was still the grandly dressed and perfect-looking Prince Rui. It was just that it was not an easy matter to have a prince of the first rank suddenly appearing in the imperial family. Even if Emperor Yongle used the imperial might to suppress it, everything in this world was related to interests. The appearance of Prince Rui would cause some people's interest to be impacted. Thus, there were endless of sneak attacks, assassination and conspiracy and the means were extremely difficult to distinguish. It was not that there was no moments of life and death and that it was so dangerous that one's life was on the line. He had suffered a lot of injuries. The fight in Great Liang was more dangerous than Mingqi after all his identity was hidden in Mingqi and the imperial family was targeting the entire residence of the Marquis of Linan and not him alone. In Great Liang, all the danger came from the title Prince Rui and all the small and big hidden attack wanted his life. And after every time when the dangerous period was over, he would appear in court on the second day and was still that smiling and lazy Prince Rui. After a long time in the hearts of everyone, Prince Rui was one who had deep schemes and scary abilities. They no longer make rash moves and they would show respect and fear to him. In their hearts, they could not wait for Prince Rui to die but had to nod one's head and bow in front of Prince Rui. That was what Xie Jingxing wanted at the risk of his life. He had used 2 years to seat steadily on the identity of Prince Rui of Great Liang and there was no one who dared to doubt him, challenge him or scheme him. Those assassination attempts during the snowy nights and traps that were set in court were just like the dark clothes he wore yesterday, all being cut up. Standing under the light was a person who was forever elegant and dirt-free. Shen Miao had said, be it preparation for Great Liang. You cannot just let me go there unprepared and face a completely strange place and people. In this winter morning, Xie Jingxing walked slowly and as his green boots stepped on the snow, a squeaking sound was made and the ice crystal swayed from the tree, just like gems were hung. A faint smile floated on his lips. What was there to prepare? Anyways he would clear all the troubles before then. On this day, there was an uninvited guest that came to the residence of Prince Ding. The oncoming person brought a long spear and looked martial and heroic. From one look, one could that it was a person who had been through arduous training in the battlefield. The brows were resulted and as the person stood firmly at the doors of the residence of Prince Ding, one felt that the visit was ill-intended. The guards at the gate stopped this burly big man but this big man said, take me to see Prince Rui. This person had an unfriendly tone of voice but the people of the residence of Prince Rui were used to it and even the servants was somewhat arrogant. As if one did not take this, they still respectfully said, without any invitation, His Highness will not see outsiders. Just the big man about to get angry, a shocked voice was heard from inside, General Shen. When one looked up, it was Tai Yi who strode over. After walking over, he glared at that guard and respectfully said, General Shen, the servant is not sensible and hope that you are magnanimous enough to forgive. This subordinate will bring you now to see His Highness. That guard's eyes widened. Most likely he only now understood who General Shen was and looked at the other person with suspicion as it seemed that he did not expect that the other person would come at this time. Shen had a stomach full of anger. These days he tossed and turned restlessly in bed, and every time he thought about the suspicion he made a few days back, he was unable to sleep well. One had thought that as time went by, this matter would gradually fade away, but did not expect that as time went on, one's heart was unable to let it go. Shen was one that did not like to stir matters up, thus whenever he had any doubts, he must clear it up, not to motion that this was a matter relating to Shen Miao's lifelong event. Thus he finally decided to make a trip to the residence of Prince Rui. No matter what was the result, he must understand everything. Who knew that when he arrived, there was a guard that did not have eyes and made his already uneasy heart become unhappy. Fortunately, Tai Yi could see the situation and saw that Shen seemed to be somewhat unhappy and thought of ways to open up his mind. He said that lately everyone in the residence of Prince Rui was busy about the matter of the marriage so that Shen Miao would be married grandly and Mingqi would not lose face. As Shen followed Tai Yi, it was indeed like what Tai Yi had said. Everyone in the residence of Prince Rui was putting up decorations and making it very festive. No matter what, the people in the residence of Prince Rui had valued this marriage heavily, and it was something that made one comfortable, and thus Shen's heart was better. After arriving at the door of a room, Tai Yi stopped and said, "This subordinate cannot enter His Highness's study room." One had already reported, so General Shen can go on indirectly. Shen was thinking that in a while, the conversation he would have with Prince Rui was very private and could not be heard by outsiders. If the servants were unable to enter the study room, then it would be much more convenient. At the same time, there were some doubts in his heart. Prince Rui did not allow servants to enter and only let him enter alone. Could it be that he would be taking care of him later? However, in a turn of a moment, he changed his mind. With Prince Rui's abilities that he should with Shen, it would not become a situation that he would be in a position that he had his hands bound and unable to do anything. Although he thought of so many things, Shen's face was still calm as he lifted his foot to enter. However, he saw a white furry thing dashing out the door, and upon a clearer look, it was a white tiger. It was just that its body was still small and was whining as it rushed over. Shen almost unconsciously slashed his spear at it. It was Tai Yi that immediately carried the white tiger away, then Shen took a deep breath and pushed the door to enter. In the room, Prince Rui was sitting on the chair reading. His sitting posture was not straight and instead lazy as he flipped the pages casually as if he was only taking a casual look at it and not reading it seriously. Shen frowned. Prince Rui. Unlike Luo Shuiyan, even though Prince Rui had warmly let the Shen family call him Jingxing and Luo Shuiyan indeed did so, Shen was unable to do so. Males were different from females. Female could use their intuition to judge whether a person was friendly or malicious, but males could not rely on intuition. Especially Shen, he preferred to do things based on evidence. Prince Rui looked up and placed the book by the table side. Shen saw that it was a military book, and it was a military book that was difficult to understand, that was usually understood by older generals. Prince Rui was currently 22, and to read this kind of books, it was either he was putting up an act or hiding his real knowledge. Before he personally visited Prince Rui, in Shen eyes, Prince Rui had the name of being Emperor Yongli's blooded younger brother and thus was an idle prince that acted loosely and rudely. However, after that day when he sparred with Shen always felt that Prince Rui was not that simple. Perhaps this was a male's intuition. May General Shen accompany me to play a game of chess? He did not call out Master Shen or other more intimate address, and it felt that there are different meanings to it. Shen said, "I do not know how to play chess." War chess. Prince Rui raised his hand and placed the chessboard on the table and passed a jar of white pieces to Shen and kept the jar of black pieces to himself before saying, "General Shen and I use this board as a country, chess moves as boundaries, chess pieces as soldiers, and battle in a game. How of it?" When Shen heard about it, he was filled with energy, and seeing that the other party was young, he felt dissatisfied at being taken lightly and said, "Play then play." Two of them set the chess pieces up and started to play. Unlike the appearance of Prince Rui, the chess style of Prince Rui surprised Shen as the other party was young but had a shrewd and ruthless air of someone older. It was very troublesome for one's mind when playing war chess, as every move needs to be thought about seriously before it is made. But when Prince Rui played, he seemed not to use much time to think and just place it as he wished. Seeing the seemingly easily placed pieces, if one were to look at it seriously, one would have discovered that it was placed very cleverly. Shen's war chess was not bad, but comparing to Prince Rui, it actually became disadvantageous. Shen seemed to have a wrong illusion, as if Prince Rui had already played this chess before, else how would Prince Rui knew where he would be placing his next piece at? When the game ended, the outcome was naturally not unexpected that Shen lost. Shen waved his hands. Another round. It would still be the same. Prince Rui said. What is the meaning of it? Shen frowned. You will lose, he said. Shen had lived for so long, Emperor Wenwei had to give him enough face, and other than Luo Shuiyan, no one else dared to speak to him like this. He became angry immediately and was just about to detonate when he saw Prince Rui saying lightly, "One feared that for General Shen to come to the residence of Prince Rui today, it would not because of chess." He asked with his lips hooked, "What is the matter?" Shen's angry words were stuck at his throat. Prince Rui always seemed to have a kind of ability that after making one very furious, he would divert the topic without a trace, as if nothing was said before. This ability was just like one person, and that was the Marquis of Linen, Xie Ding, when he was young. Every time when Xie Ding and Shen quarreled, he would always be this frivolous. Shen had an honest temperament, and would be serious every time but would be played like a fool by Xie Ding. Thinking about Xie Ding, he remembered of the purpose of coming to the residence of Prince Ding. Once Shen thought about this, he did not have any thoughts of being furious with Prince Rui. He looked at Prince Rui's eyes and did not let the smallest of change in Prince Rui's smile go as he asked slowly, "Previously when you were sparring with Shen in the Shen mansion, where did you learn the locking the dagger to the throat move from?" Hearing that, Prince Rui smiled. General Shen is referring to the locking the dagger to the throat move. I have deployed it slowly and thought that General Shen had saw it clearly. Could it be that there is a need to show it to General Shen again? Shen was startled and his heart was tossed around. Prince Rui indeed deliberately did it. Like he said, that day that locking the dagger to the throat seemed to have deliberately slowed down, like it was deliberately letting him see what it was. At this moment when he heard Prince Rui admitting to it, Shen was unable to speak about what kind of feeling he had, but he became more suspicious as he asked, "You know that it is called locking the dagger to the throat. How did you learn it?" "Have long known about it." Prince Rui said lazily. "Didn't General Shen saw it before?" "Didn't General Shen saw it before?" Shen's brain crashed and it seemed like a lightning had blasted his heart and he could not help but tremble. In many years before, on the streets of Mingqi, he had accidentally saw the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Xie Ding's son had used this move against others, and he was thinking at that moment that this move of Xie Jingxing's was much more powerful than that of his father's. Now Prince Rui said, "Didn't General Shen saw it before?" Prince Rui had never been to Mingqi before, and Shen had never seen anyone else using this move. A storm burst in Shen's heart, and at this time, he was so overwhelmed for a moment that he did not know if he should portray an expression of shock or appalled, but his heart was instead calm. During these days he had been sleepless, but at this moment when everything was confirmed, his suspicions were correct. He asked, "Are you Xie Jingxing or not?" Prince Rui took off his mask. Shen sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The relations between the Shen family and the residents of the Marquis of Linen had never been good, but because of that, Shen had the best understanding of the residents of the Marquis of Linen. Xie Ding had son that was born to restrain him, and even though Shen appeared very pleased, he secretly admired Xie Jingxing and felt that even though this youth was a bit stubborn, he had the kind of truthfulness and freedom that many noble gentlemen did not have. Thus Shen clearly remembered Xie Jingxing's appearance. The person in front was even more mature and handsome, but there was still a shadow of his former self between his brows, and Shen understood in that moment. All the things that were bothering him seemed to have an answer. He said, "What is going on here? Should you not explain it?" His tone was like an older generation disciplining a younger generation, so much so that Shen felt a ridiculous illusion that this was like he was helping Xie Ding to discipline his son. Xie Jingxing smiled gently and poured a cup of tea for Shen. "May father-in-law drink some tea and slowly listen." In the next half a Shichen, Shen had heard a shocking secretly that he had never thought of from Xie Jingxing's mouth. Shen had never thought that Xie Jingxing actually turned out to be Great Liang's prince of the first rank, and his life experience was so bizarre and rough. He even did not think that Xie Jingxing would have such guts that after being Prince Rui of Great Liang, he actually dared to strut to Mingqi that openly and not fear that once his identity was exposed, what kind of troubles he would bring to himself. After hearing Xie Jingxing's words, Shen's heart was filled with anger, resentment, remorse, hesitation, and all the various complex emotions were mixed together. However, he quickly understood what decision he should make at this moment. He said, "Since you have this identity, Zhao Zhao cannot marry you." "Why?" Xie Jingxing asked. "Your objective is not just to come to the Mingqi tribute." Shen's words were unrelenting and merciless as he continued. "Great Liang's ambitions would not stop here, and there would be a day where Great Liang would take action against Mingqi. At that time, you will meet us with troops. If Zhao Zhao married to you, what kind of difficult position are you putting her in? Could it be that she have to make a decision between you and Mingqi? Even if I defy the imperial decree, I will not let Zhao Zhao be such difficulty." "Father-in-law is too worried." Xie Jingxing smiled without a care. "She know of my identity and knew clearer than yourself of the situation she is facing. Perhaps you should think about the relationship between the Shen family and Mingqi." Shen heard that there was hidden meanings to his words, and his brows tightened as he asked, "What do you mean?" Xie Jingxing snapped his fingers and his eyes fell onto the chessboard that the game was just finished. Most of Shen's white chess pieces had been swallowed up on the chessboard, whereas Xie Jingxing's black pieces were filled on the board. Shen had lost terribly, but it seemed that this game was not intense. Xie Jingxing said, "The game one played with father-in-law was me using the identity of Mingqi's imperial family to play with father-in-law. Didn't father-in-law discover it?" Shen suddenly looked up and said angrily, "Nonsense. Whether it is nonsense or not, both of us are clear." Xie Jingxing's smile suddenly disappeared and the lazy expression was put away. What was left was a somewhat harsh and sharp look. "What attitude Mingqi have of the Shen family? I do not believe that father-in-law did not see it before. In fact, if it was not Shen Miao who deal with it on the sly, the Shen family would not be able to put safety before matters of principle. I am not one with a Buddha's heart but is not willing to see Shen Miao protecting your Shen family, but you all do not know anything about it. She is only a young lady, but she become a bad person. I cannot bear it." The beard by Shen's lips were straight, but he was able to grasp the pivotal meaning in Xie Jingxing's words and questioned closely, "What happened to Zhao Zhao? What is the meaning of your words? Explain to me." "Father-in-law and mother-in-law are often stationed in the northwest region and have hearts that are filled with everything under heaven, so naturally you would be too busy and unable to look after Shen Zhao Zhao, but I am fortunate enough to know. What kind of good people do you think that Shen family's second and third households are? At the beginning they ganged up with Prince Yu of the first rank and wanted to send Shen Miao to Prince Yu's bed and even used a bewitching incense. How did Shen Yuan die? How did Ren Wanyan go crazy? How did Shen Gui and Shen Wan get into trouble? How about Jing Chu and Jing Guansheng? It's alright if the Shen family schemed against Shen Miao, but the imperial family of Mingqi had never have any qualms in taking your head. When you withdraw to Shaochun City at the beginning, who do you think was dealing with it that the Su Yu of the Su family suddenly appeared personally and succeed by lucky stroke to let the emperor to give a way out? Was it really a coincidence that the Shen family would withdraw safely every time? Shen seemed to be struck by lightning. These matters had happened upon his and Luo Shuiyan's return to Ding capital, and he too was suspicious that there was some things that were not right, but every time he investigated, nothing would be found out at the end, and afterwards as there were too many matters in army, he did not have much time to be entangled into and thus thrown it to the back of his mind. Shen Miao did not mention it, so Shen had neglected it. Now to hear about all these things from Xie Jingxing, Shen could not tell if he was shocked or angry and just became speechless. For the second and third household of the Shen family to walk to such a point, it was all Shen Miao's plans. General Shen should not blame her for being vicious and merciless. If she did not do so, then the grass at her gravestone would be more than a jong high. The words from Xie Jingxing's mouth was sarcastic, but his eyes were so sharp that it did not allow one to breath. He said, "Perhaps father-in-law is considered a good general to everyone under heavens, but I felt that it is otherwise for Shen Miao. I do not know why she placed all these matters on herself to carry as if she owed the Shen family. Even though I view that General Shen is not a good father, the Shen family is very lucky to have raised a daughter like Shen Miao. In order to help you all manage, she had thought of thousands of plans and hundreds of tactics to protect the Shen family. The imperial family of Mingqi is one of which she have to deal with in the future, so when General Shen said that Shen Miao would be in a difficult situation, I do not understand if you really understand Shen Miao." He said it coldly and mockingly. Shen sat on the chair, and at this moment he suddenly did not have any expression. On the contrary, although my friendship with Shen Zhao Zhao is not too deep, in any case we have suffered from the same pains and sorrows. Together hearing of good people having short nights and coming out of plans during the night. I have saved her life and resolved her distress situation. Xie Jingxing said, "Why can't I marry her?" Suddenly an unbounded exhaustion appeared in Shen's heart. That Shen Miao that Xie Jingxing mentioned was not what he was familiar with. Even those matters that Shen Miao had experienced were something that he was totally unaware of. Just like what Xie Jingxing said, to his daughter, he only knew how to dote but did not have the basic understanding of. Just what was he doing all these years? He looked at the remaining chess pieces on the chessboard. After looking for a long time, till his eyes began to feel sour, he then said lightly, "Tell it all to me. All matters of Zhao Zhao that you know, tell all of it to me." When Pei Lang was awake, he was at an unfamiliar place. There were many well-dressed maids that were supporting him to drink the medication. In Pei Lang's memory, before he fainted, he was at the underground prison in the residence of Prince Ding, and a black-clad person rescued him from the fire. Perhaps because he was rescued, he was still alive now. He did not know who was the person who rescued him and did not know why did that person want to rescue him. After asking the maids that were serving him, he only knew that this was the residence of Prince Rui. Pei Lang was faintly aware that Shen Miao might have some friendship with Prince Rui, but he did not know where the friendship between the two persons were at. He thought that Prince Rui would not keep him here for no reason, and if he were to keep him here, it would definitely due to Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not give up on him, and thinking about it, his heart was slightly moved. It was as if everything that he has persisted were worthwhile in this moment. Even though Pei Lang did not understand where did this inexplicable idea came from. Just as he was thinking, the doors of the room opened and a young man walked in from outside, carrying a medical box and sitting down in front of him, as if he wanted to take his pulse. Pei Lang initially did not look carefully and thought that it was a doctor that was invited by the residents of Prince Rui. When he saw clearly that doctor's appearance, he was slightly startled before calling out immediately, Imperial Physician Gao. His action was too big and touched the wounds on his body, thus winching at the pain. Gao Yang quickly pressed his wound and said, "Don't need to be this surprised. Be careful of aggravating the injuries." Pei Lang looked at Gao Yang and a lot of thoughts appeared in his mind. Gao Yang was the youngest imperial physician in the Imperial Medical Institute and no one could say clearly of the level of his medical skills. However, the imperial family liked this young imperial physician a lot and it was most likely because he knew how to speak and would always make Emperor Wenwei happy. In addition to his handsome features, it made him look much more pleasing to the eyes of the consorts than those old men. Since he was an imperial physician in the palace, then one would not treat others outside the palace for no reason, let alone this was the residence of Prince Rui. Pei Lang's first thought was that could it be that Prince Rui had requested Emperor Wenwei to borrow Gao Yang, but this thought was quickly rejected by Pei Lang. Even though one cherished doctors with high medical skills in Ding capital, Gao Yang would not be the only one and Prince Rui need not to insist on Gao Yang and alert the imperial family. Then the second possibility was that Gao Yang have some secret friendship with Prince Rui. This possibility was as shocking as setting the world on fire. He looked up at Gao Yang and his gaze was somewhat doubtful, but he still put on a gentle and elegant smile as he asked, "How is Imperial Physician Gao here?" As Gao Yang took Pei Lang's pulse, he said, "Prince Rui called me over to take a look at you, so I came over." As he was feeling his pulse, he said, "It is almost stable. But previously Prince Ding had used torture on both of your legs and the muscles and bones were harmed. I have to give you acupuncture else both of your legs would be crippled not long after." Pei Lang was stunned. Fu Shuyi was really vicious towards him and seemed to hate people that betrayed him. Even though he did not want his live, he did not think of keeping him. Thus he did not care much of one's physical disabilities. In face if no one saved him during that big fire, accordingly to Fu Shuyi's instructions, his kneecaps would be dig out in these few days. Hearing Gao Yang's words at this moment, even though Pei Lang was always calm, he could not help but feel like he had gained a new lease of life in his heart. Fu Shuyi is really cruel. Gao Yang took out a row of golden needles from the medical box and rolled up his sleeves before slowly applying the needles on him as he said, one could not see the ruthlessness in his heart from his appearance. Pei Lang's heart moved. Gao Yang was after all Ming Qi's official and an imperial physician who specialized in treating the imperial family, but he actually called Prince Ding's name, and not only that, when he spoke of Fu Shuyi, there was no traces of respect in his tone, as if this was an insignificant person. With Gao Yang's identity, he was not cautious, which made this somewhat strange. Gao Yang did not even lift his head as he concentrated on inserting needles for Pei Lang when he suddenly said, "Do you want to ask what kind of relationship do I have with Prince Rui?" Pei Lang paused and smiled. Is Imperial Physician Gao willing to tell this one? Not to hide it from you, I am Prince Rui's people. Gao Yang said. This time it was Pei Long that did not believe it. He was in total shock of Gao Yang's identity, but what was most shocking was that Gao Yang told him of this secret without hiding anything. Then what was Gao Yang considered? A spy that Great Liang sent to Ming Qi to spy on the imperial family of Ming Qi. For what reason? To poison Emperor Wenwei? Or was it that he was simply bought over by Prince Rui and became a traitor? Are you surprised why I would tell you such a big secret? Gao Yang seemed to be able to guess Pei Lang's thoughts and continued speaking. Correct. Pei Lang said frankly, I indeed do not understand. What is so difficult about it? Gao Yang smiled. A big fire was set in the residence of Prince Rui, and after the fire is extinguished, Fu Shuyi will send people to look for the corpse and would not be able to find yours. Fu Shuyi is not a fool and will know that someone had rescued you, and the person who did that had set fire to his underground prison. Fu Shuyi will place this entire account wood on your head naturally. By angering the residents of Prince Ding, only the residents of Prince Rui and the entire Ming Qi could protect you. Whether you are willing or not, you are tied to the residents of Prince Rui, and since it is as such, we are all insiders, so what secrets cannot be said? Gao Yang looked up and smiled at Pei Lang. We are all ants in the same boat. Pei Lang did not know what had happened, that he was forcefully tied together and even ants on the same boat was used. His heart was not gloomy but also not depressed. However, he quickly caught the key point in Gao Yang's words. The fire in the residence of Prince Ding was set by you all. Gao Yang, of course. Pei Lang breathed in a mouthful of cold air. That underground prison was considered the most important place in the residence of Prince Ding, and all the people locked up was considered very useful to Fu Shuyi. To be burned down with a fire, Pei Lang was able to guess that Fu Shuyi's heart was erupting in angry flames. There was actually a person under heavens that would do such a thing. Gao Yang was correct with his words. In the entire Ding capital, the only place that Fu Shuyi was afraid of would be the residence of Prince Rui, and only the residents of Prince Rui could protect him. Pei Lang hesitated for a moment but still asked the question that he wanted to be answered in his heart. Did Prince Rui rescue me? Otherwise who would have such an ability to rescue you? Gao Yang said. No one would dare to take such a risk. But why would he rescue me? Pei Lang asked probingly. Because others request him to do so. He did not know if Gao Yang know about Shen Miao's matter and thus dared not speak of Shen Miao as he feared that he would bring trouble to Shen Miao. Gao Yang looking at him profoundly and inserted a golden needle into his knees. Pei Lang frowned slightly and heard Gao Yang speaking. Correct, because our Wang Fei requested. Wang Fei. Pei Lang was startled. He had not heard that Prince Rui had a consort and did not know what relations Prince Rui consort would have with him and asked, why did Wang Fei? Most likely it was because of the teacher and student relationship with you. Gao Yang smiled thoughtfully. Rui Wang Fei after all was your student before. Pei Lang, she is. Shen Miao. In this start of the year in Ming Qi, it was considered happy but also not very happy. The happy thing was that the entire family was gathered together, and the unhappy thing was that once the new year was over, Shen Miao would be marrying to Great Liang. As the time passed and the day approaches, everyone in the Shen family were so busy that their feet did not touch the ground. Shen Miao's dowry would include guards, servants, maids, and even which roads the Great Liang's horse carriages would be taking had to be prepared. Even though the dowry Shen prepared for Shen Miao was not comparable to the betrothal gifts Xie Jingxing gave, it was very substantial. He did not give shops or land because it could not be used in Great Liang. Furniture were not brought due to the wearing the horses and carriages, and other than some rare and precious jewelry, everything else was changed into tails of silver. In another country, other things perhaps were dispensable, but tails of silver were indispensable. It was much more convenient to have silver on hand. Initially Shen and wife had prepared enough money for Shen Miao, but Shen Chu secretly pulled Shen Miao to the side and took out a thick wad of notes from his sleeve. These are notes that can also be used in Great Liang. He then said embarrassedly, eldest brother, do not have extra things and only have these silver notes for you. Hope that younger sister do not complain it being little. Shen Miao looked at the crumpled silver notes that Shen Chu was holding, and a warm current passed her heart. Shen Chu was after all a young man, and those soldiers in the army worked hard for him, so Shen Chu should naturally return the favor and treat them a meal or something. Shen Chu's salary was not enough at all, and most of it was rewards from previous military achievements. Shen Miao was touched that he did not keep it for when he set up a family and instead gave it to her eldest brother. The money that father and mother gave can feed one for an entire lifetime. Why do you give this to me? Fathers and mothers are fathers and mothers. Eldest brothers is eldest brothers. How could what I give you the same as what father and mother give? Shen Chu became anxious and pushed the silver notes into Shen Miao's hands and left without even turning around. Shen Miao did not know if she should laugh or cry as she watched his retreating back and thought to instruct Mo Qing to secretly return it back to him when there was an opportunity. Just as she was thinking, she saw Shen Shen walking in from outside. Zhao Zhao, father have some things to talk to you. Come, let's go to the study. When Luo Shuiyan heard it, she wanted to follow. Just nice, mother also has some words to pass to you. It would not be late for Fern to speak after a while. Shen Shen said, let Zhao Zhao and me say a few words alone. Luo Shuiyan snorted but did not follow in. She thought that Shen Shen wanted to secretly give some money or something else to Shen Miao and thus did not think much. Shen Miao followed Shen Shen to the study and Shen Shen instructed the servants to guard the door outside before letting Shen Miao sit in front of the table and brought some snacks and tea for Shen Miao to eat. After sitting down opposite Shen Miao, he then sighed deeply. In a few days, Zhao Zhao will be marrying off. I plan to let Mo Qing follow you to Great Liang. After pausing, Shen Shen continued speaking. Even though Prince Rui is Emperor Yongli's blood younger brother, and have someone of a status in Great Liang, there are a lot of matters in the imperial family and some matters are not as simple as it looks. At that time, you must not suffer grievance. If someone bullies you, go and tell Prince Rui. You are one that Prince Rui married back with thousands of gold so he has to protect you. Don't carry it by yourself and let him handle it. Shen Miao complied. If Prince Rui cannot protect you, you need not be afraid as there is still father and mother. I have selected a few people in the Shen family army that are not ordinary even though they cannot be compared to Mo Qing. They would be dressed up as guards that are part of your dowry to bring over. Anyhow, one cannot let yourself be in a disadvantage. Shen Shen was teaching and guiding untiringly and after Shen Miao thought about it, she finally could not help but asked, Father, do mother and you have thoughts of leaving Mingqi? Shen Shen was stunned and looked at Shen Miao speechless. Since the words were spoken, Shen Miao would say everything out. Since I will be married to Great Liang, the emperor would definitely be estranged with the Shen family. Even though father and mother are brave generals, the emperor would not value you in the future. The monarch's mind has always been difficult to guess and even the emperor have other intentions, then why not follow me to Great Liang on the pretext of worrying? Just let the military power go since if one stay in Mingqi, there might be a day where the military power would be taken back. She spoke tactfully and if it was before, after hearing Shen Miao's words, Shen Shen would certainly be confused. But after that day where Xie Jingxing spoke to him for a long time and then listening to Shen Miao's suggestion, Shen Shen immediately understood. He could not help but laugh bitterly, so it turned out be it covertly or overtly, his daughter had already warned him so many times. Why did he not take those words to heart? Was it because of the Shen family's training of being loyal to the country? Or was it he did not trust from the bottom of his heart that Shen Miao's words were true? Shen Shen said, the imperial family wants to suppress the Shen family and fearing of the military power in my hands, they would not let the Shen family leave Mingqi that easily. Moreover, they still want to use the Shen family to control you. Shen Miao was startled. All along she was apprehensive towards Shen Shen and would not make Mingqi's imperial family's indifference too clearly. It was not because she felt that Shen Shen was stupidly loyal but because Shen Shen was taught by old General Shen since young to be loyal to the monarch and dedicate himself to the service of the country. To make one overthrow the thing that one revered for so many decades was a long process that at the end, some people would not be able to do it in their lifetime. However, Shen Shen's words seemed to have penetrated through it. Shen Shen said, Father knows of Zhao Zhao's concern but father cannot leave. If father makes up your mind and some means are used, one can be able to leave. Shen Miao said, though what a good scheme. Heaven family wants to use the Shen family to control me or use me to control the Shen family. They are not afraid that they would suffer a double loss. Saying till the end, there was some viciousness in her brows and her tone became sharp. Shen Shen laughed out loudly. One used to feel that Zhao Zhao is too soft and does not seem to be like a young lady of my military lineage family. Now seeing you like this father, there is some heroic sense. Not submitting to force and heart is firm. Very good. He drank a mouthful of tea and said, Zhao Zhao is so intelligent so it is not difficult to find a way out but how about the future? Future. Shen Miao was doubtful. What future? Zhao Zhao. Shen Shen suddenly said, the Heaven family view the Shen family as a thorn in the flesh so even if there is one day Mingqi is flourishing, the Shen family will still become the fish on the chopping board that anyone could slaughter. Shen Shen gave a big sigh. Our Shen family are straight and do not fear of crooked shadows that one do not even fear death. It is just that one is not willing to see your mother, eldest brother and even you to be implicated and even more reluctant to see the cleanliness of the generations of the Shen family and the loyalty that your grandfather and ancestors to be insulted by others. Shen Miao's entire heart was beating loudly. She had guessed what Shen Shen was about to say but she somewhat dare not believed it. In the next moment one heard Shen Shen's voice rang out, this loyal servant of the Heaven family, I, Shen Shen, no longer want to be one. Shen Miao looked up suddenly and said, Father. Zhao Zhao do not need to persuade me. Shen Shen smiled heartily, even though your father, I am loyal, I would not be loyal to people who have hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs. And would not bet the entire family's life in. Moreover one could clearly see that if our Shen family follow you to Great Liang, if one day Great Liang attack Mingqi, the commoners under heavens would scold our Shen family for being rebels and traitors and would also scold you for giving succor to the enemy. We cannot carry such an unfathomable dirty reputation. Moreover if we remained in Ding capital and you marry afar, if there is a day where Mingqi's and Great Liang's troops meet, you should not make an appearance. You are only a female and live like a duckweed as one is alone in a foreign country, everything is not of one's own volition so the commoners would not blame you. Our Shen family will be in Mingqi and it would not be possible to collude with Great Liang and naturally it would be unwarranted for one to carry those reputation. Shen Miao shook her head, like that then could it be that father wants to use the Shen family army to represent Mingqi to go to war with Great Liang? No, Shen Shen smiled, before that, His Majesty would take action against the Shen family. Even if the emperor do not take action, I have ways to let him take action against the Shen family. Shen Shen looked at the tea on the table, the Heaven family is full of suspicion and only some actions needs to be taken before the emperor would hear some empty rumors. The emperor is already jealous and fear the Shen family for very long and would definitely not be able to sit still and take action. He said it sarcastically. After going to the battlefield for Emperor Wenwei for so many years, protecting the country, risking life and limb but as long as some vile character say some rumors to Emperor Wenwei, he would forget the loyal that the official had shown and did not hesitate to eliminate the other party. Once there was a threat to his imperial throne or there was a little doubt, Emperor Wenwei would not leave any future problems for himself. Upon waiting till that day, Shen Shen's gaze suddenly became solemn. On the day when the imperial family is unjust and heartless to the Shen family, it will be the time for the Shen family to rise up in arms. Not willing to smear the Shen family name but not willing to sacrifice the people because of one's innocence and become the victim of the despicable imperial power, thus one had to let all the commoners under heaven see clearly it was the imperial family that was heartless to the Shen family, thus the Shen family became disloyal. Perhaps comparing to the imperial family, the formidable great general with heroic and meritorious achievements had much higher prestige in the eyes of the people of Mingqi. Shen Shen wanted to make use of this point to compete with the imperial family. This was the Shen family's counterattack against Ming-Chi's heaven family. But Shen Miao's thoughts at this moment were not about this. She was thinking that this was not the Shen style of action. The Shen family was straightforward and honest, saying as it was and would not play or scheme with people's heart. Other than being on the battlefield, most of the time they would be as clean as a piece of white paper. This was the reason why from Shen Miao's rebirth, she took everything onto herself. First, the Shen family could not scheme people's hearts, and second, she feared that her current appearance would be considered as sinister, treacherous and vicious in the eyes of the Shen family. However, what Shen was currently doing was planning a scheme at the background. It was not possible for Shen to take the initiative to do so, unless he had heard something from someone or someone had made a request. The first thing Shen Miao thought of was a person, Xie Jingxing. She looked at Shen and wanted to speak, but for a moment she was speechless. Shen seemed to have seen her internal entanglement and patted her head with a smile. I used to feel that Zhao Zhao did not grow up, but afterwards when Zhao Zhao stayed in Ding capital alone, Zhao Zhao grew up. I used to feel that as a young lady, it is not good to be so matured, but now, father is very happy. He spoke with a gentle smile. Like this, even if father and mother is not by your side, Zhao Zhao can still protect yourself. Shen Miao said, Father, if the Shen family cannot protect oneself, then write to Great Liang. I am the daughter of the Shen family, I will find a way. These are things that men should do. You are a young lady, do you really treat yourself like a boy? Shen laughed, but our Zhao Zhao is the best young lady in the world. Thinking about it, it is a loss to marry off to Prince Rui. Shen Miao felt her nose was sore, and it seemed that from this moment on, she clearly understood that in this lifetime, after rebirth, she would be leaving her family. Even though this person Prince Rui is deceitful and vicious, he is considered trustworthy. Since he promised to marry you, he will protect you. If you like him, don't need to have any apprehension. Like what you like, do what you want to do. I understand, Shen Miao said softly. Shen looked at Shen Miao, and after looking for quite a while, he then said with a smile, after a few years. Just after a few years, father promises you that one will definitely go look for you. Shen Miao smiled slightly, I will wait for father. From that day when Shen and Shen Miao had the long secret talk onwards, Shen's and Shen Miao's relationship seemed to be closer, and Shen Miao would often watch Shen practice in the courtyard. It made Shen angry, but he only said, lately younger sister sticks to father all day that one did not care about me anymore. Shen Miao felt that there was some secret tactic understanding between Shen and herself, and that Shen had become the person who understood her most in the Shen family, thus there was no scruples when she spoke. Most of the time she would be advising Shen to be wary of the Heaven family, since she had stayed in the palace for so long in her last lifetime and had some understanding of Ming-Chi's imperial family. When she told Shen, he was very surprised, as he did not know where Shen Miao learned all these from. Naturally, Shen Miao pushed all the credits to Xie Jingxing without any hesitation, which then provoked Shen to be more wary of Xie Jingxing. With such trickery and schemes, one could not be underestimated and have to be on guard against, else he would be counting money for him after being sold off. Speaking of Xie Jingxing, Shen Miao did ask him if he had said anything to Shen. Xie Jingxing did not admit nor did he deny it. Seeing his attitude, Shen Miao understood in her heart. When talking about what would happen to the Shen family in the future, Xie Jingxing said that he still had plans in Ming-Chi's Ding capital and nothing would happen to the Shen family. With this words of his, Shen Miao was assured. In a turn of an eye, time had flew to the night before the marriage. On the next day, Shen Miao will be married off from the Shen family, and the sedan carriage would go round the entire city, and the ceremony would be completed festively before leaving Ding capital gates, leaving Ming-Chi and grandiose as it heads towards Great Liang. The things that should be brought were brought, the people that should be following were also followed. Shen Miao did not forget about Pei Lang at all. Currently with Pei Lang's identity, it was very dangerous for him to remain in Ding capital, as Fu Shuyi would dig 3Che to the ground to look for him. It was better to let Pei Lang hide in the marriage entourage and head together to Great Liang. Shen Miao had thought that even if it was because of Lu Ying, Pei Lang would not agree easily to go to Great Liang and had planned to persuade him, but she only mentioned it in the letter and Pei Lang agreed to it straightforwardly that he agreed to go to Great Liang. This made Shen Miao doubtful and thought that it might be Xie Jingxing that persuaded Pei Lang, but then felt that most likely Xie Jingxing would not do such a thing. Whether Pei Lang stay in Ming-Chi or go to Great Liang, whether he was dead or alive, most likely Xie Jingxing would not even put it in his thoughts at all. Shen Miao will be marrying tomorrow, but other than the entire Shen residence having a sleepless night today, naturally there were others that had no mood to sleep. The princess residence was one. Princess Rongshin returned to the room after a walk and all the servants were dismissed by her. She only feared that her abnormal behavior would be suspicious to others. Ever since discovering that Prince Rui's identity was Xie Jingxing, even though Princess Rongshin had many doubts, she had never taken the initiative to go to the residence of Prince Rui to question Xie Jingxing. She knew that the heavenly family had many ears and eyes, and even though she was now only a princess who has no worldly cares, it did not mean that there was no one watching her every move. If those people sent someone and discovered Xie Jingxing's identity, what could be done then? Princess Rongshin still had some old feelings with Xie Jingxing. She was vigilant with him, suspected him, but did not forget the many moons of companion, and also unable to forget that during those lonely days, it was Xie Jingxing that came over to talk to her and pass the difficult times of being a widow. Humans' emotions were very complicated, as there was no pure love or hate. If one could distinguish love and hate clearer, then many things would become easier. The most difficult was the complication of love, that one was not able to harden one's heart but unable to not be affected. Tomorrow Shen Miao would be marrying off, and tomorrow Xie Jingxing will be leaving Ming-Chi's Ding capital. The next time Xie Jingxing step onto Ming-Chi after this return to Great Liang, it could be the time where both armies would meet, or that he come to flatten the Ding capital of Great Liang. Princess Rongshin was the Yin Yu of the past Xie Jingxing, but also the princess of Ming-Chi. In front of the country and family, one had to always make the choice. What was more, that there were elements of deception in this family relations. After a while she walked to the front of the table to sit down and took out a brush and paper. She dipped the brush in the ink and was about to write on the paper when she stopped the brush just above the paper, as if she was very tangled up. When this letter was written, when this letter was sent, no matter if no one knew of Xie Jingxing, or he would be blamed by tens of thousands of people or perhaps even fall into danger, one thing could be for sure, that once this letter was finished, it meant that she had made a choice. All the past sentiments of her and Xie Jingxing would disappear at this moment. From a close family to a hated person, be it for Princess Rongshin or Xie Jingxing, it was a painful matter. Princess Rongshin dared not think about the result, but she had no other choice. She also did not expect that previously when she heard about Xie Jingxing's death, she almost followed him but now personally pushed Xie Jingxing to a possible dead route. She gritted her teeth and finally wrote the letter quickly. In the residence of the Count of Pingnan, Su Yu and Su Ferin were looking at Su Mingfeng's closed study door and looked at each other in dismay. Su Mingfeng had lived for 20 over years and for the first time liked a young lady. It was a pity that this marriage was not fated. Previously, with the crown prince pressurizing, the Su family was willing to take the risk of offending the crown prince and let Su Mingfeng marry Shen Miao first, but who knew the crown prince matter passed, and now a Prince Rui came attacking from thin air. For a person like Shen who loved his daughter that much, at the end could only obey the imperial decree and let his daughter marry far away to Great Liang, much less that status of the residence of Pingnan was much lower than the general residence. Su Furan signed and said, the plan now is only to wait as the days passes and Ming Feng would come to understand and forget the young lady of the Shen family. It is easier said than done. Su Yu shook his head. Ming Feng's personality is like mine, long-lasting emotions. To change affection and forget the young lady of the Shen family, one feared that it would not be that easy. He looked at Su Furan. It is useless for us to stand here. It is better for us to go back first and let Ming Feng think about it. Su Furan glared at Su Yu. Feelings is not a pieces of meat that fall off from your body. You don't even know about heartache. This is my son. Seeing his heart hurting is more painful than cutting my flesh. Then you two don't go in to persuade him. He don't listen, so isn't it the same? Su Yu said in grievance. He then saw Su Minglang hugging a thick copybook for calligraphy as he walked past. As Su Minglang aged, the liveliness during his childhood was finally put away and gradually became the second Su Mingfeng. However, Su Minglang was a little more snobbish than the gentle and courteous Su Minglang. Even now when he saw his parents, he would put on airs of an adult which made Su Yu complained openly and discreetly that Su Minglang was now no more adorable. Su Yu called him Minglang. Su Minglang stopped and walked over to the two of them before greeting his parents. Your eldest brother has suffered a blow today and is currently not in a good mood. Father has an important thing to hand over to you. Go to your eldest brother's study and talk to him to persuade him. Even though Su Minglang's temperament had some changes, he was still very close with Su Mingfeng. Upon thinking, it was true as Su Minglang matured late and looked as round as a meatball when young, thus being teased by his friends or scolded by Su Yu. It was Su Mingfeng that would protect him every time and also plead Su Yu for leniency. Su Minglang was one that would think of those who dug the well when one drank the water, thus he still remembered that his oldest brother treated him well when he was little. Su Furan also said, yes, Minglang, go and ask your eldest brother to teach you to write or perhaps play cards with you. In all, don't let him be idle. Su Minglang looked at the couple and said old-fashionedly, you want me to persuade eldest brother not to be upset about older Shen sister's marriage, right? Su Yu and Su Furan. Su Minglang looked at the lantern that was still lit in the study. We brother want to speak of things close to one's heart, so if father and mother have nothing to say, do leave first. I will not let eldest brother throw himself into the river. After half a beat, Su Furan then said, then thanks Minglang. Su Minglang stepped towards Su Mingfeng's study and he pushed open the doors with great difficulty. He saw Su Mingfeng sitting on front of the desk with a complicated expression. These days, this expression often appeared on his face. Su Minglang climbed onto the nearest chair to Su Mingfeng and sat properly before looking at Su Mingfeng. Eldest brother, if you like, go and fight. Su Mingfeng. A true man should have the courage to accept the consequences of one's action. Su Minglang encouraged him with a solemn attitude. As a brother, I will definitely support you. Since you like the young lady of the Shen family, then go and snatch the bride over. Anyways, compared to the whatever prince, eldest brother is much better. Su Mingfeng laughed in spite of himself when he understood what Su Minglang was saying and shook his head. What does her marrying to who has anything to do with me? Then why are you upset? Su Minglang asked curiously. Do you not like older Shen sister? Don't listen to mother's nonsense words. When did I like her? But you still send people to investigate secretly older Shen sister. Su Mingfeng accused. If this is not like, what is? Su Mingfeng shook his head. I did not do this because of like but because. He suddenly stopped speaking and a complex expression appeared on his face. Su Minglang looked at him. Eldest brother, you look really strange now. Second younger brother. Su Mingfeng suddenly said, do you still remember Xie Jingxing of the residence of the Marquis of Linen? Older Xie brother. Su Minglang said, of course I remember. Is that eldest brother's best friend? Eldest brother said that older Xie brother left for a faraway place and will not be returning, so in the future I must not mention about older Xie brother. Why is it brought up today? Eldest brother, is older Xie brother returning to Ding capital? Su Mingfeng shook his head. No. He asked, you also think that he is my best friend? Of course. Su Minglang said, even though older Xie brother is fierce, his mouth is bad and always like to bully me, but he treats our family rather well. Didn't eldest brother say before that eldest brother is the youngest of the residents of the Marquis of Linen and older Xie brother is eldest brother's eldest brother? Su Mingfeng was silent. Su Minglang looked at him curiously, is oldest brother quarreling with older Xie brother? Su Mingfeng stood up. No. I need to go out. Minglang, stay here and don't go anywhere. The night of Ding capital covered everything, and in the princess residence and the residence of the Count of Pinnan, the darkness was like an undercurrent, waves tumultuous crashing against the reef under the calm water. In the residence of Prince Ding, Fu Shuyi was sitting on the highest position. His appearance looked a little haggard and this made his handsome appearance somewhat inferior. In the period before, a large fire burned down the underground prison of the residence of Prince Ding and Fu Shuyi almost smashed everything that could be destroyed in the room. However, before the raging anger was fully vented, the oncoming news made him even more angry. It was that Pei Lang's body was not found in the underground prison. Obviously Pei Lang was rescued and one naturally knew that the fire was set by the person who rescued Pei Lang. To be so blatant and daring to behave atrociously in his residence of Prince Ding and most importantly ruin the thing that he valued, Fu Shuyi was determined to dig 3 Che to the ground to find Pei Lang and the person behind Pei Lang. He thought that it was the Shen family people, but at the end of the investigation, it had nothing to do with the Shen family at all. Upon further investigation, the clues were cut and there were no trace at all. One could only imagine the fire in Fu Shuyi's heart. And tomorrow it would be the marriage of Shen Miao and Prince Rui, and after tomorrow, Shen Miao would be following Prince Rui to Great Liang, thus it would not be possible to know about the secret behind Prince Rui. How would Fu Shuyi be willing to see the opportunity disappearing right in front of him? Just at this time, the guard that Fu Shuyi sent to investigate matters came in and greeted Fu Shuyi before speaking. Your Highness, there is movements in the princess residence and the residence of the Count of Pinnan. Fu Shuyi's eyes lit up as he said, how is it? The guard took 2 steps forward and bent down to whisper 2 sentences to Fu Shuyi's ears. Fu Shuyi's looked shocked before immediately expressing great joy. The heavens is helping me. Immediately instruct people to follow 2 of them. Don't let any little thing go. The guard complied and left. Fu Shuyi leaned back to the back of the chair and a self-satisfaction smile slowly floated on his face. Prince Rui, the princess residence, the residence of the Count of Pingnan, Shen Miao, he said, this prince wants to see what kind of untold secret you have. 186 to 192. On the 8th day of the first month, it was a rare auspicious day in the calendar that it was good for marriage, funeral and also to start on a journey. Just as the sun rose, Shen Miao was quickly awoken by Jing Jie and Gu Yu to start dressing up. Initially Shen Miao had thought that no matter what happened, she would not be able to sleep the night before, but who knew when the day arrived, she slept especially soundly. It was as if she had returned to her carefree childhood times. Because of the good sleep, her face looked more translucent and bright. Bai Lu and Shuangzhong brought some exquisite cakes and each one were made tiny. Bai Lu said, young lady eats some to fill up the stomach fist. The wedding ceremony is cumbersome today, one cannot be hungry on the way. She then picked a bowl of porridge. This is the winter porridge that Fern personally made early in the morning. One will be lucky and everything will go according to one's wishes upon drinking it. Shen Miao picked the bowl up and slowly drank it. One's heart was somewhat emotional upon thinking of how one raised children. In the previous lifetime she was married to Fu Shuyi because she made a fuss and threw tantrums with her family, forcing Shen to agree as he had no other way. But there were more people who came for the excitement than to give blessings. Luo Shuiyan was so angry with her that she fell ill and could barely finish the marriage ceremony, so how would she have the mood or energy to make porridge? Unlike now, everyone in the residence was filled with joy and were all working hard for her. Shen Miao vaguely felt that this marriage seemed to be excellent. After finished eating, Luo Shuiyan came in and a middle-aged woman followed behind. This female's appearance was not outstanding but made others' gaze be attracted to her. The clothes she wore were exquisite and it made one remember her at the bottom of one's heart. This is Mei Niangzi. Luo Shuiyan smiled. She is here specially to be your auspicious Niangzi. Shen Miao was slightly surprised. Mei Niangzi was a very famous person in Ding capital. She was born in an official family but started a business despite the opposition at home. What more was that the business was selling of rouge, perfume, clothes and jewelry. There were numerous delicate females that were raised in Ding capital and those young ladies of official families were not short of money as long as their love of beauty was satisfied. Mei Niangzi's rouge, perfume, clothes and jewelry were precisely the best and unique. Even though Mei Niangzi was a merchant, no one dared to underestimate her. However, the most outstanding craftsmanship of Mei Niangzi was putting on makeup for other. There was once a prince in Mingqi who was marrying a consort and the consort had some friendship with Mei Niangzi. Thus Mei Niangzi became her auspicious Niangzi and people said that prince consort's appearance was most probably the most beautiful since the founding of Mingqi. However, for Mei Niangzi to be another's auspicious Niangzi, it was all because she had some friendship with the other party and others did not have such good luck. For so many years, Mei Niangzi had not been anyone else's auspicious Niangzi. Shen Miao was surprised as she smiled. I did not think that Mei Niangzi would be willing to do me the honor. Mei Niangzi smiled. May Wang Fei not say such things. When this servant saw Wang Fei, one felt a fate and wanted to come over to seek some auspiciousness and thicken one's face to come over. If Wang Fei does not despise this servant's skills, this servant's heart is satisfied. These merchants' mouths were all powerful as they could speak to both humans and ghosts. Shen Miao naturally did not believe the words of fate. She was thinking that it could be that Shen gave this Mei Niangzi a large sum of money but after thinking for a bit, this Mei Niangzi was not short on money that she even do business according to her feelings so why would she care about these worldly benefits? Just as she was thinking about it, Mei Niangzi had stepped forward and said with a smile, Wang Fei, the hairstyle of a bride is very complicated. One request for the wedding dress to be worn before this servant can put up the makeup on you. Luo Shuiyang quickly urged Shen Miao over. After changing the clothes, styling of the hair, putting on jewelry then layers of powder were placed. As Mei Niangzi put on the makeup for Shen Miao, she smiled as she said, this servant have seen numerous young ladies over these years and many ladies of officials' families have also bought jewelry and powder from this servant thus this servant had seen all the young ladies in Ding capital but no one could compare with Wang Fei's bearing. She smiled and said to Luo Shuiyan, Fern mustn't blame this servant from speaking too much. Wang Fei don't look similar with Fern. Fern is straightforward and refreshing but Wang Fei looks poised and noble that even those palaces nobles are also inferior in comparison. Hearing others praising her daughter, naturally Luo Shuiyan would be happy but the topic touched on the palace so Luo Shuiyan said modestly, how could it be that good? It is only that Zhao Zhao is naturally unflustered and more similar to her father. One cannot say that, Mei Niangzi said as she drew Shen Miao's eyebrows, even though some people's status are noble, they do not have that kind of bearing in their bones and only put up an act. After removing their clothes and taking the jewelry off, there are no difference between them and ordinary folks. Some people are however different, even with coarse clothes and without anything else, just sitting there, they are still of higher position. I see that Wang Fei is the latter. She smiled, it is only the fate of the rich and noble. But Fern can be rest assured today, there would not be coarse clothes. With such a great wedding dress and all these great jewelries, if I, Mei Niangzi do not give Wang Fei a good makeup, one would be smashing my signboard. One has to let Wang Fei be the first in Ding capital. As Shen Miao let Mei Niangzi go on, she listened to Mei Niangzi's words and felt that this Mei Niangzi seemed to be quite good at observing people. She felt interested and listened to their conversation carefully. This bride's makeup took an entire half a shichen to put up. Even though it looked like a thin layer of powder, one had to use a small brush made of sheep fur for application and rouge naturally had to be put up so that the brows would look like the new moon, lips like flower petals and the most beautiful thing that made one feel had to be the eyes. Shen Miao had a pair of naturally clear and distinctive eyes that looked like a newly born deer but today Mei Niangzi drew a slight hook at the end of the eyes that made her look more graceful with the same purity. There was some feeling of being the mother of everything under heavens. Luo Shuiyang was shocked at the sudden thought that jumped into her mind. Mei Niangzi smiled, currently there is nothing else to do now. After a while the people who are here to top up the dowry will arrive. Fern can accompany Wang Fei first while this servant search for some fragrant leaves to make some for Wang Fei to wear. Luo Shuiyan complied. Shen Miao sat in front of the table as Luo Shuiyan looked at her charming daughter. She was happy but reluctant and could only hold on firmly onto Shen Miao's hands. Zhao Zhao, today you will be marrying off. Mother has some words to tell you. Shen Miao said, Mother do speak, I will listen. When a daughter is married off, a mother would always have a few words to instruct. However at the beginning when mother married to your father, your Wai Zum you had passed away and mother only have older brothers and no sisters. The few Saosaos were young so no one said such things to mother. Luo Shuiyang was a bit embarrassed, so these things are all what mother came out myself and is not sure if it is right or wrong. However, one have to still tell you about it. The way of getting along between husband and wife is all in the honesty. For so many years with your father, one did not have any secrets with each other. If upon discovering that the other party have secrets, don't rush to question and wait and be patient as he will tell it to you. Luo Shuiyan patted Shen Miao hands lovingly. Mother know that your temper is stable and it is a good thing as you will not be affected by matters outside but emotions cannot be resolved by tolerating. If you like him, you will care about his every move and would involuntarily follow one's heart to take action and one would not be stable. Be more frank, be more straightforward, don't be shy and don't be scared. That is your husband, the person that you will spend a lifetime with. Luo Shuiyan paused and said, Jingxing had promised me that after you, there will not be any concubines or tongfangs and honestly speaking, I do not trust him. As a member of the imperial family, how could one's inner courtyard only consist of one female? It is just that since matter is as such, one can only take a step at a time. Shen Miao's eyes hang down and she heard Luo Shuiyan continue speaking, but our Shen family's daughter will never compromise. If your husband has other female in the inner courtyard, you can be jealous, can quarrel with him. All those nonsense magnanimity, are all dog shit. That are all the unfair conditions that the world bound females with. If there is such a day, you do not need to view him as your husband in your heart, since you cannot manage another's heart, one can manage one's heart. With regards to others, if you want to separate, father and mother will help you. Shen Miao first looked at Luo Shuiyan with surprise before she could not help but laugh in her heart. Yes, there were no concubine or Tongfang in the Luo family, and Luo Shuiyan's living environment made her decided that one life would be spent as a couple. Luo Shuiyan's words would be shocking to others' ears but was especially warm in Shen Miao's. Luo Shuiyan would always consider about her feelings and would not let her feel grievances. As for other people, what did they have to do with her? Thinking again about Fu Shuyi's birth mother, consort Dong Shu, who kept requesting her for this and that. Requesting her to be magnanimous, and after not long of marriage, she had taken the initiative to arrange a secondary consort for Fu Luyi. The contrast could not be clearer. Luo Shuiyan suddenly took out a booklet from her sleeves. Zhao Zhao, this. Keep this well. After the entire wedding ceremony is completed, then find some free time to read it. Shen Miao was somewhat curious and took it as she asked, what is this? Luo Shuiyan's face reddened and she spoke vaguely, things that you need to understand. Seeing that Shen Miao was about to open it, she quickly pressed Shen Miao's hands down. Don't look now. Later when you are alone, then look at it. Shen Miao nodded her head and was about to ask a few more things when she saw Luo Shuiyan's unnatural face and suddenly understood. Her face also because hot. Spring drawings. She did not see this before, as the Shen family was in an entire mess when she married in the past life, that even this little booklet was forgotten. Afterwards, on the day of marriage, Fu Shuyi did not consummate marriage, much less mention about this. Even when she and Fu Shuyi consummate marriage, it was done in a rush and Fu Shuyi was extremely perfunctory. Even though Shen Miao had never seen spring drawings, afterwards she had heard of others speaking about it and of couples studying together during their newly wedded life, but these were things that she had not experienced before. One had not expected upon marrying again, even the regrets of the past life would be fulfilled. Just as Luo Shuiyan and Shen Miao was somewhat embarrassed, there were footsteps from outside. Luo Tan pulled Feng and Ning in, and seeing that Luo Shuiyan was present, she said, Gu Mu, we are here to top up the dowry for youngest Biao's sister. Luo Shuiyan was embarrassed, and seeing both of them here to get her out of the situation, she sighed in relief and smiled, then you all should talk a while. I will go out for a while first. When Luo Shuiyan left, Luo Tan went one round of Shen Miao and exclaimed, youngest Biao's sister, you are just too beautiful today. It is almost comparable to fairies. Correct. Feng and Ning was always picky and had a temperament of picking bones and eggs, but this time she also nodded her head. It is the first in all of Mingqi. After being given the cold treatment by Shen Chu, Feng and Ning had come her much lesser, but this time because Shen Miao was marrying off, even though she feared Shen Chu in her heart, she gathered her courage to come over. One heard that it was Mei Niangzi, that auspicious Niangzi. Feng and Ning said, no wonder it is so pretty that even I cannot recognize you. Youngest Biao's sister is already good looking from birth. Luo Tan was in all smiles before she took out a small box from her back and said, this is what I give to you. Shen Miao opened the box and saw a metal lump toy inside but did not know what it was. Shen Miao had not yet spoke when Feng and Ning took the lead to ask, what is this? It is just ridiculous for you to give this thing to Shen Miao. What do you know? This thing is called a compass. Luo Tan said, this is different from those used in the army that only point at the rough area. This is something that was gotten from the Eastern Sea and is what the boating teams use. Older brother Ling brought 10 back and wanted the craftsman to make more for the army. It was not an easy task to request one. If you don't want, then never mind. Shen Miao quickly closed the little box. Many thanks. Luo Tan pouted her lips. I just feel that youngest Biao's sister does not short of anything, and Prince Rui gave such a big betrothal gift and there is just nothing lack at all. By gifting jewelry or something, it is not comparable to Prince Rui and one would only invite trouble for oneself, so it is better to gift something practical. Keep this compass since you are not familiar in Great Liang and one day you are lost, this would come in hand. Shen Miao said, that makes sense. This is more special than gold and silver jewelry. Luo Tan proudly looked towards Feng and Ning. Eldest young lady Feng, what are you gifting? Take it out and let us open up our eyes. If it is jewelry, then it would not be fun anymore. Feng and Ning glared at her and said in dissatisfaction, what of a compass? Even if our Feng family have nothing, I would not give such children toys. She opened up her own little box and took out a small bottle. There are 3 Gui Yuan pills. Do you know of Gui Yuan pills? It is something that the previous dynasty physician make to renew lives and valued with sights. She put the bottle and box onto Shen Miao hands and said with dislike, your temperament is not likable that there are beings seeking to kill you in Mingqi, so much less Great Liang. If there are any unexpected misfortune, then eat 1 Gui Yuan pill as it will save your life. Then she added, however, it is said that the troublemaker would live for 1,000 years, so you should live for a long time. Shen Miao smiled gently, many thanks. Feng and Ning spoke as if with odds, but her intentions were good. Shen Miao knew that the Gui Yan pills were precious, that Fu Shuyi previously had 1 Gui Yuan pill and it was used to bribe an aide that he really wanted to bring over to his side. 1 pill was worth a talent, so one could see how valuable it was. At one time Feng and Ning brought 3 pills over, she was indeed very generous. When Feng and Ning heard those words, her eyes became red. With this goodbye, one did not know if one would be able to meet up in this lifetime. You don't have any friends in Mingqi, and since I know you, naturally I cannot make you lose face and gift you things that you cannot show off. As she spoke, she sobbed but still wanted to continue. It is not that I cannot bear to let you go, but it is because I feel that gifting you such a big gift but you are not able to top up the dowry when I get married. This is just too uneconomical. Shen Miao was between tears and laughter. If you get married, I will get someone to send you your gift and will write to you from time to time. I will not let you gift it in vain. Feng and Ning then was slightly better. Shen Miao suddenly remembered something and took out a letter from her sleeves and said to Feng and Ning, now there is a letter. After today ends, read this letter, then let your eldest brother read it. Luo Tan and Feng and Ning was startled at the same time. Before Luo Tan smiled, could it be that youngest Biao's sister feels sorry for eldest Feng brother? At that time you did not agree to eldest Feng brother's proposal and specially wrote a letter to express one's apologies. After finishing she shook her head, but why let Ning read it? Don't bother about this. Shen Miao said, if there are any trouble in the future, come to the Shen mansion and look for my eldest brother. My eldest brother will definitely help. Shen Miao had remembered that the Feng family's ending in the previous life was not good and Feng and Ning married to a beast in human shape and at the end died before her prime. Now in this lifetime, she was considered friends with Feng and Ning and could only write all those reminders for the Feng family. If Feng and Ning bring it out, one feared that Master Feng would think that Feng and Ning was acting willfully, but if Feng Zixian bring it out, it would be different. Feng Zixian had already entered officialdom and Master Feng trusted Feng Zixian's talent and would treat this matter seriously. As for Shen Chu, since Shen Miao was not in Mingqi, one could only let her eldest brother help to take care of the Feng family. When Feng and Ning heard it, her face became red and she muttered, so fierce, who wants him to help? But these words were not heard by Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not have sisters and had few friends in Mingqi, so most of the people who came to top up the dowry was doing it because of Luo Shuiyan and those young ladies wanted to please Shen Miao. Most of the things that were gifted were jewelry, and when one meet up, the jealous and admiring people all praised Shen Miao's wedding dress and makeup. After all these females finished speaking, the auspicious time had arrived and the entourage that came to bring the bride had reached the front doors of the Shen mansion. Luo Shuiyan and Mei Niangzi came into the room and Mei Niangzi covered Shen Miao's head with the veil. Both Shen Miao's hands were supported by these two people as she slowly walked out. The main doors of the Shen mansion were exceptionally lively today. The streets of Ding capital was empty so that they could come over to see the Shen family marrying their daughter off. The entrance of the Shen mansion was surrounded by so many layers that water could not even pass and the commoners were all talking about it. The fifth young lady of the Shen family is really marrying off in a grand style. Look at the horse carriages outside, they are not what ordinary people use and look like for those extremely favored consorts. Look at the sachets that are used to reward, it is all loose silver and not copper coins. From that one can tell that this wedding is different from ordinary ones. Another person interjected, how could it not be grand? First, one do not even need to say that the Shen family is originally well regarded, one also have to see who fifth young Shen lady is marrying. That is Great Liang's prince of first rank. One heard that Great Liang is wealthy and did not believe it at first, but seeing this, one can only believe that it is true. A prince of first rank of Great Liang marrying a wife and the entire thing is done much grander than when our emperor marrying. Isn't this slapping our emperor's face? Hey, these words cannot be said indiscriminately. As long as one's heart understands, it is enough. A middle-aged female said, one heard that the Prince Rui of Great Liang gave 99 sets of betrothal gifts but one did not know if it is true or not. Hey, quick look, it is here. In Mingqi's marriage customs, it was necessary to send betrothal gifts. On the day of marriage, someone would bring each chest of betrothal gifts over to the bride's maiden family and let everyone take a look and also let the surrounding people see clearly. Thus when the betrothal gifts are more generous, both sides would feel good. By gifting so much betrothal gifts in front of the world, the bride would feel good and the groom would feel pride, making it a joyous event. Thus, in order to have face, some people would deliberately carry over empty boxes as betrothal gifts on the day of marriage. However, it was not like so today. That was because each chest of betrothal gift was wide open so that everyone could see what was inside clearly. Antiques, painting, jewelry, furniture, pearls, precious stones, clothes, silver. Everything that should be here was here and each chest was pressed tightly and filled to the brim that even a little water was unable to sip in. Almost all the people watching were red-eyed. However, no one dared to take action. One feared that even the most arrogant of thieves and robbers would not dare to act rashly. The soldiers were wearing thick armor, had precious swords on their waists and looked imposing with orderly steps as if there was anyone's heart that were against the law or discipline, they would immediately drag them out to kill. Such fiercely made one dared not come forward and everyone spontaneously opened up a path and let these people who were carrying the betrothal gift pass. There were some who were curious and counted with their fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, the long entourage did not seem to reach the end and the voice in the crowd counted till it became tired. Until the very last one, someone shouted out, it is 99 chests. 99 chests of betrothal gifts. 99 chests of betrothal gifts. When the crown prince married the crown prince consort, there was only 58 chests and this was almost half more. But Prince Rui was the Great Liang's prince of first rank, so if the Great Liang's emperor marries, how grand would everything be? However, regardless of the emperor of Great Liang, currently Shen Miao's marriage was even grander than the emperor of Mingqi. The crowd could not help but burst into exclamation. It was conceivable that after Shen Miao's grand marriage today, one feared that no one in Mingqi could surpass such a scene. There were some young females that were of the age to marry in the crowd, not to mention those officials' daughters that came to top up the dowry, that were looking on with red eyes. Which female did not look forward to a grand wedding? Females were always somewhat vain. However, who could have guessed that Shen Miao, that stupid one in the Shen family, who was not comparable with one's own Tang older sisters, was always ridiculed and always dismissed by Prince Ding, would be married so well. Everyone knew that Fu Shuyi was indifferent to Shen Miao at that time, but Shen Miao became even braver and she became the joke of everyone in Ding capital. Therefore, even when the old man on the frontier lost one's mare, who could have guessed that it was a blessing in disguise? Who would be clear of things that would happen in the future? Someone said, at the beginning didn't fifth Shen young lady admired His Highness Prince Ding. One feared that she would feel fortunate now. Everyone knows that His Highness Prince Ding has always been simple and if fifth Shen young lady married to His Highness Prince Ding, one feared that it would not even reach 100th of this procession. These words were coincidentally heard by Fu Shuyi, who was in the crowd. A trace of anger floated onto his face but it was quickly suppressed. His simplicity was done for everyone under heavens to see and it was all for the sake of having a good reputation. If he heard people spoke as such before, Fu Shuyi would be happy as this meant that he had succeeded, but to hear it today that Fu Shuyi was simple, there was an angry feeling in Fu Shuyi. It seemed to say that he was far inferior to Prince Rui. The investigator that he had sent out yesterday had not returned yet and Fu Shuyi knew that the matter was a failure. He instructed his people to look for the whereabouts of his subordinates and at the same time could not help but participate in Shen Miao's marriage. He also wanted to see how arrogant could this Prince Rui of Great Liang be. He however did not expect that Prince Rui really dared to do so. Using such a grand style, it would only make the imperial family of Mingqi seem petty. This was none other than slapping the face of the imperial family. The awful thing was that one could not say anything about it because Prince Rui was not Mingqi's citizen and Mingqi's regulations could not be used to manage him. He looked back at the doors of the Shen mansion and saw Shen Miao walking out with the help of Luo Shuiyan and Mei Niangzi. Shen Miao was stepping over the braziers and carefully lifted her foot so as not to burn the dress. Her action was very careful and slow as if she was extremely serious about this matter. The people surrounding were amazed at how this wedding dress was shimmering and swaying, but Fu Shuyi felt a feeling that was difficult to specify in his heart. He suddenly felt that this scene was very annoying to his eyes. But why was this so? Towards Shen Miao, Fu Shuyi had a strange feeling in his heart. At the beginning when Shen Miao chased him, he hated stupid people but only thought of using the Shen family's military power and thus used her. Afterwards there was suddenly a day when Shen Miao no longer chased him and Fu Shuyi then discovered that he did not understand Shen Miao one bit at all. Shen Miao was not stupid and was very cunning. The Shen family was also very peculiar. They were obviously a chess piece in his hand but one did not know from when onwards it had escaped from his hands and now at the other side of the board, facing against him. But at this moment, Fu Shuyi suddenly had an impulse to kick the brazier over because he felt that this scene was incorrect, like something was wrong with it. Just as he was somewhat unable to restrain himself from this unfathomable idea, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. He turned back to look and saw that the crowd automatically parted to form a small road and the one leading at the front was a person with bright clothes and an angry horse. That person pulled the reins, with bright red robes that were as hot as fire and galloped over from afar. The clothes were fluttering but it had an appearance of elegance and warmth, as if it could burn one's eyes. Everyone was in an uproar. That person pulled the reins and stopped one step away from Shen Miao. When the horse slammed its hooves onto the ground, those people watching were shocked. The young man sat high up on the horse and the silver mask was slightly tinted red due to the red robes. He did not say anything and leaned slightly forward on the back of the horse and extended a hand towards the bride. He then opened his mouth in a lazy but irresistible manner. Here to marry you, Shen Jiao Jiao. Here to marry you, Shen Jiao Jiao. His tone of voice was careless but his hand gesture of reaching out was however serious. Such an arrogant, lawless and unbinding manner made others felt that everything seemed to have quieted down and this male's appearance was deeply engraved on everyone's heart, making it unforgettable. Everyone was silent. Shen Miao's head was covered and could not see anything thus she could only hear the sound coming in front of her. She instinctively looked up and in the next moment felt that her hand was being lifted up and something was worn around her fingers. It was a slightly cool and soft feeling that made her somewhat stunned. The people around, however, breathed in a cold breath. In all dynasties, princes of the first rank would have their own thumb rings, and this thumb ring was not just an accessory as it was an important symbol of their identity. By using this thumb ring, one would be able to freely order one's subordinate. Naturally, no matter where the imperial relatives went, everyone would recognize them and there was no need to use this thumb ring, but one had never seen a prince of first rank giving his thumb ring to another. What was gifted was not only a thumb ring. This meant that Prince Rui had given arbitrary power to Shen Miao to instruct his subordinates. Once Shen Miao had this thumb ring, there was no difference between facing her and Prince Rui. This was giving up his power to another, and the person who he gave to was a female. One had seen others dote on their wives, but one had never seen such doting. The young females surrounding were just too envious of it. Even though Prince Rui was wearing a mask, he was a noble and generous, thus there would be birds and bees flying around. Shen Miao was not a national beauty, so she would be despised by Prince Rui very soon. Who knew that the groom would directly slap their faces? In this world, it was most likely the first time one doted on one's wife like this. Why was it that it was the fifth young Shen lady that had such fortune? One did not know what blessings had she cultivated in her past life. However, be it was unfortunate or blessings, everyone had not thought about Shen Miao's experience in her past life. Prince Rui placed the thumb ring onto Shen Miao's hands and his thin lips hooked up before he leaned over slightly and kissed the back of Shen Miao's hand. The feeling was slightly numbing and naturally Shen Miao guessed what it was and could not help but redden her face. Fortunately, there was a veil covering her head and others was unable to see her. Prince Rui got up and Mei Niangzi quickly sang with a smile, bringing the betrothal gifts and the dowry is carried out. After all the dowries were moved, the mother had to personally feed rice dumplings to the bride. The dumplings were made small-sized and there was a mixture of peanuts, lotus seeds and sesame seeds as it has the meaning of giving birth early. Luo Shuiyan took the small spoon as Shen Miao slightly lifted the corner of the veil and swallowed the dumpling that Luo Shuiyan fed. Luo Shuiyan's eyes were somewhat moist. Zhao Zhao, after marrying, one must not take grievances. Shen Miao's heart also moved. I understand, mother. Shen Xin turned his back around and quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He was a male and had led countless of generals and soldiers, thus it was unspeakable for one to tear in front of others. However, he was feeling very upset in his heart. Towards Shen Miao, Shen Xin always felt that he had owed her too much, especially after the conversation with Xie Jingxing. He only then knew that all along they thought that Shen Miao was raised in a warm nest but did not know that there were snakes, bugs, rats and ants in the nest. In those many moons, unknowingly she had grown up. Before he had the chance to compensate her to do anything, Shen Miao had married off. From the crying baby to the little girl who started to talk to the current young lady who was wearing a wedding dress, Shen Xin felt a lot of emotions. Shen Chu walked over as the brothers of the bride had the responsibility to carry the bride up the wedding sedan. Shen Miao lay on top of Shen Chu's back as Shen Chu walked exceptionally slow. As he walked he said softly, younger sister, you are too thin. The next time when I see you after you are married to Great Liang and you are thinner than today, I will get it even with Prince Rui. Shen Miao. Quickly give birth to a niece for me. A nephew is also alright. Shen Chu's voice was soft and silly, without any of the bravery and hot blood in the battlefield. I will visit you. Shen Miao buried her head in Shen Chu's neck and spoke to him like when she was young, you must. When Prince Rui, who was on the horse, saw this scene, his brows and heart jumped. After Shen Chu carried Shen Miao onto the wedding sedan, Mei Niangzi started singing. The grand events under heavens is like the joy of marriage. The gentlemen do not ask about saints. With a basket of food and a ladle to drink, one would not have worries and always have joy that there would not be any violation towards the groom in 3 months. The fifth lady of the Shen family also have beauty. In the beginning Nuwa mend the skies with thousands of stones, the restoration did not stop there and continued in this graceful female. The heavens birth people and each living thing has its principle. The groom has a majestic appearance and have an elegant bearing that is unchangeable even in front of numerous of people. The fifth lady of the Shen family is a citizen of Ding capital of Mingqi, has tender sentiments and cherished memories. She is soft-spoken, warm, extraordinary and charmingly refined. Her appearance is dignified and able to hold one's bearing. Envoys are not comparable. The marriage today is good and as a both married, may they be in conjugal love and inseparable. One day that was started, 2 surnames come in mutual harmony, more than 3 celebrations, with 4 tools of beauty and may the family prosper 5 generations running. The 6 rituals are completed, the 7 virtuous acts are concluded, assembling all 8 sides, in harmony with 9 songs, a perfect 10 like the admired Luan. A pair of lovers leaving a small shadow. A perfect marriage that was made from numerous advisors. Lift the wedding sedan. The wedding is completed. Mei Niangzi's voice was filled with joy and was loud and clear. Her voice was also great when singing that when she finished singing, everyone was applauding and cheering. The servants that were preparing outside started to scatter gold-plated copper coins to the streets. It looked good as one group came up to speak auspicious things while another quickly picking up the money and joy. The entire even was extraordinarily lively. Shen Miao sat in the wedding sedan and even though she could not see what was going on outside, she could hear everything clearly. The liveliness and joy made her heart pick up. She comforted herself. This was not her first time on a wedding sedan, so why her nervousness appear again? Her hands was somewhat shaking and as she looked down, she saw the white jade thumb ring. Its color was spring and smooth that she could not help but reach out to touch it. The sedan bearers outside started to lift the wedding sedan. The sedan bearers that Xie Jingxing found were naturally good. The sedan was lifted stably and did not sway at all. Prince Rui sat on a big horse and was right in front. There was a large flower that was made from red silk eye on the horse that was very delicate but his attitude was very lazy but elegant. Everywhere he went, the commoners cheered and laughed. This was actually valued. Even though Prince Rui was not a person of Mingqi and the current relations between Great Liang and Mingqi was currently very delicate, the commoners seemed to have respect for Prince Rui. Perhaps it was because the other party was generous, perhaps some felt that his appearance made one feel comfortable. In any ways Prince Rui marrying was enough to bring joy to tens of thousands of commoners. Behind Prince Rui, it was the wedding sedan that the sedan bearers were carrying and at both sides, the entourage was throwing prosperity money. One had heard that Prince Rui would be walking one round the city during the marriage and to scatter money like this the entire way, it was just too generous. Further back, it was the Shen family's dowry group. The Shen family was after all not as crazy as Prince Rui and the chests were managed well. Everyone counted and found that there was a total of 50 sets, exactly half of the betrothal list that Prince Rui sent over and this was not considered little at all. One had to know that when the crown prince married his consort, the dowry was only 42 sets and the Shen family had an additional 8. The most important this was that the Shen family was not a merchant family. Although they were generous, they were not considered very wealthy. With this kind of behavior, it was enough to show the position Shen Miao had in the hearts of Shen Xin and wife. Behind the crowd, Luo Shuiyan was riding with the dowry and secretly turned her head over to say to Shen Xin, is it good to be like this? Shen Xin said, since he dared to give, we will dare to accept. Anyways, with his betrothal gifts of 99 sets, our residents cannot come out with so much dowries, but any lesser would also be laughed by others. Luo Shuiyan could not speak. There were 50 sets in Shen Miao's dowry and 20 of those were from Prince Rui. That day when Prince Rui came over to gift a wedding dress, a booklet dropped out from the box holding the wedding dress. Upon Luo Shuiyan's closer look, it was related to Shen Miao's dowry. Prince Rui also knew that his betrothal gifts were just too shocking and that the Shen family would not be able to match the dowry, thus he simply resolved the dowry issue himself. Even though there were only 20 sets, these 20 sets were packed up to the brim. Thus like this, Prince Rui had given the Shen family 119 sets of betrothal gifts. It was precisely because of this that Shen Chu's impression of Prince Rui turned for the better. Since the other party did not hesitate to spend money on Shen Miao's marriage, he was indeed a straightforward person. The streets were filled with drums and gongs, making it very festive. Fu Shuyi was mixed in the crowd but he did not continue following. He only felt that this entire scene was conspicuous and his face turned cold as he turned around and walked away from the wedding sedan. Naturally there was Emperor Wenwei, who was as uncomfortable as Fu Shuyi. Emperor Wenwei had heard from his subordinate's mouth that Prince Rui made this wedding so magnificently that it was even grander than him, an emperor. This was slapping his face. The grander Prince Rui held it, the more Mingqi's imperial family looked mournful. Of course this was not what Emperor Wenwei felt the unhappiest about, but that he was very unwilling with this marriage. If Prince Rui did not use the few cities along the border to threaten him, he would not make such a move. He was obviously unwilling to grant this marriage to Shen Miao but had to pass the decree on to Prince Rui's hand. The extremely useful chess piece of the Shen family was considered wasted like this. When Emperor Wenwei mentioned of Prince Rui's marriage today, what appeared in his mind was the scene where Prince Rui was in the imperial study threatening him and felt his chest being stuffed up and could not even breathe, thus automatically felt upset. He instructed the palace's eunuch accept the auspicious gifts that Prince Rui sent and close the doors before return to Yongxin Dian to lie down, not allowing anyone to come to disturb. The marriage ceremony would be completed in Mingqi, thus the wedding sedan was carried one round around the Ding capital, but marriage was a matter of both sides. Prince Rui's family was in Great Liang and originally after the wedding sedan go round the city gates, it had to go directly out of the city, but Prince Rui insisted on completing all the ceremonies in Ding capital. As for the bowing to the parents, it was held at the main altar in Ding capital. The main altar in Ding capital was only used when the emperor conferred an empress, and not to mention this was another thing that Prince Rui requested Emperor Wenwei to provide. No matter how unwilling Emperor Wenwei was, he could only agree to it. On the altar, Mei Niangzi supported Shen Miao out of the wedding sedan carefully and followed behind Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin, who were sitting at the other end of the altar. After bowing to the heavens and earth, bowing to the parents, the couple then bowed to one another. This was Mingqi, so Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin naturally could receive both of couples' bow, but Prince Rui's imperial father and imperial mother had departed from the mortal world for many years, thus both of them could only sprinkle wine on the ground and treat it as completed. At the end it was the husband and wife who would bow to one another and the ceremony was completed. This was announcing from then onwards, Shen Miao is the consort of Prince Rui. When one married a chicken, one followed the chicken, and if one married a dog, one would follow the dog. She was now a person of great liang. In everyone's cheer and laughter, far away from the crowd, Ji Yushu was conversing with the person beside him. Ah, one really did not think that third older brother would actually marry young lady Shen. He signed deeply. 2 years ago, I was able to see that third older brother treated the fifth Shen young lady somewhat different and did not think that now she would become my Sao Zi. However, this is good. I had thought that with third older brother's temperament, ordinary young lady would not be control him, but fifth Shen young lady is different. With her around, I will rest assured. Just opposite him, the person standing was wearing the servant uniform of the residence of Prince Rui and his appearance was ordinary, but it was Pei Lang who had his features concealed. Pei Lang at the end agreed to follow Shen Miao to Great Liang. Just like what Shen Miao had mentioned, he had completely offended Fu Shuyi and could no longer say in Mingqi, and not to mention that it was not good for himself, he perhaps could have implicated Lu Ying. Fu Shuyi had many eyes and ears around and perhaps one day would have discovered his background, so it would be better for Lu Ying and himself to go over to Great Liang. By taking the firewood from under the cauldron, when Fu Shuyi discovered anything, nothing could be done. On one hand it was for Lu Ying's good and on the other hand, Pei Lang did it because his heart wanted to do so. As for knowing about Prince Rui's true identity of Xie Jingxing, that was a matter few days ago. He was in the residence of Prince Rui recuperating from his injuries, and when he was in the courtyard at night, he coincidentally saw Prince Rui's back facing him and went up to greet before he saw Prince Rui's real face. Prince Rui did not wear a mask. Pei Lang knew that with Prince Rui's personality, if he wanted to conceal anything, it would not be taken lightly like this. It was very obviously that he deliberately showed Pei Lang his face accidentally. Perhaps he was using his identity to make certain things clear. Now Pei Lang understood why Prince Rui did what he did. Pei Lang had been persuading Shen Miao to think carefully about the marriage with Prince Rui, as Shen Miao's understanding of Prince Rui, a great Liang prince of the first rank, was just too shallow. But now that Prince Rui had become Xie Jingxing, a lot of matters were different. Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao knew one another and seemed to have some friendship. Since Shen Miao had long knew that Xie Jingxing's identity was Great Liang's prince of the first rank, the relationship between the both of them was not usual. He looked up at the pair who was wearing wedding clothes. With the male's talent and the female's appearance, it was an unbeatable match and there was a feeling of sourness in his heart. For Shen Miao kind of person, even though she schemed against others and used everything that could be used by her side, she was however an extremely stubborn person. Once she had made her mind on something, no one could change it. Just like her hating Fu Shuyi, she could use all means and methods and even risk her life to draw a clear line with Fu Shuyi. In fact, if she was not willing, no one was able to force her. His gaze landed on Prince Rui. After creating such a big ruckus, forcing the imperial family of Mingqi to take every step back, who in the entire world under heavens would believe that Great Liang would be forced to relinquish to the middle ground? She was a golden phoenix that would fly to 9 heavens, and he was the true dragon that would call for rains and winds. Ji Yushu looked at him and patted his shoulders as he spoke sympathetically. A gentleman will always pursue a gentle and graceful female. Gentleman Pei need not be too upset. Upon our return to Great Liang, with Gentleman Pei's style, there would definitely be numerous females who would admire you, and at that time I will get young lady Xiao Yao to introduce some sisters to you. Although Ji Yushu still remembered that it was because of Pei Lang that he was locked up in the prison tower for a period of time, but seeing Pei Lang this sad, he was unable to throw stones when he was down. Pei Lang was startled at others being able to see the mood in his heart but was unable to remove his eyes on the pair. Ji Yushu sighed in his heart. Gao Yong would also be following them to return to Great Liang, but because he was Mingqi's imperial physician on paper, he had to tidy matters of his identity up. If Emperor Wenwei knew that Gao Yong swept away all the precious herbs from the Imperial Medical Institute and brought it back to Great Liang, one did not know what kind of wondrous expression would there be. After all these were done, all the complicated ceremonious etiquette was completed meticulously. It was already in the afternoon and time to leave the city. Shen Miao marrying Prince Rui was considered as marrying afar. Going out of the Ding capital gates of Mingqi, from then onwards, she was a person of Great Liang. Naturally everyone in the Shen family followed up. Luo Tan however did not go and said that because Shen Miao was not willing to bring her to Great Liang, she was sulking. Today she had followed her around Ding capital but was unwilling to face the goodbye scene. Everyone was helpless with her and could only let matters be. In the princess residence in Ding capital, Princess Rongshin was sitting restlessly in her room. Your Princess Highness, Prince Rui's wedding procession almost reached the gates of the city. The person who came to report said. Princess Rongshin waved her hands irritably and instructed the servants to withdraw. She fell onto the chair and bit his lips uneasily. In that letter, she had revealed Xie Jingxing's true identity and she had sent the letter to the hands of Emperor Wenwei. This was her responsibility as the princess of Mingqi. Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness had been difficult to choose as there was only one choice between family and country. Even though there were inextricably closeness between Xie Jingxing and her, like a mother and son, but the distance between both countries made this feelings impure. If Xie Jingxing died because of this, Princess Rongshin would be upset, but if she did not do anything and let Xie Jingxing bring this secret back to Great Liang, Princess Rongshin would regret it. So at the end, she chose to personally cut of her love and affection. As so what would happen after Xie Jingxing's identity was exposed, Princess Rongshin had an understanding of this imperial older brother of hers. Perhaps because of Great Liang's power, he would not let Xie Jingxing die, but it was possible for him to ruin his reputation and make tens of thousands of people resent him. With such a bad reputation, even if he returned to Great Liang, Xie Jingxing's future days would not be well. Princess Rongshin chose to use a letter to explain everything and did not personally see Emperor Wenwei as it seemed that from this way, she would be able to minimize her betrayal. As if the person who betrayed Xie Jingxing was not her. But why did Emperor Wenwei not act upon it? At present the carriage and entourage almost arrived at the city gates and afterwards Shen Miao would disembark from the wedding sedan and enter the horse carriage before leaving Ding capital and head to Great Liang with Xie Jingxing. It was not imperial older brother's behavior to drag matters on. There was some doubts in her heart and most of it was uneasiness, but Princess Rongshin was unable to take the initiative to go out to see what was going on. After all, she could not face Xie Jingxing, or to be accurately say, unable to face him. Go and check it out again. She instructed another subordinate. The wedding sedan of Rui Wangfei had reached the city gates and Mei Niangzi had completed the job of what a prosperity lady should do. Jing Jie and Gu Yu then helped Shen Miao out from the wedding sedan. Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan kept on reminding Shen Miao, Great Liang is different from Mingqi. When over there, you must remember to take care of yourself. When it is cold, wear more clothes and one must take care. You have to write back frequently. If you suffer any grievances, you must tell us. Shen Xin then turned his head and spoke a few words to Xie Jingxing. Both of them knew of each other's identity clearly and since Xie Jingxing told him everything honestly, Shen Xin's impression of him changed. He instructed Xie Jingxing not to let Shen Miao be bullied in Great Liang, regardless of situation and Xie Jingxing naturally complied. Shen Chu threatened that if the next time he saw Shen Miao and she was thinner or in a poorer condition, he would bring the Shen family army and raise the residence of Prince Rui. Prince Rui just snorted at it. If it was not Luo Shuiyan who was holding him back, one feared that Shen Chu would have fought with Xie Jingxing on the spot. The time had arrived and Shen Miao spoke to Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan a few more words. She now would be leaving Ding capital and even though she wanted to manage things in Mingqi, the far distance would not allow her to do so, thus she could only say a few more words now. Luo Shuiyan wiped away her tears. Zhao Zhao, you must write back. The curtain of the carriage was let down and a long platoon of guards followed behind, carrying the heavy dowry, marching forward with an imposing manner. At the forefront, Xie Jingxing was sitting on a horse but the horse was always by the carriage side and from time to time, would be by the curtains, talking to Shen Miao. That made Jing Jie and Gu Yu giggle about it. The roads were naturally very far and it would take a few months of travel from Mingqi to Great Liang. In the past life, she also left the city gates and went on the journey to Qin country. However, the horse carriage of a country's empress was not as comfortable as the one she was currently in and at that time the servants and palace maids that were brought along were scarce, needless to say about protecting her like this or accompanying her in conversations. There was some joy in Shen Miao's heart. When it was evening, it was time to find a place to rest and just as one was thinking about it, the entire entourage suddenly stopped. Shen Miao's heart tightened. There were often bandits on the roads outside the city, so could it be that they had encountered bandits? But after thinking about it, Xie Jingxing's subordinates were all highly skilled in martial arts and with the large number, one feared that even if they encountered bandits, they would be able to beat them. Even though she was not afraid, there were some suspicion in her heart. She took off her veil and lifted the curtains at the carriage. When Jing Jie and Gu Yu exclaimed in shock, Shen Miao had jumped off the carriage. However, one saw Xie Jingxing stop the horses in front and stood in the middle of the road and a black-caped man was holding the reins of a horse and stopped in front. He said, "Hey, as brothers, aren't you owing me a packet of prosperity money?" That was Su Mingfeng's voice. Most likely in order to hide from other ears and eyes, he had worn a cloak so that others would not be able to see his features. As the road so far away, he had come over way earlier and with such distance, one did not fear that others would be able to hear this conversation. Shen Miao was slightly startled but Xie Jingxing had already flipped over and disembarked from the horse before walking up to Su Mingfeng. Su Mingfeng took a letter out from his sleeves and slammed it onto Xie Jingxing's chest, "My gift." He then said softly, "The letter that the princess residence sent out was stopped by me." "I know." Xie Jingxing's lips was raised to a smile, but one is thankful. Su Mingfeng was startled and his tone of voice became angry. "It is good that you know, your hands and eyes cover the skies and one fear that there are people lurking all over the place that every single move in the princess residence would not pass your eyes. Even if I did not stop the letter yesterday, you will have a way to retrieve it." Xie Jingxing did not deny it. "You," Su Mingfeng grasped Xie Jingxing's collar and his action was that of punching someone, making Jing Jie and Gu Yu jump in shock but Tai Yi and the rest did not go forward to stop. Su Mingfeng suddenly loosened his hand and said angrily, "Jerk." Xie Jingxing's eyebrows rose. "I am very happy that you are willing to send me off." Su Mingfeng was silent before speaking after a while. "It is the last time. Send you off the last time." He looked up. "Loyalty and righteous cannot be both accomplished but this time I chose righteous. After this time, you and me are no longer brothers." He said, "I know your plans so one did not need to persuade me or retain anything. Both you and me will eventually reach the point where we would be soldiers at opposite sides. After seeing one another again, we would be enemies and there would not be any emotions of the past." He was serious and said word for word, "But now, you are still Su Mingfeng's brother. There were some things in the world that would render one helpless. Due to destiny, the people dearest would become the most unfamiliar person and when one gained anything, one had to give something up. What was retained would be the most precious." Shen Miao seemed to have saw through the two youths in front and saw that many years ago, a pair of figures that would stroll on the streets of Ding capital and would poke fun of the teacher when his back was turned. Su Mingfeng slowly clenched his fist and put it in front of Xie Jingxing. This was an action that they often do when they were young. The boys in Ding capital would often use this action as a testimony to their brotherhood. Su Mingfeng felt that this action was very chic when he was young and would get Xie Jingxing do it with him. Afterwards, when they grew older, he felt that this action was too corny and stopped. Xie Jingxing looked at him and he suddenly smiled. After shaking his head, he stretched out his arm and touched him. Su Mingfeng looked up and laughed out, delightful. He then flipped to the horse that he came on and said to Xie Jingxing, once this day passes, both of us are no longer brothers. However, the sun has yet to set and the moonlight has not shone, so you and I are still best friends. He whipped the horse's belly and the horse neighed. Su Mingfeng turned the horse's head and left. Today I will congratulate you once again. From this day forth, may you have no worries of clothes and food, may you have lots of children and grandchildren. May all your guests be of exalted rank and have may happy returns to eternity. The voice of the always refined youth was straightforward and the end of the sentence gradually disappeared in the evening sun and one could only see a back view. Xie Jingxing's brows and lips were smiling but his eyes gradually cooled down before he got up the horse again. He shouted, depart. Shen Miao had left Ding capital for more than a month. One did not know Prince Rui's wedding entourage was currently at but it was sure that one would not be able to catch up with it. In this month, the grandeur of the 10 li of the dowry had not stopped at all. The storytellers in the restaurant would speak of the grand occasion of the day Prince Rui married Rui Wangfei and as usual the seats would be fully occupied as the storyteller would shake his head as he retell while the guest felt the same. After all, such a scene was not something that anyone could afford. After Shen Miao became Rui Wangfei in a shake of her body and followed Prince Rui to the faraway Great Liang, two things happened in Ding capital. First was that Feng Xian pawn shop, that had been opened in Ding capital for so many years suddenly closed down and the manager to the attendants disappeared overnight. Feng Xian pawn shop and the few stalls were all sold to others cheaply and one heard that the manager's family of Feng Xian pawn shop had some emergencies and required money thus they left so suddenly. These made people somewhat sad as it was a pity for Feng Xian pawn shop's business as the things that were pawned were very valuable that commoners could not afford. However, they were here for so long thus it was difficult for someone to not feel right. It was only after the ownership was changed before the commoners discovered it. After so many years no one had seen the appearance of the manager of Feng Xian pawn shop. The second thing was that the formidable great general Shen Xin had been promoted after Shen Miao gotten married and was in charge of the Yuling army of the imperial court. On the surface it was a promotion but in reality it was not. First of all, it was only the power to transfer order and no power to train or drill troops. It was only an empty shell of a position, even though it was more generous general title, but everyone knew that Shen Xin had been training the Shen family army all the time and the Shen family army was his closest army thus when it was changed to Yuling army, which were the emperor's people, one feared that Shen Xin could really move them. So those who had eyes and brains knew that Emperor Wenwei was guarding against Shen Xin. Shen Miao had married to Great Liang and Shen Xin was one who doted on his daughter. With the current Great Liang and Ming Qi's delicate situation, if Shen Xin sided his daughter and secretly sought refuge with Great Liang and did something bad to Ming Qi, it would not be good. Although Shen Xin had been Ming Qi's great general for so many years and his loyalty could be seen from heavens and earth, it was a pity that since history, monarchs were full of suspicions and he was an official. One could only blame him for being unlucky. The people in court could see it clearly but the commoners were crying out against the injustice for Shen Xin as the imperial family was truly too unfeeling. It was clearly a marriage bestowed by Emperor Wenwei but now because of this matter, place the blame on Shen Xin. It was truly frustrating. Emperor Wenwei would not care about these things. Currently he was putting all effort to please the Qin emperor as he did not know why but Great Liang always made him feel unease, as if it was an existing danger. At least with the alliance of Qin country, he would not be restless every day. The residents of Prince Ding was not very happy recently. Fu Shuyi had a sullen expression as he said, it had been a month and there is still no information on Pei Lang's whereabouts. Could it be that he flew to the skies? If one is alive, one have to see the person and if one is dead, one have to see the corpse. If he is not found, all of you do not need to return. The spies that were below complied and Fu Shuyi waved his hand in annoyance, get out. The few people withdrew out. He sat back down and pressed his forehead with a somewhat unhappy expression. The people who rescued Pei Lang had burned down his underground prison and previously he did not think of it before but these days, it was not convenient for Fu Shuyi to do anything. Many of the people in the underground prison had other purposes for him but that fire had burned all of it cleanly. One could only imagine the annoyance in Fu Shuyi's heart. What was most frustrating to him was that there was not a trace of clue to Pei Lang's whereabouts to this moment. Fu Shuyi had always thought that his ears were smart and eyes were clear in Ding capital but if one was unable to find the whereabouts of a person, it could only show that the other party's means were more brilliant than his own. With such an opponent, it was not something to be happy about. Fu Shuyi had always suspected that the person behind Pei Lang was the Shen family but after investigating, all the Shen family's doubts were ruled out. But if it was not the Shen family then who would it be? Your Highness, there are no sightings of Pei Lang in the Ding capital at all. Could it be that Pei Lang had already left the city? The advisor said to Fu Shuyi as a reminder. Not possible, Fu Shuyi said, there are my people in the city gates guarding and these days there were portraits of people who left the city so it was just impossible for Pei Lang to get through safely. When the advisor heard it, he frowned and did not know what else to say. However, some people do not need portraits. Fu Shuyi suddenly said, when Prince Rui married a consort and left the city, the guards and soldiers of the residence of Prince Rui left the city, there was no one that stopped them. The advisor's eyes brightened, could it be that Pei Lang had mingled into Prince Rui's entourage and had gotten out together with them? Fu Shuyi laughed coldly, the residence of Prince Rui is so arrogant so how would one be able to mingle into it? Moreover Pei Lang do not have any relation with Prince Rui so on what basis? He suddenly stopped his words, relation. At this moment, Fu Shuyi suddenly thought about a matter. All these time he had regarded Pei Lang as the Shen family's people and the one who made the decision in the Shen family was Shen Xin but he had neglected one point. Actually looking from many matters, be it intentionally or unintentionally hindering his great cause, they all were related to Shen Miao. If the Shen family and Shen Miao were viewed separately then Pei Lang was not loyal to the Shen family but to Shen Miao then everything would make sense. Pei Lang was Shen Miao's people and Shen Miao was now Rui Wangfei and those little previous unclear relations with Prince Rui would help to save Pei Lang, based on the consideration of Shen Miao. Then Pei Lang would have relations with Prince Rui. Fu Shuyi stood up abruptly and the more he thought about it the more he felt that there was this possibility. In the entire Ding capital, to have the ability to set fire to the residence of Prince Ding's underground prison and could still escape successfully and not leave any clue, there was only this mysterious Prince Rui that could do so. Damn it, Fu Shuyi slammed his hand on the table. He had always wanted to know what secrets was Prince Rui hiding but on the night before Shen Miao married, all the spies that he had sent out did not return and it was likely that they were discovered and eliminated. If not he would have known Prince Rui's deeply hidden secret. Just when he was frustrated, he saw a guard entering in a rush from outside. This person was Fu Shuyi's confidant and he quickly came forward and took out a letter from his embrace. The princess residence sent out a letter to the palace. This subordinate intercepted the letter and made a copy. May your highness take a look. Fu Shuyi's heart moved as he quickly took the letter. With regards to the matter of Prince Rui, Princess Rongxin's behavior was very abnormal. Fu Shuyi had the intention to inquire about it but ever since Prince Rui and Shen Miao left the capital, be it Princess Rongxin or the residence of the Count of Pingnan, there was nothing special as what was supposed to happen every day was per usual, so he could not take action. Princess Rongshin had been widowed for many years and was not close with Emperor Wenwei, and it was rare for her to even enter the palace in a year, much less writing a letter. It was fortunate that Princess Rongshin kept away from palace matter for many years so that Fu Shuyi was able to easily duplicate her letter this easily. Fu Shuyi took out the letter and could not wait to start reading. First his expression was only somewhat anxious, but as time went on, his expression changed. As if he was extremely shocked in the extreme anger that he had made his 5 facial features distorted. When the advisor at his side saw him as such, he did not even dare to breathe loudly, and in a moment later, Fu Shuyi suddenly placed his hand on the table before flipping the teapot on the table violently. The tea from the overturned teapot splashed onto the floor, and the advisor and confidant were shocked. Till now Fu Shuyi was considered one who did not display joy or anger, and even though there would be angry moments occasionally, it would not be exposed that much. It seemed that this was the first time he lost control of himself. Fu Shuyi only spit out a good word and threw the letter to the advisor's face. The advisor accepted it and was shocked upon reading it. In Princess Rongshin's letter, one thing was mentioned, and it was about Prince Rui. Everyone knew that because Princess Rongshin had a very good relationship with Princess Yuqing, that she took great care of Xie Jingxing that Princess Yuqing gave birth to. For Xie Jingxing, she did not even hesitate to fall out with the residents of the Marquis of Linen. 2 years ago when Xie Jingxing died in the battlefield, Princess Rongshin was very upset about it. Naturally Princess Rongshin understood Xie Jingxing, and in the letter, Princess Rongshin mentioned a sensational matter. Princess Rongshin felt that Prince Rui of Great Liang and Xie Jingxing were very similar. This was unfounded. To suddenly mention that Prince Rui of Great Liang was similar to someone who was head for more than 2 years, the first reaction would be that it was simply ridiculous. However, Fu Shuyi had already monitored the princess residence for such a long time and had discovered early on that Princess Rongshin was being abnormal, thus Fu Shuyi could almost certainly confirm that what Princess Rongshin spoke of was the truth. There was no need to doubt that Prince Rui of Great Liang true identity was Xie Jingxing. The advisor's hand almost was unable to hold on to this letter. What did Xie Jingxing being Prince Rui represent? It represented that Xie Jingxing had played the entire Mingqi in the palms of his hands. If when Xie Jingxing was the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, he had already had private dealing with Great Liang, then one feared that Great Liang was well aware of everything that happened in Mingqi. Your Highness. The advisor looked towards Fu Shuyi as a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Fu Shuyi slowly calmed down, but if one looked carefully, his hands seemed to be trembling a little. Since Xie Jingxing did not die, then the matter of Xie family army in northern Zhang must have been exposed. He said slowly. There were people of the imperial family that were mixed in the Xie family army, and it was Xie Jing's confidant that gave Xie Jingxing a deadly stab. Since Xie Jingxing did not die, it was most likely he had investigated the matter clearly. This meant that Xie Jingxing had fully seen everything that they did to the residents of the Marquis of Linen. This time in Mingqi tribute was what Xie Jingxing did revenge. Fu Shuyi held onto the table. The advisor was at a loss of what to do and paused before speaking. Since the princess had already sent this letter to the palace, there would be some actions once His Majesty know about it. It's useless. Fu Shuyi interrupted his words. Xie Jingxing had already left Ding capital for more than a month. Imperial father feared Great Liang's power and would not dare to oppose him. If Xie Jingxing had not left, one would be able to use the people under heavens to provoke disputes, but unfortunately it was too late. The advisor also sighed. Why did the princess not bring this letter out earlier? If one was a step earlier, it would not be helpless as the current situation. Fu Shuyi took a glance at him and seemed to be unhappy with his subordinate's stupidity. The advisor was flustered by his look when he heard Fu Shuyi speaking. Stupid fool. The princess definitely had thought of informing Imperial father and perhaps had done so the night before the wedding. However, at the end, like my people, it was stopped by Xie Jingxing. Although he did his best to control his anger, he could not hide the annoyance in his eyes. Xie Jingxing hid it too deeply. That Shen family, the advisor asked. Continue monitoring. Fu Shuyi sneered. I want to see if the Shen family is ignorant of Xie Jingxing's identity or was putting up an act for all these years. At this moment, everyone in the Shen mansion did not know that such a matter arose in the residence of Prince Ding. Ever since Shen Xin was promoted in the army, because he did not have to command soldiers, he did not go to the Ministry of Defense daily. Shen Chu was still in his post and was a small leader in the army garrison with Luo Ling. The days passed much relaxed than previously. Luo Shuiyan and Shen Xin were in a discussion. Why not after some time we propose to His Majesty to return to Shaochun City? Luo Shuiyan signed. At least in Shaochun City, one's time would not be as ruinous currently. Shen Xin shook his head. The emperor retained us in Ding capital in order to guard against the Shen family's movements, thus it would not be possible for us to return to Shaochun City. By remaining in Ding capital, we will become a pawn to restrain Zhao Zhao, and it would be idea for the future. Luo Shuiyan felt vaguely that Shen Xin words were somewhat strange, seemingly suggesting something. Just as she was about to ask, she heard Shen Xin sighed, speaking again. There is no news of Tan. If one were to return, I dare not meet father-in-law and older Jew. That is also true. When this matter was mentioned, Luo Shuiyan felt her head aching. I have already sent people to send a letter to Zhao Zhao, but it is just that Jingxing's subordinates are quick and one did not know if they are able to catch up. Moreover, time is required for the to and fro. There is no news till now, and this made my heart restless. On the day when Shen Miao completed the wedding ceremony and left the city, Luo Tan did not come to send as she said that she was sulking because Shen Miao was not willing to bring her to Great Liang and could not bear to witness the separation scene. Luo Tan had been somewhat willful in the Shen family, so everyone was helpless. Moreover, on the day when Shen Miao left the city, it was already late in the evening when they returned, and Luo Tan's maids mentioned that Luo Tan had already slept. Luo Shuiyan thought that Luo Tan's heart was not feeling too good and thus did not disturb her. It was not that Luo Shuiyan did not care about her niece, it was just that even though Luo Tan had courage, no one had thought that Luo Tan would take such a big step. At the beginning Luo Tan quietly followed Shen Xin and the rest to Ding capital, and it was because they were family and it was still in Mingqi. However, this time, from Mingqi to Great Liang, it was completely a foreign country. The people accompanying were all Prince Rui's people, and since Luo Tan did not know any of them, most likely she would not dare. Who knew that this young lady of Luo family had a temperamental personality and dared to travel thousands of li by herself? It was until the second day when Luo Tan was unwilling to step out a single step with an excuse of not feeling well did Luo Shuiyan finally realize something was wrong. When she went to look for her, she only saw Luo Tan's maid kneeling down in trepidation with a letter, begging for mercy. Fine. Luo Tan straightforwardly left a letter indicating that she would be following youngest Biao's sister and headed to Great Liang, where the food and clothes were fine and the marketplace was so crowded that people rubbed shoulders with another. Luo Shuiyan jumped in shocked and quickly instructed people to chase, but Shen Miao had already left 1 day ago and Prince Rui's group were not ordinary at all. Their speed was extremely fast that one did not know when one would be able to catch up. With no news for a month, Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan were still worried about the matter. One can only hope that the latter is in Jingxing's hands so that Jingxing can send some reliable people to send Tanner back. Luo Shuiyan said. It was the evening again and the entourage of horse carriages would have to rest at this timing. Shen Miao naturally would be arranged to a house along the way to rest, but Luo Tan was miserable. She mingled in the coarse male team horse carriages of the residence of Prince Rui. Since young she had lived with the Luo family and did not have any delicate or arrogant temperament of a young female, so when she disguised herself as a male, it was realistic and no one discovered her identity for a period of time. However, she would be suffering every night. The horse carriage team of course males were not like Shen Miao, a Wang Fei, who had their own room and 10 over big males slept in a room together. A few people slept on the bed, a few on the floor and a few people would join up tables to sleep. Luo Tan was not squeamish about such things, be it bed, table or floor, she could bear all of it. The only thing she was unable to tolerate was to sleep with over 10 unfamiliar big males. The snoring and sleep talking of them, all kind of odors and at times some male would put their leg on her, was harder to endure than killing her. If Luo Lian and Madame Ma knew about it, one feared that they would break her legs. What made Luo Tan felt most fearful was showering. No matter how rough she was normally, she was unable to be like these men and not bathe for 10 over days or could not tolerate each time when they saw a lake, all the men would jump into it together to bath. Previously there were a couple of times that others almost pushed her in, scaring Luo Tan so much that she almost screamed, but in a flash of inspiration, she said that she had very ugly scars on her body and was unwilling to let others see it. Even though those coarse males find that she was overthinking matters, they no longer forced her anymore. Today there was a hot springs at the back of this farmhouse and the water in the hot springs looked very clear. During the evening, the horse males had already went in but she did not. At this moment the moon was up and there was no one watching, thus Luo Tan brought her clothes and sneaked out. She groped about in the dark and walked to the side of the lake and looked around. It was already late at night and everyone was fast asleep, that even those who wake up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet would not come this far away. Luo Tan felt assured and took off her clothes and went into the water with her dudo. The hot springs was very warm and comfortable and Luo Tan had not bathed this fortunately for a long time. She would always sneak out at night when there was no one to heat up water to shower. It was very troublesome, thus she felt very fortunate at this moment. Looking at the moon in the skies, she had thought that since it had been more than a month, it seemed that Luo Shuiyan's side did not catch up, so one feared that it was not possible to catch up. Even if they really caught up, it was not possible to go back, and since it was so, should she clarify it with Shen Miao? Youngest Biao's sister has a sharp mouth like a knife but bean curd like heart, so she would not do much to her. As such she would be able to sleep in Shen Miao's room and do not need to bath behind people's back with great difficulty. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard footsteps that were getting nearer to her. Luo Tan jumped in shock as she feared that someone was approaching. She somewhat did not know what to do but dare not remain motionless. Hearing that the footsteps were very near, she grabbed her clothes which was by the rocks and immersed her entire self into the water. Luo Tan knew how to swim but keeping one's head under the water was not an easy thing to do. Those footsteps stopped by the hot springs and did not leave after some time. Luo Tan gradually felt extremely difficult in keeping her breath and wanted to rise to the surface badly, but she was only wearing a dudo. If she rise to the surface, one feared that her innocence would be ruined. No matter how loud one was, at this moment, Luo Tan also has to take care of her own reputation. She was as stubborn as the Luo family's personality, and as that person did not leave from the side of the hot springs, Luo Tan refused to get up and struggled in the water. It was just that as time passes, Luo Tan's eyes was somewhat blurred and her brain was somewhat dizzy. As such she felt that she was going to be buried here and felt sad for herself, thinking that because of protecting her reputation, she had to sacrifice herself here. It was a pity that she did not go to Great Liang before. Hearing someone vaguely speaking, swimming skills are not bad. Are you intending to suffocate yourself to death? Luo Tan's heart moved and she could no longer hold that breath and violently rose up to the surface. However, she was still rational and only revealed her head from the water, but her body was hidden in the hot springs. It was fortunate the steam from the hot springs would not let others see her body clearly, else Luo Tan would be embarrassed to death. Oh, that person said, thought that you will stay in for a little longer. Luo Tan glared at that person but was stunned when she saw clearly the other party's features and said blankly, Dr. Gao. Who would the youth, who was squatting on the side of the lake with a pink lantern on his hands that was looking at her with all smiles, if he was not Gao Yong? In such a cold day, only he had the interest in fanning himself with that fan that never leave him. That lazy gesture made one fill with annoyance when seeing him. Why are you here? Luo Tan could not help but asked. Gao Yong smiled but did not say anything. Luo Tan's heart was whispering to her. The other party was an imperial physician of Mingqi but currently appeared in this place that was so far from Ding capital. Could it be that a house visit be located in such a faraway place? She asked, Dr. Gao, you even accept a patient at such a faraway place. Is it that the salary that the courts are providing to you is that little that you would go to such lengths? In her words, there were unconcealed sympathy for him. Gao Yong was stunned by Luo Tan's words and could only speak half a moment later, it is not like you are thinking. Luo Tan looked at him, then why are you here? Gao Yong stared at her in a calm and unruffled manner in the midst of chaos, then why are you here? Luo Tan said just and forcefully, I am accompanying older Biao's sister for youngest Biao's sister's marriage, to accompany her to Great Liang. Gao Yong almost laughed out. It was amazing that she could think of that. He said, oh, a few days back I encountered someone that seemed to be from Shen Mansion with a letter for Rui Wangfei. It was just that the person did not know where Rui Wangfei's location and asked me for direction. Luo Tan was shocked, you let him see my youngest Biao's sister. Gao Yong shrugged his shoulders, no, I saw that he was covered in dust and looked exhausted, so I let him rest at my side before leaving. Luo Tan breathed a sigh of relief before she immediately became nervous. Dr. Gao, you must not let this person see Rui Wangfei. Why? He is a bad person. Luo Tan said, he wants to frame me. You mustn't let him do so. Gao Yong smiled, frame you. Frame that you sneak to the horse carriage of the residence of Prince Rui and follow to Great Liang. What to do? Gao Yong was somewhat distressed. If I send this person to Prince Rui, you will be sent back to Ding capital and it would be possible done tomorrow. Luo Tan blurted out, no. After following for so long with great difficulty and sleeping with those martial arts people for a month, she refused to accept giving up at this moment. She looked at Gao Yong determinedly, what can be said in order for you to keep this secret from me? Gao Yong said, this is right. You should say this sentence early on, then I do not need to waste my time with you here. Luo Tan. Why did she feel that Gao Yong was waiting for her to say that sentence? What do you want me to do? Luo Tan asked. Gao Yong took a glance at her, first come out. It was only then Luo Tan remembered that she only wearing a dudo while talking to Gao Yong. Even though nothing could be seen, she still felt somewhat awkward and in an instant, her cheeks turned red. It was fortunate that it was dark and Gao Yong could not detect it. She said, my clothes are wet and I am unable to go out. Help me to find for clothes. In order to hide from the oncoming people just now and fearing that her identity was discovered, she could only dive into the water with her clothes and now her clothes were wet. One could not wear these clothes out. Gao Yong thought of a moment and started to undress. Luo Tan was so shocked that her face started to lose color. What do you want to do? Gao Yong took of the clothes and handed it slowly to her, only to give you clothes. What are you thinking about? Turn around. Luo Tan felt that Dr. Gao was especially annoying today. Sparing with him was like her being played. Gao Yang turned around and said, there is nothing worth seeing. Luo Tan did not hear this sentence and came out from the water before hiding behind the rocks and quickly changed to Gao Yang's clothes. Gao Yang's clothes was somewhat big for her, but at this moment she could not care less. After wearing it, Luo Tan only then said to Gao Yang, now you can turn around. Gao Yang only then turned around in all smiles. Say then, what is your conditions? Luo Tan asked. How do you sleep in these few days? Gao Yang instead asked a question. Sleep with the rest. Luo Tan answered in a manner of fact. In the future sleep in my room. For what reason? Luo Tan was angry. It is improper for male and female to have any physical contact. You are a female. Gao Yang laughed. You are correct. You are not a male. Luo Tan immediately retorted. Gao Yang said softly, that messenger is still in my room now. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Luo Tan quickly said, I will go to sleep immediately. Gao Yan waved his fan as he left and Luo Tan followed behind. Why did she find that the current Gao Yang was a different person than the easy-to-bully Dr. Gao? It seemed that one's true nature was revealed. The journey was very long and after 3 months, they finally reached Great Liang. Xie Jingxing's team of carriage and horses were very fast. If it was ordinary people, one feared that it would take half a year. Shen Miao was able to reach Great Liang this year to the capital of Great Liang, Longyi. From the last lifetime and this lifetime, Shen Miao had never gone to Great Liang before. In her impression, Great Liang was a wealthy country and one heard that Longyi was also very prosperous. When Fu Ming was studying, he had said to her before that if there was a day, he would want to go to Longyi to look at how flourishing it was and if Great Liang was as good as the books had claimed to be. Currently time could not be turned back and Fu Ming and Wan Yu had turned into dust, but she had brought Fu Ming's wish and stepped into the Longyi city of Great Liang. During these days, Shen Miao had long changed out of the wedding dress that she wore during the ceremony and Xie Jingxing specially prepared clothing for her that was made according to the grade for a Great Liang's Wang Fei of first rank. Their entourage stopped at the gates of Longyi and when the guards at the gate saw Xie Jingxing, they let them enter without even looking at any token. These entourage was so large that it drew the attention of everyone on the streets. The commoners said loudly, it is His Highness Prince Rui of first rank that returned with Wang Fei. Shen Miao's heart moved. It seemed that the common people here knew of the ins and outs of Xie Jingxing marry a wife in Mingqi and they were not surprised at all. It was most likely Xie Jingxing had already spread the news in Great Liang early on. As for Xie Jing mentioning that Emperor Yang Lilong knew about this matter, Shen Miao did not believe it. Just as she was thinking, the curtains of the horse carriage opened up and Xie Jingxing rode his horse to outside of it, want to look at Longyi's scenery. At this time he had already taken down the mask on his face. Most likely in Great Liang there was no need to hide his identity and his expression was different from that in Mingqi. That lazy arrogant expression had slightly dispersed and there were some sharpness to his expressions. Shen Miao looked outside. Exactly as the books recorded, the scenery of Longyi was very different from Ding capital. Even though Ding capital was very lively, it was only bustling due to the wealthy families. How would any normal family be able to enter the restaurants? On the streets of Longyi, the ordinary people were walking around with smiles on their face. Shen Miao had noticed that the materials that the commoners wore were good and their expressions and looks were very healthy and it seemed that everyone was living well. Shen Miao thought in her heart that Great Liang's people indeed live in peace and the things that was passed around were not lies at all. Longyi was also very big. The buildings in Ding capital were exquisite and gorgeous but the commercial shops of Great Liang was majestic and elegant and had some impressive air. Shen Miao had been to Qin country before but Qin country did not make one's heart yearn like Longyi. Even though she was very knowledgeable, she could not help but look with curiosity as she took in everything. When Xie Jingxing saw her as such, he said with raised eyebrows, don't need to be anxious. In the future when there is time, I will bring you out to shop. Yangla is not small so one have to take it slowly to get familiarized. His voice was not deliberately soft so the commoners that was nearby looked curiously at Shen Miao and said, His Highness Prince of first rank treats Wang Fei very well and dote this much. It is of no wonder that when His Majesty wanted to bestow a marriage to him previously, he declined. So he had a special liking for Wang Fei. Wang Fei is also very beautiful and look very matching. After a while she can give birth to little heirs. Shen Miao also heard all these words and in a flash her face became red. The common people in Yangyi seemed to be very kind that most of the things discussed were congratulations or praises. Shen Miao did not feel awkward at all. All the while she had felt that human nature was originally evil and people would always comment on things that they did not know about but did not know that these comments was enough to ruin a person's life. Coming to Longyi and marrying Xie Jingxing, she was after all Mingqi people, thus she thought it would be just like previous and there would be a lot of criticisms but not only did she not hear any, she did not feel surprised but inexplicably moved in her heart. At the back of the entourage, Ji Yushu said to Gao Yang, third older brother really put in a lot of effort. In order to let the common people in Yangyi accept Cao Zi, he had long began to release rumors. It is difficult for a hero to pass the hurdle of a beauty. Goa Yang shook his fan and gave a long sigh, and what about it? It is just that His Majesty would definitely be angry and there are also those young ladies from those families that are deeply affectionate with third older brother. This time Cao Zi have to suffer. What is there to be scared of? Gao Yang said, Shen Miao is not an ordinary person. It is not confirmed who is torturing who. After finishing, he sighed, now that one has returned to one's original position, one somewhat missed the days spent in Mingqi. Who say one don't? Ji Yushu also signed and patted Gao Yang's shoulders and said in somewhat of a difficulty, let's go. Great Liang's Imperial Palace covered a wide area and numerous of side halls were connected together with golden glazed tiles and red pillars and walls. Most likely the imperial family loved gold and red colors as the entire palace was very imposing. The stone lions at the doors were majestic and proud, the dragon throne was made from gold, with golden dragons hovering. The head of the dragon was at the back of the chair with two red jewels as its eyes and the dragon tails were wrapped around the armrests. The tails were vividly carved and detailed as if at the next moment it would fly out from the throne and soar into 9 heavens. At this moment there was no one in the empty court and only the man who was sitting on the dragon throne. He sat straight and majestically but one did not know why. At this moment the sun was about to be extinguished but there was no candles lit and when the light grew darker, that majestic back figure looked extraordinarily lonely. The clattering sound of footsteps were heard in the main hall and a female came over slowly, dragging the long dress train as she wore the 9 phoenixes crown on her head with a soft smile and headed step by step towards the male who was sitting on the dragon throne. She said, Your Majesty sit here alone again and did not tell Chen Qi. That male only then rose his head and seemed to only saw the oncoming person, so it is the Empress. Empress Xianda smiled gently, what matters is Your Majesty troubled about? Jingxing has returned today. Emperor Yangla patted his heart, and he brought back that Mingqi female. Jen had told him countless of time to break contact with that female. Not only did he not listen, he intercepted Jen's people and even marries the female back to Great Liang and brought her back to Longyi to be the official consort. Your Majesty do not like Shen Miao. Empress Xianda's voice was soft. Not my clan so one's heart will be different. Emperor Yangla only said 9 words. The 9 words however represented his meaning. Not Great Liang's people, so one would not do anything loyal to Great Liang. Your Majesty does not like Shen Miao, but Jingxing likes. Empress Xiande said, else he would not marry Shen Miao back to Long Yi from so far away and would not give 99 sets of betrothal gifts and would not have arranged a good reputation with all the commoners under heavens. After pausing she then said, and would not have even rebelled against your Majesty. Seductress. Emperor Yongle said heavily, but anger was suppressed in his voice. Perhaps Shen Miao really have some extraordinary points. Empress Xiande comforted, Jingxing has always been a chili who has his own opinion. Your Majesty had chosen that many beauties but they did not even enter his eyes. Now he actually willing to take such steps for Shen Miao, there must be some reasons. Your Majesty is not willing to trust Jingxing once. It is not that Jen do not trust Jingxing. It is that Jen do not trust Shen Miao. Emperor Yongle said. But your Majesty do not have any ways right. Emperor Yongle looked at the other part with some dissatisfaction. The Empress want to say that Jen is incompetent. Of course not. Empress Xiande smiled. From the beginning your Majesty have never been able to steal one's heart towards Jingxing, so Jingxing would be this unrestrained and would act first and report later. Naturally he also understand in his heart that your Majesty would not really punish him in anger. You are correct. After a long while Emperor Yongle replied, but there is not more time. It does not matter who Jingxing marries as Jen do not want to control him but he cannot bring variables back. That female's identity is too special. If Jingxing believes her words then in future would bring changes to the situation in the future. Jen will never allow such changes to happen. There is no more time. Emperor Yongli's voice was very serious. For the sake of the country, Jen can sacrifice everything and harden one's heart. Empress Xiande's brows slightly wrinkled. Jen let him marry the official consort and Jen can also let him bring in a secondary consort. After speaking he stood up and walked down the long ladder and out of this quiet hall. Empress Xiande stood at the same spot and her gaze was somewhat pained but afterwards she sighed and followed out. There was only one prince of first rank in Great Liang and it was Emperor Yongli's younger blood brother, Prince Rui of first rank. This Prince Rui's identity was very mysterious as it was said that when young he had been traveling round with able people. Thus from young, no one had seen how this Prince Rui of first rank looked like. One feared that even Deng Gonggong who followed Emperor Yongle the longest also knew nothing of this Prince Rui of first rank. It was until 2 years ago when it was suddenly reported that Prince Rui of first rank had returned to Long Yi and at the praying altar, the commoners also saw the true appearance of this Prince Rui of first rank. He was indeed beautiful and unparalleled, elegant and magnificent. All the hearts of Long Yi's females were attached to this Prince Rui. However, for a Prince Rui of first rank suddenly appearing, everyone would be skeptical at first and said that it could be that this was an impersonator, but after thinking about it, the imperial family was so strict and harsh in protocol so it would not be the wrong person. Moreover, the appearance of Prince Rui was so beautiful like the late Empress Dowager and had some similarities with Emperor Yongle. The Xie family of Great Liang's imperial family was all beautiful and this was a fact that was nailed down without a doubt. When this Prince Rui returned to Yongyi and regained his identity of Prince of first rank position, he immediately went to court with high-ranking officials. Some of the officials objected to it saying that this Prince Rui of first rank had not touched matters of the court for so many years and was ignorant of all matters on Great Liang, so how could one let him participate in the court? Wasn't this making a fool out of things? Emperor Yongle flew in a rage and punished the officials who created the most vicious few officials, but most of the officials opposed to it and Emperor Yongle could not punish all of them. Afterwards it was still this Prince Rui that personally took action and handled a number of difficult tasks that the court had been unable to solve and those opposing voices became weaker. They said that the other party knew nothing about court matters, so how could one obviously have knowledge of it? One did not participate for many years but one had the ability, so it could only be explained that one was a genius. In short, in the eyes of Great Liang's commoners, he was a youth who had a good temperament and abilities, and the most important thing was he was also very rich. For instance, this residence of Prince Rui of first rank was as gorgeous as the Imperial Palace after renovation. However, Emperor Yongle was a wise sovereign and was very tolerant of this younger blood brother of his, thus he did not blame Prince Rui about this matter. It was just that the commoner who passed by would often drool as they stared occasionally at the main gates of the residence of Prince Rui, thinking which unmarried daughter of which family would have such good fortune to enter this prince residence to be the consort. This was even better than entering the palace to be a consort. Who knew that after much guessing, Prince Rui of the first rank would actually marry a young lady of Mingqi as his wife? When Shen Miao stepped into the main doors of the residence of Prince Rui of first rank, a group of uniformed guards stood at attention and greeted her, welcoming Wang Fei. Xie Jingxing's hands were on Shen Miao's waist as he instructed everyone, carry in the stuff in. Is the bridal chamber read? Replying to your highness, it is all arranged. A 50-plus-year-old steward-looking person came running in from inside. He had a kind features as he said, may Wang Fei please look through. One has suffered, Xie Jingxing said. Not at all, not at all. The old steward smiled, it is good that your highness has returned. He then raised his eyes to size up Shen Miao with curiosity. Shen Miao faintly felt that the status of this steward was not low, else Xie Jingxing, this kind of nasty person, would not have spoken nicely, thus she lifted her head to smile slightly when meeting the other party's gaze. That steward seemed to feel somewhat flattered and his face became red in an instant. Xie Jingxing pulled Shen Miao and headed in with dissatisfaction, stop looking already. When Shen Miao reached the bridal chambers that the steward mentioned that it was ready, she could not help but felt her tongue was tied. 7 or 8 people was able to sleep on that bed and the pillows was covered with a soft blanket, with everything in bright red. Disregarding that since a bridal chamber would always be that festive, but what was the meaning of having a spring painting pasted on the walls of the bridal chambers? And there was also a variety of incense burner around. Shen Miao said, it is better for me to find another place to sleep. What is the matter, Furin? The steward asked, please speak of any dissatisfaction you have of this room. This old servant will instruct others to change. Xie Jingxing swept a glance at the old steward, what nonsense is pasted on the walls? Tear it down. This cannot be done, the old steward insisted, all these are very meaningful, after all this is part of your highness's and Furin's marriage. One had heard that both of you have yet to enter the bridal chambers. Since it is the first time in the world, there would always be some doubts. This old servant had searched for these for a long time. Shen Miao. The servants in the residence of Prince Rui of first rank was just too direct in terms of their words. Even though she was not a shy and delicate young lady, when one hears such unconcealed words, one would still blush. Xie Jingxing put down the dagger in his hands and stared at the old steward. His eyes seemed to be able to kill others as he said, many thanks Tang Shu. But there is no need to teach. He gritted his teeth, I know. Tang Shu was startled and said immediately, but there is no end to learning. Shen Miao shook her sleeves and left. This was a conversation that one really could not listen to. She had experienced the chaos with the soldiers and horses this day. When Shen Miao came over, she did not show any delicate side and moreover Long Yi was really an outstanding place so there really nothing to be picky about. The servants here treated her very respectfully but the calling of Wang Fei still made her somewhat embarrassed. She was after all not used to listening to it. Even during dinner Tang Shu also specially cooked some light side dishes to the taste of Mingqi's Ding capital's people for her. In the afternoon, Xie Jingxing left and most likely he was also very busy during the day. After all, this was not like Mingqi. The Xie Jingxing that returned to Great Liang was the Prince Rui of first rank that was busy with official matters. After washing up, the skies were already darkened and Shen Miao returned to the bridal chambers. It was not that she was willing to come here but because other than this bridal chamber, there was no other rooms that was prepared for her in the residence of Prince Rui of first rank. Jing Jie and Gu Yu continued to come over to serve her and Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were also promoted to top-ranked maids. As Jing Jie combed Shen Miao's hair, she said, before coming to Long Yi, this servant was thinking that one is unfamiliar with the land and people here and there was some fear in one's heart. One did not think that after coming here, one felt rest assured. The people of the residence of the Prince of first rank treats young lady very respectfully. It seemed that Gu Yi had taught them well. Still call young lady, Gu Yu said, one should start calling Furin. Yes, one should call Furin. Jing Jie quickly changed her words and continued, no wonder everyone said that Great Liang is good. From the looks of it today, it is worthy of its reputation. Not to mention Furin, even this servant liked this place a lot. Oh, Shen Miao teased her, isn't Ding capital good? Why like this place more? Jing Jie thought about it, it is not that it is not good but one felt that the people here treat Furin much better. Once Furin come to Long Yi, it is with the identity of the Wang Fei of first rank. This is a good start thus one feel that it would get better and better in the future. Shen Miao laughed. When one was in Mingqi, the second and third household of the Shen residence had hearts with ill will and old Shen Furin did not have a good intentions towards the eldest household. Her circumstances and the Shen family's circumstances were very dangerous. It seemed that from the eyes of the maids, her life was not at all easy. In addition with the rumor of her being an idiot, one's heart was filled with disagreement. It was different in Long Yi. She married over with the title of Rui Wang Fei of first rank in which Xie Jingxing's attitude to her, the people surrounding would not dare not to respectful. A good start should always make one satisfied. People would unconsciously choose to forget one's past and choose a new beginning. It was just that Shen Miao did not find that it would get even better in the future. Not mentioning about Mingqi's side, one feared that the plans that Xie Jingxing were executing were not be simple. Great Liang's dangerous situations were not necessarily lesser than that of Mingqi. One feared that it will be even more dangerous and more complicated. It was difficult to disembark after riding a tiger and a dragon was not a tiger. Currently she could only thicken her skin to push forward. However in her heart, it had been a long time since it felt relaxed and lively. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Jing Jie and Gu Yu speaking, greetings to your highness. Shen Miao's eyes looked up and saw Xie Jingxing walking in. Xie Jingxing said, withdraw. Jing Jie and Gu Yu quickly withdrew. He walked to the front of the table to sit down and waited for Shen Miao as she combed her hair and said, as one getting used to it. There is no problem. Shen Miao said, Long Yi indeed lived up to its reputation. Xie Jingxing poured tea for himself, but you need to keep your spirits up. Shen Miao was suspicious, what other matters happened to you again? Imperial older brother had handed a decree to call you and me into the palace. He said, Imperial older brother is one who is old-fashioned and is very dissatisfied at me marrying a wife so most likely he would frighten you about it. Shen Miao glared at him, oh, very dissatisfied at you marrying a wife. You indeed took action behind his back and lied to my parents that he had long agreed. Xie Jingxing smiled, just a plan of convenience. Besides if he was dissatisfied with you, so what? There are so many people under heavens that are not satisfied with you, that in Mingqi there were like a school of silver carps that are moving down a stream. You cannot just send them on their way. He said in a lazy posture with a gesture of decapitation. Shen Miao also laughed, are you suggesting something to me? One did not. Xie Jingxing said, our Xie family is different from the Fu family people and would not fight within our kins. Shen Miao, one did not see that you all are people who have loyalty and righteousness. Don't believe, Xie Jingxing asked. Shen Miao shook her head, from ancient times the imperial family had been emotionless and the family relations one currently has was because there was not entangled interest between both of you. Or it is to say that if one stood at a different side or one day when your position was different or perhaps in order to snatch something or protect one's thing, one would take action. At that time there would not be any mention of brothers. Even though she tried her best to speak calmly, she could not help to reveal her hate towards it in her voice. Xie Jingxing stared at her for a long time and Shen Miao seemed somewhat uncomfortable with his stare, what are you looking at me for? He shook his head and sighed as he smiled, you don't seem to believe in the relationships in the imperial family. Shen Miao pursed her lips and did not speak. One could not blame her for not believing as she lived in the depths of the palace in her previous lifetime and as the mistress of the 6 palaces, she had seen many things that no one knew. In this world, a female's life was suffering and it derives from many sources. Even when Mei Furin fought with her, it was all for a male's favor. However the males in the palace were different. She had seen princes who doted one's concubine the day before and the next day would give the same concubine to an advisor in order to pull them over to their side. She had also seen males who in order to balance the forces of all parties, would accept a compromise and let one's childhood sweetheart be a pinchy and marry an high-ranking official's daughter with an 8-man sedan. Males abandoning females like worn-out shoes and males may not be able to take swords for brothers or being noble and benevolent. Instances of fighting between brothers and fighting between father and son were common. Seeing so much of these kind of things, Shen Miao found it hard to believe that there were family love in the imperial family. Perhaps there were but it was just that she refuses to believe it. In the future you will understand. Xie Jingxing shook his head and changed the topic. Imperial older brother is an alright person and is also a good emperor. It is just that for you, it would not be possible to be friends. Shen Miao thought that only Xie Jingxing was able to say Emperor Yongle as such. You do not need to be afraid when he threatens you. With me around, no one would dare to touch you. Xie Jingxing said, Imperial Sao is not bad and one can be friends with. There would be opportunities in the future for you to talk with her. Shen Miao's heart moved as Xie Jingxing seemed to be explaining some things to her. You are not going tomorrow? She asked. Why? Feeling scared alone, Xie Jingxing saw her raising her eyebrows and said, I will go with you. It is just that Imperial older brother would definitely send me away. You do not need to put what he say to you in your heart and treat it as a dog fart. Shen Miao was silent for a long time, understand. Xie Jingxing smiled and held her chin up to look at her, Shen Jiao Jiao. What? Felt that after you arrived in Long Yi, you have become much more obedient. The smile in his eyes was stirring and filled with ill intentions, don't worry, this husband would not abandon you. Shen Miao took a deep breath and picked up the comb on the dressing table before standing up, I want to sleep. When are you leaving? Leave. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows, why should I leave my bridal chambers? Shen Miao eyes were wide open and Xie Jingxing stood up to lie onto the bed. Shen Miao. Shouldn't this kind of thing be of tacit understanding? Didn't those fake couples in those novels would have one sleeping in the study and the other sleeping in the bridal chambers? How could Xie Jingxing be like this? She said, then I will go out to sleep. Before the voice finished, her arms was pulled and before Shen Miao could stand steadily, she fell suddenly onto the bed and a pair of powerful arms held her and embraced her. Shen Miao's nose was filled with the green bamboo scent on the male's body, but as his chest went up and down from breathing, she dared not lift her head to look at the other party's expression. One did not know how much time had passed when Xie Jingxing's low voice sounded from the top of her head. 2 months. What? She raised her head unconsciously and her eyes met with a pair of peach blossoms eyes that was smiling but not smiling. However, there was some extremely aggressive intention that made Shen Miao's heart jump uncontrolled. Xie Jingxing hugged her and said lazily, "Give you 2 months. I would not tolerate it after 2 months." Shen Miao was stunned and the corners of Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up with a smile of evil intentions. Being a gentleman was never my good point. I have never been a good person. Shen Miao jumped up and said, "I will go to the study to sleep." Xie Jingxing grabbed her and said, "I will go out to sleep." Shen Miao dared not look at his eyes. Previously in Mingqi, there was after all still people in the Shen residence, so Xie Jingxing would not dare to be unbridled. However, currently in Longyi, there was no one she was familiar with, and the most important point was that there was no way for her to refuse. Xie Jingxing and her were husband and wife, so whatever that was done were all right. Xie Jingxing pushed open the door and seemed to be very happy when he left. Shen Miao patted her heart as it was still beating violently. After Xie Jingxing left Mingqi and returned to Great Liang, he had indeed become more unbridled. It was as if there was still some restraint when in Ding capital, but currently he showed his original side of him to Shen Miao at this moment. How did married couples in this world get along with one another? Shen Miao had thought. In her previous life, from the beginning to the end, she did not know how real couples truly got along. Thus in this lifetime, she was experienced in every other matters, but with regards to this, she was as ignorant as a child. After a long while, Shen Miao recovered to her senses and simply used the quilt over her head and collapsed. There would definitely be a road when the carriage reached the mountain. Other matters could be depended on the route that she took in her past lifetime, but for this matter, one could only go with the flow in this lifetime. In the morning of the second day, Shen Miao would be following with Xie Jingxing to the palace to see Emperor Yongle. Because this was the first meeting, she had to wear the official clothes of the grade of what a Wang Fei of first grade should wear. When Xie Jingxing came out, Shen Miao could not help but be startled. Great Liang's and Mingqi's court attires were definitely different. Mingqi's style geared towards delicate and beauty, while Great Liang geared towards noble bearing. Xie Jingxing wore a purple gold robe with embroidered qilin and the official hat and green agate belt. It looked extremely imposing. The usual frivolous appearance was shed off and now he appeared to be somewhat unapproachable. Shen Miao had a meal with him before boarding the carriage to the palace. Because of yesterday's matters, Shen Miao had felt somewhat uncomfortable, but Xie Jingxing seemed to be very satisfied with her appearance, and when they were in the carriage, he mentioned it in a vile manner. Shen Miao thought that this person really had no scruples because he was in Great Liang, but because it was the first time meeting Emperor Yongle, her heart was somewhat heavy, but because of Xie Jingxing's teasing, it became much more relaxed. The residence of Prince Rui of first rank was not far from the palace, and one did not know if this was done deliberately by Xie Jingxing. When the guards of the palace saw Xie Jingxing, they released their carriage immediately. As Jing Jie and Gu Yu were Shen Miao first-ranking maids, they followed behind Shen Miao but dared not even breath loudly and walked carefully, fearing that any discourteous action would bring trouble for Shen Miao. The palace maids and eunuchs of Great Liang's Imperial Palace were all doing their work with their heads lowered, but when Shen Miao walked past, she could feel some inquiring gazes on her. Since it was her first time in the Imperial Palace of Great Liang, perhaps everyone was talking about what kind of wife did Xie Jingxing marry. The commoners were tolerant of her, but people with official positions were different. In addition, Xie Jingxing had a sensitive identity, and if Shen Miao did not guess incorrectly, the position of the consort of Prince Rui was one that a lot of people would fight for. Her every move and action were not only representing that she was Rui Wang Fei but also represent the demeanor of the Shen family of Mingqi. Thinking as so, Shen Miao could not help but straighten her back even more and look more dignified. Unconsciously she had brought out the bearing of her past lifetime as an empress. Xie Jingxing noticed her action and smiled meaningfully before whispering to her ears, "No need to be this nervous. You are almost as comparable as the empress." Shen Miao glared at him. What kind of time this was? Xie Jingxing was still this cheeky. There were many eyes and ears in the palace, and most likely there were Emperor Yongli's people. If Xie Jingxing's words were carried into the ears of Emperor Yongle, would she be given a name of a beauty who brings disaster? Thinking of the being a virtuous and respectable empress in the past lifetime, she had not been in troublesome and disastrous beauty before. Just as she was thinking about it, Xie Jingxing took her hand and Shen Miao quickly struggled to break free. Someone will see. What would be the matter if someone sees? Xie Jingxing was not happy. Do one need others' agreement for this prince to hold Wang Fei's hand? Shen Miao wanted to say something when she saw that she had walked to a side hall with Xie Jingxing and there was a fat eunuch who stood outside the door. When he saw both of them, he said, "Greetings to your highness, prince of first rank. His majesty and her ladyship have been waiting for a long time." One did not know if it was intentional or not, but he did not greet Shen Miao. Deng Gong Gong, this is this prince's beloved wife. Xie Jingxing did not let this matter pass and pushed Shen Miao forward. Why are you not greeting? Shen Miao rolled her eyes at Xie Jingxing in her heart. This Deng Gong Gong apparently got an order from his master to treat her as such. Other than Emperor Yongle, which other master could there be? Even if this was Emperor Yongli's thoughts, not only Xie Jingxing not go along with others, he deliberately brought it out. Was he here today for a quarrel? Deng Gong Gong's smile remained unchanged and immediately changed his tune and said to Shen Miao, "So it is your ladyship Wang Fei." This servant did not have eyes. May your ladyship Wang Fei forgive oneself. Shen Miao was different with Xie Jingxing. She smiled gently, "It is of no problems." Xie Jingxing swept a look at Deng Gong Gong. "Fine. Imperial older brother is not satisfied with me like this, then why call me to come over?" He then smiled, "If it was not Wang Fei that persuaded me today, who want to come over to see him?" Deng Gong Gong and Shen Miao. Shen Miao pulled his sleeves and Xie Jingxing said, "What is there to be afraid? Being the matriarch of my residence of Prince Rui of first rank, one did not need to be afraid of others. Don't worry, whoever bullies you, this husband will take it out for you." His voice was not concealed or lowered, making the responsive and smart Deng Gong Gong unable to hide the awkwardness. Suddenly a cough was heard from the main hall and Deng Gong Gong was sharp and said, "May your highness prince of first rank and your ladyship Wang Fei follow this one in." Shen Miao was pulled by Xie Jingxing and followed in. She lowered her head all the way and did not raise her head. It was the first encounter and one would follow all propriety. Shen Miao knew that Emperor Yongle did not like her much and thus was not willing to make any mistakes in these details and could only be perfect. She was only able to see the smooth marble on the floor that was engraved with cloud patterns and the top was covered with a soft wool blanket. Chen Di greets Imperial older brother. Xie Jingxing said lazily and even his gestures were barely passable. Xie Jingxing could be that impudent but Shen Miao could not. However, she did not go down on her knees and bend her back to greet. "Chen Fu greets your majesty." "You are Shen Miao." After a while, a majestic low voice rang out, "Lift up the head." Shen Miao lifted her head up. The age of the male that was sitting on the highest seat was not considered too old and looked like he was in his 30s. His brows and eyes were sharp, his nose was high and lips thin. He looked 7 to 8 tenths similar to Xie Jingxing. However, Xie Jingxing's features were soft while his expression was sharp, thus the beauty and handsomeness ratio was extremely well blended. The middle-aged male in front, most likely due to the high position that he was sitting for a long time, did not have any gentle bearing, and compared to Xie Jingxing's stubbornness, he was even more upright. His had a deep gaze that when looking at another, it would be somewhat cold, as if one could see through to the bottom on one's heart. Although these two brothers looked similar in appearance and were all elegant and noble, their temperament were as different as the north and south. Xie Jingxing looked like a gentleman who went around to play and had a type of cynical laziness in dealing with everything, but this person was extremely rigorous to oneself and would not let oneself off in any moment. Shen Miao's heart felt very strange. She had not thought that the wise Emperor Yongle throughout the ages would have such young appearance and also look so handsome. It was very different from a head of white hair than she had imagined to be. When she was sizing Emperor Yongle was also sizing her up. Emperor Yongle's gaze was very sharp and there was also a sense of pressure. He had a cold look on his face, as if he would burst in fury the next moment. If it was an ordinary female that he was sizing up, one feared that she would be so scared that one cried. However, Shen Miao was different from ordinary young ladies. When she was facing Fu Shuyi before, Fu Shuyi's cold expression to her was much more colder. Seeing that she still remained calm, a sharp gaze flashed in Emperor Yongli's eyes, but Xie Jingxing's lazy voice was heard in the main hall. Has Imperial older brother seen enough? If one look longer, Chendi will become uncomfortable. Shen Miao was startled and was unable to hide it in her heart. She had always guessed what was the relationship between Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yongle would be like, and was also faintly aware that these pair of brothers were more sincere than the brothers in Mingqi's imperial family, but she had not expected that Xie Jingxing would dare to say such things to Emperor Yongle. Moreover, Emperor Yongle did not seem to be angry at all. In the imperial family, there were many rules and regulation, and each person's status was settled, thus it was just impossible to have a relation like ordinary brothers. It was already a luxury that brothers were not fighting and were on friendly terms. Moreover, Xie Jingxing was in Mingqi for so many years, but currently it looked like he was living with Emperor Yongle since young. Jingxing, Bengong will also be angry with your words. A laughing voice was heard and Shen Miao's gaze landed on the female by Emperor Yongle's side. One had thought that this person should be Emperor Yongle's wife, Empress Xiande of Great Liang. Empress Xiande looked younger than Emperor Yongle, and she was wearing a pomelo green embroidered robes with a wide belt. This dressing was considered very plain and simple, but she had a dignified appearance, and with one look one could tell she was a female who was well educated by a large family and was intelligent and calm. She was sitting by Emperor Yongle's side smiling towards Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao remembered that Xie Jingxing once praised Empress Xiande. There were not many female that Xie Jingxing would praise, as he was so critical, and for Empress Xiande to become of them, there naturally be something special. Even if Xie Jingxing not mentioning it, Shen Miao would still have a good impression of Empress Xiande because she had a graceful and calm bearing that even Shen Miao, who was an empress in her past lifetime, would feel inferior and ashamed. Jingxing's wife, the young lady of the Shen family in Mingqi. Empress Xiande nodded her head and smiled warmly. Bengong has always been curious what kind of young lady would make Jingxing curve his heart. Now upon looking, one understood. Jingxing has good eyes. Shen Miao repeatedly replied that she didn't dare. Empress Xiande's praises however made Emperor Yongle dissatisfied. He glared at Empress Xiande and seemed to be somewhat unhappy, but he only said solemnly, Mingqi's and Great Liang's rules and regulations are different. Since you have married and become Great Liang's people, rules and regulation of Great Liang must be kept. Imperial older brother. Xie Jingxing interrupted his words. This Chendi will naturally teach the rules and regulation. If one is unable to teach, Imperial older brother need not have to worry. The people of the residence of Prince Rui of first rank will be looked after by Chendi. It is better for Imperial older brother to manage your own matters. Xie Jingxing protected Shen Miao to this level and did not even give Emperor Yongle any face in front of Shen Miao at all. Emperor Yongle was finally angered and said, you protect your wife this much. And don't even allow Jen to say a single word. Why not Jen give you this position to sit? Forget about it. Xie Jingxing waved his hands without any care. Keep this position for yourself, as Chendi is not interested. It is just that it was so difficult for Chendi to marry a young lady, and if you intervene again and one's wife run away, what should Chendi do? Be lonely for the rest of one's life. Shen Miao. If Xie Jingxing were brothers with Fu Shuyi and spoke to Fu Shuyi those words, one feared that he would be dead 7 to 8 times. Emperor Yongle stood up and looked at Shen Miao. That long was filled with threats before he turned around and left with a brush of his sleeves. After walking halfway and seeing that Xie Jingxing was still standing by Shen Miao's side and had no intention to follow, he was suddenly angry again. Roll over to Jen here. Xie Jingxing was helpless about it and said to Empress Xiande, Imperial Sao, will hand Zhao Zhao over to you. Then he said to Shen Miao, after matters are settled, I will pick you up. After Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yongle left, Empress Xiande then smiled gently and stood up to walk over to Shen Miao. The room is rather stuffy. Since you have not come to the Imperial Palace of Great Liang, Bengong will bring you around. Shen Miao quickly complied. Empress Xiande was a good person and seemed not to put on any air of an empress. Both of them went to the Imperial Gardens to stroll around, and on the way there, Empress Xiande asked if she was used to Long Yi. The conversation was intimate, like talking to one's eldest sister, which made one's heart feel smooth. Ever since Jingxing returned to Long Yi, Bengong had never seen him being interested in any young ladies. One had thought that most likely it was not possible for him to like any young lady and did not think that he would marry a wife in Mingqi. Even though it was somewhat surprising, but one's heart was very comforted. Otherwise Bengong would really worry that he would not find a young lady for his entire lifetime and be alone. When Shen Miao heard those words, she smiled and said, how could the prince of first rank be alone? When he was young in Mingqi, there were many young ladies that liked him, so no matter what he would not be alone. Empress Xiande shook his head with a smile. Then have you seen him being particularly good to anyone? Shen Miao was startled. Empress Xiande then carried on herself. Jingxing and the emperor looked like different people, but in fact both brothers are the same. The emperor looked cold on the surface and his temperament is also cold. Jingxing looked warm and easy to talk to, but his temperament is also cold. Most likely they themselves are clear that their identities are special and should not think about things that one should not think of. She looked at Shen Miao with a smile. One thinks that Jingxing had told you about his secret, so this is not a secret. That kind of child had to hide himself and live like this since young. Be it hiding one's identity or emotions, one's self-control had been gradually developed, but one's heart also hardened. This is a good thing to the imperial family, but to himself, it was not a good thing. Bengong had always thought that if Jingxing was the same as the emperor, then it would be too unfair. It was fortunate that he was luckier than the emperor and met you. Shen Miao listened to Empress Xiande's words and her heart was somewhat hesitant. In the short time of interacting with Empress Xiande had a personality that one would like on first look. Unlike the usual deliberate fawning, Empress Xiande was those quiet ones that would make others feel very comfortable. She seemed to live genuinely and not like a female in the inner palace. But what was the meaning that she said that Xie Jingxing was luckier than Emperor Yongli's fortune? This was too difficult to answer, thus Shen Miao could only listen quietly without speaking. His Majesty deeply entrusts Jingxing. Empress Xiande said, he hopes that Jingxing can live comfortably and happy, but does not hope that Jingxing would change his original aspiration because of greed and comfort. His Majesty lived in hardship, so if His Majesty hurt you because of this matter, you mustn't blame him. Shen Miao smiled gently. Chen Fu is not qualified to place any blame to the decision of His Majesty. She looked at Empress Xianda. Is it that your ladyship have something to say to Chen Fu? Empress Xianda smiled before sighing. Just now when one first saw you, Ben Gong felt a familiar feeling in you. You are a smart young lady and Ben Gong know that it is easy for a smart person to see something fixated. If you cannot resolve it, then the knot in one's heart cannot be untied. Shen Miao slightly frowned. She faintly felt that there was another meaning to Empress Xianda's words. His Majesty viewed Jingxing very important, and with regards to Jingxing marrying, even though His Majesty agreed, one's heart is after all not happy. Jingxing naturally have ways to resist His Majesty's decisions, but you are different. You are a young lady of Mingqi's and in Great Liang, there would be many places that are restricted. Empress Xianda said, Ben Gong like you a lot, but Ben Gong is His Majesty's wife and Ben Gong cannot change His Majesty's decision and can only hope that you will feel comfortable. Shen Miao said, what is His Majesty going to do? Just as Empress Xianda was about to speak, a charming female voice came from behind. Older sister has such good spirits today and stroll in the Imperial Gardens. Shen Miao and Empress Xianda turned their heads together and saw that from the other end of the small hallway, some palace people were supporting a female dressed in palace clothes over. This female was wearing a silver red and purple robe with agate jade on her head. It was the beginning of spring, but she dressed more beautiful that spring. As she walked nearer, one discovered that this female had a beautiful face, but one did not know if it was this dressing made her seem slightly impetuous. She came over enchanted and greeted Empress Xianda, but there was a careless appearance, seeming not putting Empress Xianda in her eyes. Oh, so it is younger sister consort Jing, Empress Xianda said blandly. Shen Miao was thinking in her heart that this consort Jing looked like she was in her early 20s and could be at the position of a consort. It was either her family was extremely prominent or was extremely favored. However, Shen Miao felt that compared with Empress Xianda, other than being younger and beautiful, this consort Jing seemed to be inferior to Empress Xianda, and one was unable to see what other points were there that was worthy of Emperor Yongli's favor. That consort Jing seemed to only notice Shen Miao then and asked, this person is unfamiliar. Which foreign is this? Currently Shen Miao had already dressed as a married female and combed a married female's hairstyle. Thus even though her face was delicate, one would not consider her as an unmarried young lady of an official. This is the foreign of Prince Rui of first rank, Rui Wangfei. Empress Xianda did not seem to want to introduce Shen Miao to consort Jing, and thus her words were simple. When the words were spoken, consort Jing's expression changed. When she heard those words, she called out in astonishment, Rui Wangfei. Then she looked up and down of Shen Miao to size her up. It was different from Emperor Yongli's careful examination gaze, not to mention different from the kind-hearted observation from Empress Xianda. This person's gaze was extremely rude, as if she was sizing some plaything. After finished looking, she snorted and spoke somewhat ill-intentioned. One had initially thought that what kind of great national beauty would one be that it made Prince Rui of first rank marry back to Great Liang despite the far distance. Now from this look, she smiled harshly. It is most likely my eyesight is not good and unable to see anything special. Shen Miao did not know how was she embroiled with this one and so cautious that she was not willing to speak. Empress Xianda's expression was however somewhat cold. The people that consort Jing sees as special or even lesser than less. Shen Miao was somewhat surprised that Empress Xianda would be furious at consort Jing for her and felt that this kind of Empress Xianda was similar to Emperor Yongla. It was just that the sarcastic words that Empress Xianda spoke was not effective and one did not know if consort Jing understood it or not. Consort Jing looked at Shen Miao and suddenly smiled. It seemed that older sister has good relations with Rui Wangfei and would stroll around the gardens together. One did not know what kind of private words did one have with Rui Wangfei. After all things have to be said since it is Rui Wangfei of first rank's first time here and there must be many things that one did not know. Shen Miao looked at Consort Jing. Consort Jing smirked. One think it is so. His Highness Prince Rui is busy very day, so where would there be time to speak to Rui Wangfei about matters of Great Liang? Speaking of which, some days ago, my fourth younger sister was still asking when His Highness Prince Rui would be returning. She said that she had learned a song and wanted His Highness Prince Rui to give her some pointers. Empress Xianda said angrily, Consort Jing. Shen Miao suddenly came onto realization in her heart. She was wondering why Consort Jing would target her for no rhyme or reason. So this was like that. Thinking of when Xie Jingxing was in Mingqi, he was well liked by young ladies, and now in Great Liang, with the identity of Prince Rui, there would be even more oriole and swallows flying around. She only reached here for a moment and was already hated by others. Consort Jing was smiling as she looked at Shen Miao. If Rui Wangfei is bored, one can invite my fourth younger sister over to the residence. My fourth younger sister has always liked to make friends, and if Rui Wangfei has nothing to do, it is good to have more sisters. More sisters. Shen Miao heart laughed coldly. More like having more sisters in the inner courtyard. One had thought of dealing with it lightly, but her eyes landed on the white jade thumb ring that Xie Jingxing gave it to her, and suddenly Shen Miao changed her mind. She smiled. One feared that this would not work. Consort Jing was startled and Empress Xianda was also stunned, seemingly did not think that Shen Miao would say so. His Highness has handed over everything of the residence of Prince Rui over to me to manage, from the big matters of the common funds to small matters like revenue from shops, servants and guards, the invitations from those who come over. One is too busy with matters inside and outside that one fear that there is no time to entertain guests. Shen Miao smiled warmly and seemed to be a little apologetic, since one come over for the first time and His Highness trusts this Chen Fu dared not let His Highness down. If fourth young lady likes, one can look for His Highness for a meet. Chen Fu will not have time. These words made Consort Jing dumb and speechless, but a fire was burning in her heart. Shen Miao's words looked warm and mild and spoke that she did not have time to accompany guests, but in fact it was just a brink show. Look at how Prince Rui of first rank doted on her that he handed all matters of the residence of Prince Rui of first rank to Shen Miao to manage. This was naturally because there was only Shen Miao, the only mistress in the prince residence, so one would dote on one person, but there was no need to even pass all the management of shops, maids and guards over to her right. It was better to say that Rui Wangfei of first rank also managed Prince Rui. Rui Wangfei of first rank had changed the way of showing how high her position was in the prince residence. Shen Miao was busy with official matters and also secretly trampled on Consort Jing's fourth younger sister, indicated that she had nothing to do all day and ran around to other families' residence to cause trouble. This was not considered a good thing. The corner of Empress Xianda's lips slightly rose. Consort Jing was so angry that the color of her face turned green. Originally Shen Miao was not one who would be enemies of others, especially when she was unfamiliar with the people and matters here. It was just that Consort Jing had provoked the anger in her heart. If she did not push back viciously, in the future everyone would be stepping on her head. With the correct conditions of heavens, timing, interest and people, and with Xie Jingxing supporting her, if she were to let it go, she would be a fool. Shen Miao smiled gently. One heard that a kind-hearted person would always feel the same. For your ladyship Consort Jing to be so worried of Chen Fu's loneliness and want to look for some sisters to accompany Chen Fu, one think that one felt the same. Most likely your ladyship Consort Jing has also times when one is lonely. Why not in the future look for a few more sisters to come to the palace to sit? Like that your ladyship Consort Jing would be joyous. Consort Jing was so angry that she almost could not breath. Shen Miao's words was saying that Consort Jing let Shen Miao invite her fourth younger sister to the residence for a sit and wanted to increase the number of sisters in the inner courtyard. Shen Miao was also a smart person and immediately returned it back to let Consort Jing add a few more sisters in the palace. Consort Jing gritted her teeth with hate. Su was currently at her prime, but it has been for a number of years. There were so many female candidates that entered the palace every year, and the favor of a monarch was the most precious. If there were a few sisters that could cause cities and countries to fall, then where could she stand? This Rui Wangfei's mouth was really sharp. Empress Xiande however laughed. Since younger sister Consort Jing is lonely, then it is easy to handle. Tomorrow I will mention this to His Majesty that these days the palace is somewhat deserted and it is time to add a few more new sisters. Consort Jing was quickly anxious. Not lonely. I am not lonely. Empress Xiande's position of the Empress was very stable and naturally it would not matter to her to add in a few sisters, but Consort Jing was at the period where she was most favored, thus she feared that the favor would be shared. Shen Miao was grateful to Empress Xiande for pushing the vote along. Even though Empress Xiande only spoke about it, she said seriously, your ladyship Consort Jing must not deny it. Since one cares for Chen Fu should also return a peach with a plum. She said it like Consort Jing should instead thank her. Kai, from not far away, a chuckle was heard. A few people turned back to look and saw Emperor Yongle and Xie Jingxing standing at the back of the garden from don't know when. Because they were concealed by the trees, no one discovered their figures and one did not know how much they have heard. Emperor Yongle looked indifferent and one was unable to see any anger or joy as he said, Prince Rui of first rank, this wife of yours really have a set of fangs. It was at the end somewhat unpleasant, so one thought that the deliberate teasing of Consort Jing by Shen Miao and Empress Xiande were all heard. Consort Jing ran towards Emperor Yongle in grievance, Your Majesty. Xie Jingxing walked over and pat Shen Miao's head, as if to praising that white tiger in his inner courtyard and said with great please, Zhao Zhao is really sensible and know how to be actively compassionate towards others. He then swept a glance at Emperor Yongle. Since Consort Jing wants to have sisters, then Imperial older brother should go along with it. It is not that the palace cannot afford to raise an idler. When Consort Jing heard it, her heart was anxious and panicking. She bit her lips and looked towards Emperor Yongle with a pitiful appearance. Shen Miao wanted to laugh. Consort Jing came over to bare her fangs and brandish her claws, but she did not have brains. Now it seemed that it was them that joined hands to bully Consort Jing. One did not know why did Emperor Yongle support this kind of female. Emperor Yongle said, since when do you want to manage Jen's matter? Isn't Imperial older brother's consort is also managing this Chendi's consort? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows and looked at Consort Jing. He had a beautiful and handsome appearance and would often smile idly. The females in the palace liked this appearance of his, but they all knew deep in their hearts that this Prince Rui of first rank could not be provoked. Her eyes were sharp and his tone of voice was calm, but one could not help but feel cold. He said, Consort Jing, are you sure you want this prince to listen to your fourth younger sister's song? Consort Jing shivered. Consort Jing was used to tyrannize in the palace. Even though she was arrogant and brainless, no one would dare to touch her, that even Empress Xiande would not be bothered to care about her. One did not expect that she would have a bone with Shen Miao, or to say that she have a bone with Prince Rui. No matter how clever and eloquent Shen Miao was, Consort Jing had the ability to punish her with a crime and it was all right to just find any charge. However, she could not afford to offend Prince Rui. When Prince Rui just came to Longyi, the officials in court had all opposed to it and would hinder him openly or discreetly. Everyone saw his stubborn and lazy appearance and thought that he was just a devil incarnate. No one knew that this person only used 2 years to make those officials avoid him, like a mouse seeing a cat, that they did not dare to provoke at all. Consort Jing's father also warned her not to be an enemy of Prince Rui. No matter how willful Consort Jing was, she dared not confront Prince Rui. Emperor Yongle had no way to deal with Prince Rui, much less a consort like her. She smiled reluctantly. Your Highness, Prince Rui is so busy, how would there be time to listen to fourth younger sister's music? She then turned to Emperor Yongle for help. In the future, Chen Qi will teach and guide fourth younger sister, so your Highness Prince Rui must not be bothered with it. This prince do not have the time to be bothered with it. Xie Jingxing smiled and held Shen Miao's shoulder. Wang Fei also do not have the energy. When Consort Jing is free, it is better to think of ways to share Imperial older brother's worries. Consort Jing bit her lips and looked at Emperor Yongle awkwardly. Emperor Yongli's face became heavier. No matter what, it made him unhappy that Xie Jingxing kept on humiliating his consort. Perhaps previously he did not mind, but now he did not wish Xie Jingxing to stand up for Shen Miao. What kind of appearance of doting was this becoming to? He coldly asked Shen Miao, Rui Wang Fei, is this what you mean? Shen Miao bowed docilely. The wife follows the husband. Empress Xiande looked at Shen Miao somewhat surprised. It seemed that she did not think that Shen Miao would be so stubborn in front of Emperor Yongle and suddenly thought of something and smiled as she shook her head. When Emperor Yongle heard it, he stared silently at Shen Miao for a long time. His gaze could be described as somewhat fierce, but Shen Miao's head was bowed. One did not know if it was playing dumb or one did not see it and always kept a gentle look and turned a blind eye to this gaze. Xie Jingxing pulled Shen Miao up and said, if Imperial older brother have nothing else to say, then Chendi will leave first. He continued, as newlyweds, as husband and wife, have a lot of things to do. Shen Miao. Emperor Yongle said, remember what Jen had said to you. Xie Jingxing said with a smile but not a smile, ORH. It was just that ORH word did not sound like one had placed Emperor Yongle's words to heart. After Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing left, Emperor Yongle seemed to be extremely unhappy and with a brush of his sleeves, he did not bother with Empress Xiande and Consort Jing and left on his own. When Empress Xiande and Consort Jing saw it, they knew that Emperor Yongle was furious and did not follow him. Consort Jing looked at Empress Xiande and said, older sister and Rui Wangfei's relationship is rather good and kept on speaking for her just now. If one did not know about it, one would think that both of you had already known one another. Rui Wangfei is educated, rational, intelligent and wise. Naturally she is lovable. Empress Xiande gently smiled. Older sister, don't forget, she is a Ming Qi's people. Consort Jing said harshly, for Ming Qi's people who come over to Great Liang, who would know what schemes she has in her heart. Since older sister want to help her, then don't drag oneself into the water. When His Majesty start to blame, even older sister would also be blamed. Since one is married to Great Liang, then one is Great Liang's people. Could it be that Consort Jing is also going to be suspicious of the residence of Prince Rui? Prince Rui and Rui Wangfei are husband and wife and are of one. Speaking of eloquence, how could Consort Jing be the Empress's opponent? Consort Jing smiled coldly. Older sister as usual speak fluently and has great trust is placed on Rui Wangfei. It seems that one is firm and standing on the side of Rui Wangfei. Empress Xiande did not say anything. But what to do? Consort Jing suddenly smiled. Older sister is able to help her for this moment but will not be able to help her for a lifetime. There will not be only one female in the residence of Prince Rui. Even if there is no opportunity for my fourth younger sister, there would be someone else who will have a chance. As she looked at Empress Xianda's face, Consort Jing continued, looking at His Majesty, he really do not like that Rui Wangfei. Empress Xianda said, the matter of the residence of Prince Rui is not something that you and me can intervene. Prince Rui of first rank have his own mind. Younger sister also do not dare to volunteer. Consort Jing said with a smile, one only wanted to advise a word with older sister. Older sister is not Buddha, even if one had a kind heart and helps everyone, one have to see if one have the ability to do so. Older sisters today is Rui Wangfei's tomorrow. After finishing, she then put on the air as she said previously and walked away proudly with the maids. The gentle smile on Empress Xianda gradually sank and a glimmer of greed appeared in her eyes. In the carriage, Shen Miao asked, what did the emperor said to you?